Getting 300 million tons of freight to market and powering the economic growth of a nation, that takes a lot. It takes fortitude and focus, a strong footprint, and a commitment to reducing it. It takes partnerships, communities, collaboration. It takes a vision and care for one another. It takes all of us together into the future.
Technical professionals should give consideration to Cognizant because ultimately we're about business solutions and technology serves as the enabler for that business solution. Cognizant associates can very quickly move from individual contributor to team lead to manager all the way up to strategist. We have various team outings to reward individuals who have contributed to the growth of the company. Cognizant has an employee referral program that incentivizes our associates to refer friends and family members to the company as we grow. At Cognizant, the core product that we go to market with is the knowledge base of our associates.
Cognizant Career Architecture offers amazing opportunities to our employees to choose from a career path of their liking. Cognizant Academy, which is our virtual university, works with associates to design training programs that best suit them and their needs. Cognizant is an excellent example of being a melting pot of diverse cultures, ethnicities, and backgrounds. We continue to integrate diversity and inclusion into the very fabric of our culture. Inclusive workplace is what makes diverse workforce feel empowered and part of the organization. Our diverse teams are spread across geographies and time zones, and that'll give you an instant feel that you're working for a global giant.
What makes somebody successful at Cognizant? This is a question oftentimes people do ask, and having been in Cognizant for 13 plus years, I would definitely say that we call that a Cognizant DNA. For instance, somebody who goes above and beyond, somebody who's honest, loyal, who's got integrity, accountability, works collaboratively, works with people, shares, helps people. These are definitely some of the traits that make somebody successful in Cognizant. Cognizant offers great benefits in terms of not only compensation, but also work-life balance. We have great flexibility in our work schedule, and Cognizant believes in keeping skills sharpened and marketable. We also believe in giving back to the community. We have community outreach, Cognizant Outreach, which has done some fantastic work. We have Veterans Network, and we also have the Women Empowered, which hosts a lot of different meetings. We also believe in a lot of merit recognition, job satisfaction. So anyone that goes above and beyond, there are individual rewards, there are team rewards. So Cognizant absolutely recognizes somebody's hard work and definitely believes in awarding them. Cognizant has wonderful leaders who have great vision and who continuously inspire us and believe in us. For me, to wake up every single day and to look forward to going into work with the same passion that I had 13 years ago speaks volumes.
In terms of career development, making the right choice is more important than working hard. Join CPA-BC at BC 13 to learn why accounting, CPA, may be a right choice for you.
Ensuring there are enough human resources to provide care to New Brunswickers now and in the future requires both transformation and investment.
It's been well documented that there is a significant shortage of nurses across the province.
It must be a priority to attract, support, and retain these valuable healthcare professionals.
Fredericton offers a high quality of life, affordable cost of living, strong job market, excellent education system, and a growing tech industry. These make a compelling case for considering a move to Fredericton. Come and find more at the live channel of VCE 13. Think twice, move once. Reliable information is your best defense.
Shaw, good morning.
To
Good morning, Jay.
Horizons and
What
So
a
let's have
storm,
my
eh?
colleague mute the video. So Shaw, so happy to be starting the second day of the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo.
Yep.
And recording in progress. So for the next 15 minutes, Shaw, let's review. There's Emma. Good morning, Emma.
Good morning.
So Emma, we're just going to review the platform with the viewers before your session, but I just want to double check with you. Are you good to go in 15 minutes at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or 10 a.m. New Brunswick time?
Absolutely.
And okay, so you can just mute yourself and turn off your camera and get a coffee refill. And we'll be joined by Emma Bradford of the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes soon, everyone. And we'll still allow people to roll in and register in the coming 15 minutes. So Shaw, why don't we start off by giving a quick recap of tips and strategies for success. And I will share my screen because I want to take a look at the platform while you orally convey what we have in store today, Shaw.
Well, first of all, I wanted to ask everyone is please register. If you haven't done so already, please register for our VCE 13 platform. That's currently going on right now. As you can see in our background, where it's a virtual hall. There are thousands of jobs available. Whether if you're Canadian, whether if you're a permanent resident, newcomer, whether if you receive your permanent resident paper and you are making your way to come to Canada, whether you are an international student with work permit or postgraduate work permit or open work permit, whether you're thinking about coming to Canada, whether if you're on an express entry, there are jobs for you. There are so many jobs there. Anytime you need any help, please go to the G-TAC booth or go to the public chat room. One of our team member will be able to help you and guide you. When you see a job, please apply directly on the website. Now, remember, some of the jobs that's listed in our platform, it's not even out in the public yet. So these is like what we call the hidden jobs. So this is a big advantage when you attend G-TAC's Virtual Career Expo.
Thank you, Shaw. And I just wanted to further dig into jobs. We're here to learn more about career opportunities across various sectors across the country. Whether you're currently in Canada looking for your next opportunity, or if you're soon landing in Canada, let's determine where we can find those jobs so you guys can have a strategy for success. So there's a jobs tab at the top of the page, and if you clicked on jobs, there you would be able to see different roles from different G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo partners. And your second step could probably be to go to the Recruiters Available Live tab, because your first step, you're going to see a job that interests you, and you may want to go to the booth of that partner and connect with their employers and apply to the job. Like Shaw said, you got to make sure that you apply to the job. But we suggest that you go to the Recruiters Available Live tabs first and see when that partner will be in their booth today on April the 5th, so that then you could go to the job. So if you haven't registered already, and for some of you that are listening to Shaw and myself right now, of course, you're in a Zoom session. So if you want to go to the booth, for example, to talk to Emma Bradford of the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes after her session about opportunities for healthcare professionals in New Brunswick and the nursing home industry, you would go to the expo and you would log in. So Shaw, I've logged in. And this is what we'll see. We'll be in the lobby. Of course, some of you already know this because you've done this yesterday on April the 4th. But if you wanted to log in and go to the employer's booths, you would click on main hall. And then you'll see all the exhibitors. You can scroll from left to right. Or you can explore exhibitors on the right-hand side. And you could click on, for example, ABB Canada. And we'll see description. And we're talking about process here, right? Right? We talked about the jobs tab. We talked about the recruiters available lives tab. Now, before you chat with the recruiter, which would be here on the chat function, let's make sure you apply to that job. That's what Shaw Kwan said. Find that job that you're interested in. Let's say, for example, a procurement and logistics manager role. I click on view details, right? And then I explore the job and click apply to the job. It oftentimes may take you to the talent management system of ABB in this case. That's okay, apply there. And your friends here at G-TAC, because you've applied through the expo, we're going to be sharing that with ABB after the event. And then you can click on chat and Shaw, if someone's, I'll let you talk about the next step, Shaw. Someone clicks on chat to chat with the ABB recruiter. They want to tell the recruiter that they've applied to the job, but what are some quick steps for success in that live dialogue that someone would have with a booth representative?
Thank you. I'll do that. So before we go any further, many people actually in the chat room yesterday, and even in this chat room here, and also in the chat room on the platform, are saying, how do we apply for jobs? Well, Jay just showed you. You click on the job vacancy part. Now, some employer might not have enough jobs there. This is only some of the jobs, but the thing is, the best way to do it also is click on their career tab, where it will lead you to their each respective employer's website in the career. So you'll see a lot more job. But because this is a Canadian based job fair. So all the job in the job vacancy here are jobs that's here in Canada. Now, talk about the chat room. Once you click on chat, Jay, just click on chat. There you go. You will be in the chat room. And then when you do see the rep from ABB, you just have to click on the bottom left right-hand corner there. There's a little blue plus sign there, and there's a space there. You just say, hello, my name is da-da. I'm interested in the director of robotization and automation job. And then the recruiter will oh yeah, sure, tell us a little bit more about yourself. Now, don't forget, once you're in that chat room, the recruiter can click on your name and see your profile. But it's always nice to have a customized resume ready, because a lot of people, I think yesterday, very smart, they actually post their customized resume in the chat box. You can attach your customized resume in the chat box so that people can see. Okay, so all this is something that you can do during the chat box. Jay, give me 2 seconds here. I just realized I need to plug in my laptop. Sorry.
No problem. So I want to go back out to the main landing page to give expectations for today. Well, I don't have to go to the main landing page. I can go back to logging into the expo, because you guys that are joining now, you know that we have 2 days worth of live and interactive sessions. So today, April the 5th, we have our Career Corner live channel, as many of you know. So this is really cool. It's a live and interactive webinar channel, a live session where you guys can hear from specialists across Canada as to different sectors in Canada that are looking for talent, such as the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes. We also have representatives from organizations that support you in your career development in Canada, such as an IT bridging program from Humber College in Toronto. They have a high success rate of helping people develop their tech careers in Canada. Whether you're in Canada, whether you're overseas, for example, as a financial and accounting professional, it'd be great to learn more about how a CPA designation supports you in your accounting career development. So we'll be joined by CPA BC today. There's also IEC BC, the Immigrant Employment Council of BC, experts and specialists in supporting and bridging newcomers to British Columbia in their career development. If you're an engineer, if you're a carpenter, if you're a trades professional, if you're a construction industry association professional, if you're a truck driver, there is a million trillion different types of roles. Also, even if you're a bookkeeper or you're a human resources professional, all these types of roles are needed in the construction industry in British Columbia, which is absolutely booming and has thousands of open roles. And the BCCA will be able to support you in your career development across Canada, by the way. So they have a program that supports persons that, they have many programs, but even if you're overseas and you're looking to enter that industry anywhere in Canada, the BCCA can support you. So don't be thrown off by the BC part of the BCCA. They actually support engineers and construction industry professionals going to anywhere in Canada. Speaking of engineers, PPP exams, they support the getting certified to be an engineer in Canada. Get your PEng certification can be a bit of a process, and I'm not going to go into it deeply. Our friends at Practice PPE Exams will, but they have an expedited program to support you in getting your certification and entering the career. Lastly, Metro Vancouver Community College, what can we expect from that session, Shaw?
As you know, one of the hottest industry in Canada right now that's set for a major rebound is the tourism, the hospitality industry. And Metro Vancouver Community College Michael will here to talk about the trend and the expected the current job vacancy and the expected job vacancy in the coming years, and how enrolling in the hospitality program will fast track you into that career.
Thank you, Shaw. So it's great to have a look at the Career Forum live channel. And it's really cool that it's live, because the format will be that we'll be joined by our partners, such as Emma Bradford from the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes, whom will go into a presentation about what the organization does, where the opportunities are in terms of employment, what are the resources for career development, and then the floor will open to a Q&A session. So that's where the interactive part of the session will occur with all these live sessions today. You guys will be able to send in live questions through the chat function to the guests, to the subject matter experts, based on the presentation you've just seen. So it's really cool, informative, and interactive. So we certainly welcome you to engage the live channels today. But also go back to, if I go click on main hall, right? You can go back and forth between the live channel. If you had a live channel, you joined the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes live channel, or the CPA British Columbia live session, and you really wanted to know more about developing an accounting career in British Columbia, for example, then you can go into the main hall and you could go to the CPA BC booth, and you could further educate yourself as to what becoming a CPA member entails. And if you have questions, you can click on chat and you could talk to the representatives at CPA BC. So we're just trying to give you some strategies for success. What are some things that people should perhaps not do in the chat function, Shaw, or that are not supportive in terms of success? I do agree that they should apply to as many relevant roles as possible, but what are something that people shouldn't do today? Or is there something also, Shaw, that people should follow up with tomorrow when the expo ends? Is there something they can continue with in terms of dialogue with partners?
Yes, absolutely. So the best thing to do right now is, well, first of all, it's still not too late to register if you haven't done so. And also, as Jay mentioned earlier, we have thousands of jobs. So if any of your family and friends that's interested, they can still register. And the best part about this is absolutely free, and you can register from anywhere across Canada or around the world. Okay, so we're up and running until 8 p.m. We still got about 11 hours to go in our platform. So it's open, so it's not too late to register. That's number one. Number two, try to network with people, get their contact information so you can follow up, either connect with them on LinkedIn or send them your resume or ask them politely if they can set up some kind of information later. So all this is a way for that you can follow up later after today's platform. Number three, for anyone that attend today's session, especially with CPA. By the way, Jay mentioned earlier, don't let the name fool you. CPA, BC, BCCA, IECBC, or Metro. Those are just names because these are names of those.
So Shaw's screen seems to have frozen. Shaw is in Ottawa,
People around the
Ontario.
world, okay?
Oh,
A
they need
CPA
that.
designation.
We apologize for the technical difficulties. There's a storm where Shaw is. I know the weather is really bad. So it's 8:59. I think that has been a good 15-minute review of the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo platform. We also know the expectations for the next 2 days in terms of visiting employer booths, or of course, those of you that are live today at the exact moment. We're going to start off in just a moment with Emma Bradford from the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes as to opportunities in the industry in New Brunswick. So stay tuned today, whether you would like to connect with her or various representatives from other industries and other partners that can support you in your career development in Canada. So
Sorry,
Shaw, I'm
can you
going
hear
to.
me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
One more message to all the listener here. Please come to the VC13 booth, look for any one of the G-TAC rep, and then we'll be happy to introduce you to any of the employers, okay?
Thank you. Yeah, if there's any questions, go to the G-TAC booth. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now. It's 9 a.m. in Ontario, and it's 10 a.m. in New Brunswick. And there's Emma. Emma, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm also going to ask my other colleague who's off camera to start bringing up the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes presentation, and we'll give Emma control soon. So I'd just like to give a brief introduction and a warm welcome to Emma Bradford, Recruitment and Retention Coordinator at the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes. The New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes advocates and supports and is sort of the hub for more than 70 licensed nursing homes in the province of New Brunswick. And the point is that they're looking for talent and various types of professionals, and Emma is a specialist as to connecting with such persons, and will be able to share insights into what the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes is looking for in terms of talent, diversity of roles, and then how you can make your next step and connect with either her or the organization or the website. They'll be in the Emma will be in the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth today on April the 5th. A lot of employment opportunities available across the province, and Emma will convey that. So before I pass it off to Emma, once again, I want to remind my colleague who's off camera to bring up the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes presentation, please, so we can make sure that Emma has control before I pass it off to her. And expectations, everyone, for the next hour will be that Emma will go through a presentation. So we'll sit back and learn from her as a subject matter expert. And then when it's time to open the floor to a conversation, you will be able to send in questions through the chat function to Emma, and we can have more interactive dialogue. So, and then after that, you guys can go to the NBA, I won't say the acronym, the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth later today and continue the dialogue with Emma and the team. So, and someone asked, what's the bucket list for today? So there'll be lots of chance today to talk to Emma. So once again, you can send in questions when it's time. So Emma, if you could, on your end, maybe just click your mouse in the center of the screen and activate your control and maybe, yeah. So you have control.
Oh, how do I go back?
So you could probably, I find that the keyboard is maybe a bit easier. Your own keyboard, the up down function seems to be a bit better. Do you feel that you have control?
I do. Yeah. Sorry, it just took a second.
Wonderful. So welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we'll see you during the question and answer period. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As Jay just introduced me, my name is Emma Bradford, and I work for the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes doing recruitment and retention. I would like to apologize because I am very sick, so my voice sounds terrible, so this might be a little shorter than expected, but feel free to ask me any questions, reach out to me by email anytime, a message in the chat, whatever works best for you. So this is my presentation for the Association of Nursing Homes. New Brunswick in general is a relatively small province on the east coast of Canada, if you're not sure where we are at. I'm not sure if any of you have visited before. I saw someone in the chat was from Quebec. But I hope to teach you a little bit about it today and the job opportunities in nursing homes throughout the province. Ooh, skipped very fast. So nursing homes are defined differently in each province. Here I will give you a quick definition of what a nursing home is here in NB. So in New Brunswick, nursing homes offer 24/7 nursing care for individuals who are deemed medically stable, but require access to nursing care around the clock. This would mean assistance with activities of daily living. So typically our residents are over the age of 65 and would have some physical or mobility limitations. Many of our residents are living with dementia as well. That means that we are looking at a more fragile elderly group of people with very complex needs. This means we offer the highest level of care to individuals who require long-term care in the province. To offer you some quick facts about our reach here in New Brunswick, we have 72 nursing homes right now. We just finished building a new one. That represents about 5,000 residents and about 7,000 staff members. Our facilities operate in both of the province's official languages, so we have English and French nursing homes. Depending on the community, the home may be all English speaking, might be all French speaking, or even bilingual. So we have opportunities in both of those languages, with some residents speaking either of the mentioned languages as well as the staff. And then in some homes that might be English, you might find there's one resident who's bilingual, and you might find staff who are completely bilingual or not at all. To share some more facts about New Brunswick nursing homes, they are all privately owned and operated. That means the majority are not-for-profit or nonprofit organizations. These would all be community-based organizations, which is great. This means if you are working for a nursing home in New Brunswick, you would not be an employee of the government. You would be considered an employee of that individual organization. As previously mentioned, there are 72 nursing homes province-wide. So this means you'll find homes in urban and rural communities. This creates a unique experience and gives you so many opportunities and locations to choose from. Working for nursing homes is quite a bit different than working in other healthcare settings. You become part of a close-knit care team while you are caring for residents. Like I had just said, instead of considering the people you are working with your patients, you consider them to be residents, as you are working with them inside their living space and home. By these means, it is like you are working directly in someone's home. Because of this, you get the opportunity to establish close connections with the residents and their families, creating a wonderful experience that is different in these ways from most healthcare jobs. The nursing home is a very dynamic work environment. We showcase all kinds of best practices in senior care. There are innovative programming happening within the homes, and each home is unique in the programming they have. The homes in New Brunswick also have some of the most advanced technologies that you will be able to use and experience when you are working here. Many of the homes are involved in important and innovative research opportunities, especially where we have connections with universities and colleges in the province. We have many projects in the works. A great example of a success past pilot project would be the Nursing Homes Without Walls program. It is a very interesting initiative where we try to break down the walls between nursing homes and the public, kind of creating like a community nurse situation. We do this by having residents in the community and general population come into the homes and to be able to access the services. So here we have our different career opportunities right now that we are hiring for in the nursing homes. So there are 72 nursing homes across the province. So there's hundreds and hundreds of job opportunities. For registered nurse, here are the pay scales: licensed practical nurse and resident attendant. Those are the three we're kind of hiring for. It can be either a PSW or someone who has experience as a resident attendant or patient care attendant in different settings. With our jobs, we also include full benefits packages, which includes health plan, pension, paid vacation, sick days, and EFAP. So that's pretty much it from me. I am sick. I will be on the chat today as much as I can be, but if you're not hearing back from me, please reach out to me at my email, rrcoordinator@mbanh.com. So it's RR coordinator. You can also call our office. It's 460-6262 and chat with me anytime. But the best way to reach me is to email me, send me your CV. We also take international candidates all the time. We have a whole team. It doesn't cost anything. We will get you all set up with immigration and be able to find you a job offer to help support your immigration pathway. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Emma. We're sorry to hear you're sick today, but you can continue with Q&A for a while, correct?
Of course, yes, I can.
Yeah, wonderful. We have lots of time for questions, and so please, my point is, please start sending in your questions to Emma through the chat function with regards to what we just learned. And Emma, if she chooses to go back to a certain slide that supports an answer to a question, she can of course do that. So I'll start off with a question, because you finished off with something that some people probably would like to dig deeper into, depending on whether they're in Canada or not. So for example, you stated that the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes will help prospective applicants navigate perhaps the immigration process, because those people are really healthcare professionals and nurses. They're not legal experts. So you said there's a team in-house, and there's certainly no cost involved, nor should there be a cost. So I'll let you elaborate a little bit further, because sometimes we have such questions, and it's good to know that you consider applicants whom are out of province or in this case, out of country. So if you could maybe give a process answer as to expectations or alleviate fears, and perhaps what the next steps could be. I don't know if you have different portal for such people, or if it's the same job link, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so here at the association, we're very small, so pretty much everything goes right through me. That we don't have a portal at the moment that you can apply to. The main underlying factor is to email me, send me, oh, the presentation just went away, sorry. To email me, send me your CV. If you have a valid language test for Canadian immigration, please send that. If you have an educational assessment, ECA, please send that along. And then through that, once I have your email, your contact information, screen a little bit, we will send your information to our immigration team, who will then screen you for immigration pathways. Once you have been put into an immigration pathway, or they've suggested one for you, then I will start sending your resume to our homes. So I just represent the homes for recruitment and retention. So it is up to them to hire and make that final step. So I will send your resume along to whatever nursing home you choose that works best for you. We can look at the geography. I mean, there are 72 homes in various locations. So we will send your resume to a home. They will reach out to do a phone interview or video interview, or if you're in the province, an in-person interview. And then once you're hired, we will submit all of that through immigration. And depending on express entry, Atlantic immigration program, it can be a lot faster to have a job offer to help you immigrate.
I'm glad we have the PPT up, thanks to my colleague off camera. So in terms of that process, like you said, it depends if the person perhaps has an active express entry profile, or if they're eligible for the AIP program, which we don't need to get into the intricacies of this program. This is, not an immigration conversation, but the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes is looking for certain types of talent and is, welcoming such overseas friends engaged. So my question is expectations as to timeline. So let's say someone did have an invitation to PR from the government or an active express entry profile. Can you give expectations as to how long that process takes? Is it 6 months? Is it 2 years? Or
it is on a case-to-case basis from what I've noticed so far for our association in particular. Depends on what country, what the laws are coming out of there. But for the most part, it is 6 months to a year. Sometimes faster if you already have the express entry profile, which is great.
As we continue with questions, one person is just asking if you can go to your last slide where you had your contact information, because we certainly want the conversation to continue after this hour, whether it's at the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Home booth, or whether it's next week and you engage Emma or the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes website, etc. So let's continue on with some other questions. Yeah, you mentioned certification and different types of certification. So is a nursing certification imperative? Someone at Adeji asked, can someone without a nursing certificate enroll for, well, she used the word enroll, but are there, there's different types of roles that you're looking to hire. So I assume there's different barriers to entry for different roles. Perhaps you could elaborate further.
Absolutely. So your educational credential assessment will show a lot of that. So if you do have a nursing degree, if you have been an LPN, if you've taken 3 to 5 years of school for nursing, you can qualify for the LPN position or the RN position, but you do have to go through testing once you're here for that. But for the RA or PSW position, it is an unregulated field here in New Brunswick. So for our association and for our homes, all you need to have in order to work in that job is 2 years of experience working with elderly or long-term care as an RA, or a certificate for a PSW or patient care attendant. So one of those two or both together is perfect, but it is a little bit easier, yes.
Does the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes have a partnership with any bridging programs or training programs in the province? I think that's something that should be touched upon.
Absolutely. So we have a new opportunity that's just come up, and it's called Step Up to Nursing. It's in its pilot stages right now, but it is launched and there are people already enrolled and doing this program. So you start as an RA or PSW working in the homes, and then you do 3 days of school, 2 days in the home, and then 2 days of school and 1 day in the home. And then you can level up your certification. So you go from PSW or RA to LPN in 2 years, and then you go from LPN to RN in 1 year. So it's a total of 3 years for education that usually takes 4 years. And it gives you the chance to upgrade your education and further your career path.
If someone has an overseas certification, for example, I have the person's name, I wrote it down, Bertil, who is in Cameroon and has a PSW certificate and is also a registered nurse. So this person seems really like the right type of person to connect with Emma, whether by email or later in the booth today. So with regards to the bridging program, the landed bridging program that you just talked about, someone like Bertil, who's actually a registered nurse in his or her country, would they be expedited through the training, or would their overseas training be recognized?
So it is a little bit confusing with this. So that's where the education credential assessment comes in. You definitely need that. When you first apply for immigration to work in a nursing home or nursing setting, what will happen is if you want to come right away, if you do have the immigration means and the go ahead and the job offer, you can come here and start working right away as an RA. If you have a nursing degree in your home country, this almost automatically translates to you being able to work as a PSW or RA because you have had over 2 years of experience likely in the field, if you do have a degree. And then when you're here, you start the NNAS process. So you will be writing the NCLEX, which is the test for nursing, or the REXPIN for LPN. Usually this can take 6 months to a year. So that's why we try to get you the job working as an RA until you have that certification. But if your ECA does say you have 3 to 4 years of schooling in registered nurse, you will be able to start working as a registered nurse here in New Brunswick soon after you arrive.
Thank you for that. Can we dig a little bit deeper into, for some of our friends that are overseas, because some of the acronyms that you're going through pretty quickly that I know and a Canadian would know, like RN versus RA, PSW, NNAS. If you as a subject matter expert could explain a little bit deeper into the differences as to some of those designations that you just mentioned.
Absolutely. So RN is a registered nurse here in Canada. Usually that means that you've taken up to 4 years of university schooling in order to achieve your degree in registered nurse. It's kind of the highest level of nursing that we hold here. LPN is a licensed practical nurse. Usually that's a 2-year community college course. There is the bridging program where you can take the community college course and then do 2 years of university to become an RN, but a lot of people will just do the LPN course. For RA, there are some different, or PSW, there are some courses, it's personal service workers, sorry. For PSW, there's some courses that are 2 to 6 months. There's some that are offered through the homes that can be even shorter, especially for RA, which is resident attendant, which is more feeding, lifting sort of things. And then for NNAS, that is the National Nursing Assessment Service. So if you are an RN in your home country, a registered nurse, we would invite you to apply through NNAS to try to get that certification transferred to Canada so that you can work as a registered nurse in Canada. And the same thing goes for LPN. It will just go through the Licensed Practical Nurse Association.
Thank you, Emma. Abid asks a simple question. Do you hire midwives? Do you look for midwives that might not have anything to do with the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes? But I want to address questions that people are asking.
Yes, that's a frequent question I get at these sorts of job fairs and at job fairs I go to abroad. Unfortunately, a midwife is not a recognized profession here, at least in New Brunswick. But if you do have a nursing, if it's midwifery and nursing degree, that can be transferred and you can work as an RA and work your way up to RN. Unfortunately, we have not had a lot of luck with midwives. The reason is because we require applicants to have some experience in long-term care in nursing homes. I know that nursing homes aren't a thing worldwide, but to care for the elderly or to work with aging patients. And midwifery is kind of the opposite of that. It's the beginning of life, and a lot of the skills you need for that do not transfer to what you need in the nursing home. But we are open to checking out your profile and checking out your education credentials and just seeing if there's something there that we can transfer to working in the nursing homes for sure.
Do you think a professional midwife would be a good applicant for the bridging program that you mentioned earlier, or not necessarily?
Once again, it would just depend if they have the kind of experience to start working as a resident attendant in the nursing homes. If they do have some sort of experience or education that is with long-term care and elderly people, and we are able to get them a job as an RA or a PSW in the nursing homes, anyone working in the nursing homes can apply for that program.
It's good to know. Let's talk about interprovincial hiring and migration, because Jade asks or states, I hold an Ontario RPN diploma. Can I work in your place? So do you recruit, across Canada, and do you have any perhaps examples of interprovincial migration? Jade is a registered and I don't know if he or she is registered, but yeah, Ontario RPN diploma.
That's awesome. That's so great to hear, Jade. I was actually just in Toronto recruiting this weekend. But we have a new program between Ontario and New Brunswick right now, actually, where if you apply to have your license changed, so all you need to do to switch your license to New Brunswick or to be able to come work in New Brunswick as an RPN in Ontario is apply to NNAS to have your, one second. Oh, NANB, sorry, the Nurses Association of New Brunswick. You apply to NANB. And if you email me, I can send you all the information on this too. You apply to NANB, and within 24 hours, they're guaranteed to switch your license now to New Brunswick from Ontario. So you can come
Well,
work.
Jade, yeah. So Jade, we encourage you to connect with Emma, whether by email or in the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Home booth later today, which my colleague told me a few people are asking you, what are your booth hours going to be today? Have you decided?
I will be on in my booth from the time that this is over until 4 p.m. New Brunswick time. So that would likely be 3 p.m. your time.
Okay, yeah, a robust day. So lots of opportunity to go to the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth. So my point is let's let you guys keep sending in through questions through the chat. I actually want to share my screen and let's go to the booth because we have a bit of time. And Emma's talking about roles orally, RA and like, why don't we take a look? So my colleague that's off camera, Song, if you can take down the PPT, I'd like to share screen and let's have Emma, let's actually look at some of these job descriptions because we're getting very specific questions and Emma is the expert. And it would be great to do it with her now so that the conversation can continue today in the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth. So Emma, I'll let you guide me. Do you want to take a look at the job descriptions, job vacancies, or how can we further support connections between the people that you want to find and yourself?
That's perfect. Yeah, we can look at the job vacancies. I meant to add more, but I was traveling and sick, so there are only a few, but that does not mean that there are few job opportunities in this field. There are hundreds of job opportunities in each of the postings I have here. So please apply to whatever is pertinent to your education. If you are an internationally educated nurse, please apply to RA, but also feel free to apply for RN, although it's not likely that you'll start in the registered nurse position. It is great to know that you have those capabilities and that we can bridge towards that with your move to New Brunswick. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you continue. I've just brought up resident attendant because you mentioned that.
So resident attendant is the most common position for internationally educated nurses, just because you usually do not have your full education transferred over and you're not able to practice as your best educated role. But if you have any more than 2 years of nursing experience, you can work as a PSW, you can work as an RA in our nursing homes. And it's honestly great. You're helping with the patients, you're getting to know everyone. And while this job is going on, we're working to get your license transferred so that you can switch roles as soon as that's come through and start working as a registered nurse and whatnot.
So as you said, someone who's not an RN in Canada at the moment, and they are perhaps like Bertil in Cameroon, who's registered in his or her country, this might be a great role to apply to. Secondly, I'd like to remind everyone that Emma's very busy, and she said there's hundreds of roles from a geographical perspective across the province. So, which is conveyed here, it says New Brunswick, which means there's, I would assume, numerous opportunities across New Brunswick. But some other roles I see, this, a certain city located. So Emma's sort of reminding us, don't hesitate to apply. From a geography perspective, you're looking at skill set first, right, Emma?
Yes.
And why don't we go then to go ahead.
I was going to say, and please send me an email if you don't feel like you fit into any of these categories, or you have other questions about job opportunities or locations or different facilities. Just please send me an email. It's not a requirement for you to apply on this platform. It's just definitely easier for me to go through and see everyone who has applied and can reach out to you that way.
Well, as you said, if someone feels they're a good fit, but there's not roles relevant to them, well, what would some of those roles be if they're not what is conveyed here? Because as you said, you're looking for a diverse array of talent in the industry. Is there anything that comes to mind that's not here, but you would like to connect with that type of person?
Unfortunately, no. So what is listed here is what we are looking for. But if you have any specific questions or you don't feel confident applying right away, that's what I meant. Like, you can reach out to me and we can chat about what one would be best for you. We do have lots of other jobs in the nursing homes, but at the moment, none of them are vacant. We don't need administrators. We don't need electricians. There's all sorts of different jobs in the nursing homes, but this is what we are in need of right now.
Okay, then I won't ask that question from someone who was an HR and admin professional and was
Unfortunately, no, we have a lot of those in New Brunswick. Yes.
Okay. Well, why don't you walk us through the RN, the licensed practical nurse role?
Which one, RN or licensed practical nurse? Oh, LPN.
Yeah, that shows I'm not you. So licensed practical nurse, please.
So licensed practical nurse is a position similar to RN, but you will have only taken about half the amount of school. So usually you go to community college for an LPN, or if you're an international candidate, if on your ECA you have 3 years of education or less, then you would be considered in this field for transferring your license. You'd be working under the registered nurses. You would be passing medications, helping out with the patient's same day-to-day functions. It's very similar to RN in the nursing homes. It's just that there are less RNs, so there will be more LPNs. You'll be doing pretty much everything.
More LPNs than RNs, that makes sense. I guess we could review RNs pretty quickly. You've talked about pretty thoroughly by now, but we might as well take a nice look. We have time.
So yeah, RN, you take up to 4 years of university, depending on the program. If you're in our Step Up to Nursing program, it will only take 3 years for you to get your registered nursing license. But this is the highest form of license besides, master's in nursing or something like that. It's the highest form of license in nursing in, I'd say, Canada, New Brunswick, anywheres, basically. You would likely be 1 or 2 to a nursing home at a time. You would be switching, you'd be the head of service for any patients, and you would be in charge of the team in the nursing home. So you would be in charge of the LPNs and RAs and making everything work within the nursing home.
Making everything work, well said. So PSW is that a good entry into the industry, more so than a resident attendant? I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. But
Sorry.
I said I'll bring it up and let you continue. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, so resident attendant, PSW, PCA, it's all unregulated here in New Brunswick. So you are not required to have anything, but from home to home or establishment to establishment, everybody has kind of something different they're looking for. just where we're the nursing homes and we're not special care homes. So special care homes are more for elderly folks who do not need that much assistance in daily living activities. The nursing homes, they do need a lot of experience, or they do need a lot of help with everyday activities. So we require our RAs or PSWs to have at least 2 years of experience or the certification. The PSW certification usually takes 4 to 6 months. It's not very long, but you would have a little bit more experience and a little bit more training than a resident attendant would.
4 to 6 months for PSW training. That's pretty reasonable.
And it's free. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention that. In New Brunswick, we really need PSWs. So if you come to PSW, or if you come to New Brunswick and enroll at MBCC or one of the community colleges in a PSW course, the government will fund that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the names of those 2 colleges again? I'm sure some people are interested.
Actually, the college is called NBCC, New Brunswick Community College, and in French, it's the same thing. So you can just search up NBCC. There's pretty much one in every big city in New Brunswick. So you would find one close to you. And there are even NBCCs in small communities. So.
Okay. So I'm glad we could have Emma walk us through the job descriptions in closer detail. So I'm going to stop sharing now, and I'll ask my colleague off camera to bring up the PPT so we can go back to Emma's last slide, which has her contact information, and we'll continue with the Q&A. Please continue to send in your questions.
I did see a couple new questions in there, and unfortunately I just open. Okay. I saw a couple people asking about maintenance workers. Unfortunately, we're not hiring for those right now. There's typically only 1 to 2 per home. And as we have the local community colleges, we do have a lot of technicians, as well as pharmacy technicians. That is an outsourced profession for us. So in the nursing homes, we do not have any pharma techs inside the homes. Basically, each resident would have their own family doctor, and their family doctor would either come see them or vice versa. Same with pharmacy technician, likely someone in charge of the medications for the home. They would be reaching out on behalf of those patients to get those medications. They would be delivered, or someone would be picking them up. So it would not be a job in the facilities.
Thank you. I'm just looking through questions in the Q&A, because we have the Q&A and we have the chat.
Right.
Yeah, so it's one thing we haven't touched upon is bilingualism. We had someone, I forget the person's name, but they're in Haiti, and they're actually a nurse, I believe.
Great.
There's a huge stream of text here, so I'll keep it general. So we have someone in Haiti who is in the industry. I'm still trying to find their name. I apologize to whomever that is. But Emma, you and I know that New Brunswick is a diverse province in terms of geography and linguistics, particularly in the northern part of New Brunswick near the Quebec border. So someone like our friend whose name escapes me, I'm sure that person theoretically, immigration pathways aside, is this a type of profile that you would be interested in, or that might go to just specific parts of New Brunswick?
Yeah, so about 30% of our nursing homes are completely French. The other 60 to 70% are English. And then in the mix, we have some bilingual homes. So if you're from Haiti and you speak only French, it will not be hard at all to find you a job in a New Brunswick nursing home. We have plenty of French nursing homes who are hiring, especially for RNs and RAs, where you would start in an RA position. So just reach out to me and let me know that you're looking for a French community, a French speaking community, and we will certainly place you in one of those.
Wonderful. I want to ask some questions. I mean, sometimes there's going to be a bit of review in our Q&A, but I want people to know the answers. So someone asked, do you hire care workers with less than 2 years working experience?
We only hire care workers with less than 2 years of working experience if you have a certificate in PSW or patient care attending certificate. We do require a certificate or 2 years. It's those two requirements that we keep.
Okay. Please continue sending in your questions. I'm going to ask and answer a question myself because it was more about navigating the platform, because previously we were in the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth. Someone's asking me, yeah, how can I apply? So when we were looking at the job descriptions with Emma, I don't want to share screen again. It's not necessary. We were looking, you go into the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booths, and I clicked on jobs, and then I clicked on the bottom right-hand corner. You click on the blue button and you see the job description. To answer your question, Adegi, to apply to that job, you just click apply. It was in the top right-hand corner of the job description. So there'll be lots of time today for you to go back to the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth at Deji and apply to the job. So as Shaw, Kwan, and I discussed at 8:45 today, some strategies for success, we would suggest that you apply to the jobs first in a digital way. So apply to Adeji to the job in the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth first, because then we can assure you in a digital way that Emma and her team is going to get that application. Also, G-TAC is going to share that with Emma after the event. And then Adeji, then we would maybe suggest that you engage Emma in chat. So don't necessarily go and ask questions of Emma, because we're asking questions right now. Absolutely ask questions of Emma, but once again, apply to relevant roles first, because then she for sure will get your resume, and then you can go to the chat function if she's available, for example.
Right.
Okay, so we get a few more questions once again that we've addressed, but for all I know, this person might have joined us for 10 minutes ago and wasn't here at 9 o'clock, right? So I want to ask it again, only because I know that Emma is interested in overseas RNs. So this person is a registered nurse in Nigeria with 10 years experience. So she doesn't have, he or she or they doesn't have their Canadian PR. She just they ask he or she or they, should they apply? Should they reach out?
Absolutely. Please reach out. It's kind of great starting from step one with me. It's great for people who are already advanced in their immigration pathways for sure, but it's also great to chat with candidates who are just starting this process, because I can lead them in the way that works best for quickness and for credential assessing. I find that works for us. So reach out to me. Let me know that you're looking to immigrate to Canada. We will look at your location, we will look at your credential assessments, and we will find the best possible pathway for you, and you'll be in touch with me the whole time.
Wonderful to hear. And a few more people are sort of saying the same thing. I assume they've joined us a bit later. And these are like a quite relevant candidates. So Uzu Chukwu from Nigeria, who is an RN from Nigeria and has the federal an express entry profile. We really encourage you to go to the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth, or we have Emma's email here. Emma just gave the answer that there is a pathway to employment for you, depending on various factors, but there's a step and there's a process to everything. And the answer is yes, that she's looking for persons like you.
Absolutely.
And Nadema, you're not stating what country you're from, but i.e. an international educated nurse with over 8 years of nursing experience. Please contact Emma. Yes, you could. Yes, go ahead, Emma.
I was going to say, this person that just asked that question, please, an IEN with over 8 years of working nursing experience. Do I need NNAS to get a job as a PSW or RAs? I explained this earlier, but absolutely not. As long as you have up to 2 years experience in nursing and with elderly care or a PSW certificate, you can start working as a PSW in Canada. So you would certainly be able to work as a PSW or RA, and we would definitely look into getting your RN license transferred though, eventually.
And was it the RN certification program that's subsidized by the province of New Brunswick, or that was something else?
I believe most credential assessment programs or transferring of degrees, some of them you must pay for upfront, but everything is reimbursable if you have a job.
This is pretty attractive. Is this the reason why some of our friends here should go to New Brunswick and connect with you rather than another province where it's not subsidized?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, and there are a lot of great things about New Brunswick too. I should really touch on some of those. I go to these job fairs very often, and I mean, New Brunswick has some of the lowest living costs in all of Canada to rent, to buy a house. It's great for families. We have wonderful communities. We have wonderful multicultural centers. We have small towns. I grew up in a very small town. I graduated high school with 20 people, but then you can go to high schools that have thousands of people. You can have small universities, big universities. You can live by the ocean, or you can live by a lake, or you can live in the mountains in New Brunswick, and all of it's very affordable. So we're also on some of the farthest east province in Canada besides Newfoundland and Labrador. So it's really easy to travel across the pond and get back home depending on where you're from.
Absolutely. We're mentioning also, the Step Up to Nursing program and various programs, and you and I are doing this orally. My point is Nick is asking how can one apply for the Step to Nursing program. So I think, Nick, if you would go to the New Brunswick Association of Nursing's home booths today, perhaps Emma could share with you the link if she's not too busy. I'm just cognizant of the fact that we're throwing around acronyms and programs and referencing certain educational institutions that some people might not be familiar with, and I want to make sure that we support you, Nick, in finding the answer to that question.
Yes.
Unless you wanted to say the URL to the Step Up to Nursing home program or institutions that offer it.
So that's the problem with Step Up to Nursing right now. We just started a few weeks ago in our pilot program. So the only way to get into it right now is to be working in a nursing home and have your nursing home apply for you to be in it. But I'm sure within the next couple of months, there will be a link to just apply for anyone. They just need to do the pilot project for a month or two to see how it's going.
Okay. So one thing we haven't really touched upon necessarily is the international student body in New Brunswick or in Canada. And previously you and I were talking about the NBCC subsidy. So Omalayo asked, is the NBCC subsidy for domestic students only, or can international students be eligible for the subsidy?
I do believe international students can apply for the subsidy. I would just if you can reach out to me personally, I will certainly look into that, especially just for one person in particular. But I do believe anybody applying for that program, as long as you're doing it in New Brunswick, it is reimbursed.
Okay, so I'll put you on the spot a little bit, but my question is, can you give an example of a success story, or I can use the word case study, but I like the word success story, whether it's someone like Omalayo that is an international student in New Brunswick, or whether it's a few of our friends from Nigeria that are licensed nurses in their country. Do you have a story? Do you have someone that comes to mind that, they were in Haiti or Nigeria, registered nurse, and they connected with your association, and that led to a pathway to employment in New Brunswick, and maybe started as a PSW and then got their certification 2 years later, and then I'll let you convey. It's nice sometimes to give a story or a quote, like a face to the profession, so to speak.
Yeah, so we have a lot of stories like this, luckily. More recently, there was a student that we had been working with for a number of years who was taking her registered nurse degree at a university in Moncton, so actually a French university, and she was from Nigeria, I believe Nigeria. She's from Africa, and she was working as an RA while she was in school because she was in nursing school and she had the experience working as an RA. And as she worked her way up, she graduated and then she got a job in the nursing homes as an RN once she graduated with her registered nursing license after working with us for 2 to 3 years in the nursing homes at a lower level. So this is possible. We were able to transfer her student visa to a working visa, and all of that can be pretty complicated and scary, but luckily we do have the team to do that. On top of that, I am trying to think of the exact story, but we had a couple immigrate, I can't remember where from, and they landed in St. John, and both of them were within 6 months able to transfer their licenses to RN license, and they both are able to start working. They bought a house and they recently started a family here in New Brunswick.
It's a great success story to hear, professionally and family-wise as well. So it is possible. I'm going to touch upon something that we've touched upon before, but once again, I'm cognizant that some people maybe logged in at 9:20 EDT and not 9 a.m. or not earlier. So Constance, who is a registered nurse in Zimbabwe, asked if you would recruit a nurse's aide. I think we've talked about the concept of overseas registered RNs not being an RN in Canada, and there being the question is very simple from her. Am I not allowed because I'm not an RN in Canada, or could I start off as a nurse's aide? Constance is a registered nurse in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, so the nurse's aide profession, it can get a little confusing with the nursing homes because we don't really have the same thing because you're not with different patients all the time. So maybe in the hospital it'll be called a nurse's aide, but that's the same thing basically as a resident attendant or a PSW. So if you do have a registered nursing license or RPN in your home country, you will be able, and you've had 2 years of experience at least, you will be able to work as an RA, which is essentially a nurse's aide in the nursing homes.
Thank you, Emma. So we've talked a lot about resources, pathways. Patrice is asking if representatives from the government of New Brunswick are present. No, they're not. It's a fair question, Patrice, because we've had a good relationship with them for some years now. So my point is regarding some of the programs that we've been talking about orally, I would suggest you to go to the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth, and hopefully Emma can convey to you, the programs that would be relevant to your pathway to New Brunswick. So no, I can't direct you to a New Brunswick booth this expo. Sean, was there something that I missed in the chat function? Because we had 2 chat functions going, and Emma and I have been back and forth. Is there something that you wanted to bring up that's relevant?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Jay. A funny thing is people actually putting the questions in the in your booth there, in the virtual booth there. But anyway, there's a question is yeah, somebody is currently here in Canada right now in Canada, and that has a health nursing background, but that person is here on a visitor's visa.
Yes.
Would that person, and for any employer to hire her, they will have to sponsor her so she can switch her visitor's visa to a work permit?
Absolutely.
Is this something employers in New Brunswick are willing to do?
Absolutely. Depending on her level of education, what she wants to do, especially where you're already in Canada, we can get you a job offer as soon as possible, and hopefully that will support your visa sponsorship to have it transferred. We have done that before, so it is certainly possible.
I just want you to know is she doesn't have much of education. She's only fluently bilingual, English and French. She only have up to a master's degree education, and she's got 7 years of experience. That's all.
In nursing?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
healthcare.
Perfect. Well, if you're on this chat, whoever this was, or if you have contact to her, please let her know to reach out to me personally and we can chat, because that will be a little bit of a different situation where she's on a visitor visa.
Yeah. But the thing is, she's fluently bilingual, English and
That's
French.
wonderful. Parfait.
Parfait. Oui, c'est bon. Oui.
C'est bon, c'est bon.
Alors, on continue dans les questions pour Emma. So we've talked so much about the profession and the opportunities, which is of course the whole point. But one thing that Emma's touched upon lightly, now has been asked again, is lifestyle. So Bhumi asked, what about accommodations when you get to Canada? So Emma said there's resources and there's pathways. We've been talking about pathways to employment the whole time, but Emma mentioned family life and that success story of a family that bought a house. So if you're recruiting someone to come and work, will you help them get an apartment?
Absolutely. So it is up to the individual employers, so the nursing home that you get hired to in particular, to help you with settlement services. So they'll connect you to the multicultural center. They will help you find somewhere to live. I won't be sending you to any locations that don't have apartments available. So we will make sure before even sending you to a home that there are accommodations and places that you can stay. And then, sorry, I lost my train of thought, but what was the question again?
It was a settlement question, right? The
Right.
person's interested in the profession and they asked about accommodation in Canada, accommodation in New
Yes.
Brunswick.
No, sorry, I was thinking of something before I started talking and then I went off on it, but we have a new program, well, not new, but Working New Brunswick, which is funded through the government. They're a program that helps employers and employees. And when you apply to work here, especially if you're coming from abroad or another province even, what you can do is you can get your employer as soon as you're hired to contact Working MB, and then your flights, your settlement, that will be covered by Working MB. You will be reimbursed or sent ahead of time, which is just a wonderful program that started.
Thank you, Emma. And that's a great question. So the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Home will be able to help you. And there are programs with regards to the family side of life and the housing, aspect of moving to the province to work in the healthcare and the nursing home industry. Excuse me, my voice also is getting a little crackly here. So Gerard is asking, is it possible to send my resume on adresse mail? Yeah, yes. So, Emma's email is right on the screen. So we've also mentioned the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Home booth, because Emma will be in the booth intermittently today, because there's so many things that we could talk about, but the time is running out. And I'm mentioning this because there's so many people, Shaw, that are in Canada and wanting to enter the profession in New Brunswick. And we have a lot of RNs in Nigeria and Cameroon and Haiti and in Zimbabwe. I've literally counted many people that really need to continue the conversation with Emma Bradford. With that, it's 9:56. I'm going to welcome Emma to have final words on behalf of herself and her organization, and suggest the next steps, even though I just suggested them. I mean, continue the conversation in the booth today. Also, her email was shared many times, but Emma will convey how to continue the conversation. So Emma, thank you so much for your time, and I welcome you to have final words.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for attending. Thank you so much for coordinating this, Jane Shaw. I really, really appreciate having the time to speak with the candidates and answer questions. So yes, please reach out to me via my booth and the chat, and feel free to email me anytime. If it's from today, you can email me. If it's next week, you decide to email me. If it's 2 months from now and you decide to email me and you've changed your mind, I will always be available to get back to you, and I'll be here to help navigate through this process with you.
Okay,
Thank you
Emma,
very
there's
much.
people waiting for you in the booth right now, because I sent a few nurses to your booth. They're waiting for you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll keep Emma busy today. So please continue the conversation with Emma Bradford in the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes booth. go to the chat room, chat with Emma, but also apply to jobs, right? We suggested you apply to the relevant role first so that Emma gets the resume and then ask relevant questions. So follow the process. And we wish you continued success in the industry and in the nursing and the healthcare industry in New Brunswick. And that's it. So Shaw will take a quick commercial break and we'll be joined by Christopher Imex of the IT Infrastructure Bridging Program from Humber College in Toronto. Shaw, will you be co-hosting that session or I will?
Oh, you will, but I'm just gonna say hi to Christopher for a few
You're gonna
seconds.
say good morning.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Well,
We'll see you
thank
in a bit.
you, Emma. See you next time.
Thank you. All the best to everyone.
National Virtual Career Fair is definitely your top option since it offers several advantages over a local one. Welcome to VCE 13 G-TAC's 13th National Virtual Career Expo. There are more than 1,000 job openings across Canada, from coast to coast. This means that job seekers have access to a wider variety of job opportunities and industries. Meanwhile, a greater diversity of employers from various industries and sectors will participate VCE 13. This will increase the likelihood of you finding employment that aligns with your interests and goals. Our National Virtual Career Fair allows job seekers to connect with employers from the comfort of their own homes, saving time and money. This is especially important for individuals living in areas where job opportunities are limited. VCE 13 will offer 14 live seminars that are not typically available at local fairs. This will help you enhance your skills and knowledge, gain more career resources, and be aware of industry trend and job market demand. And therefore, make informed decisions about your career paths. Why wait? Register now.
Okay, that was a nice little commercial break. Everyone could get their coffee and get some more tea. So we're going to move from the healthcare and nursing sector to the IT sector. There's a lot of sectors we're going to touch upon today. And, you know, some of you were engineers and asking about being a technical professional and transferring to a different industry, et cetera. So we're glad that you're here because we're joined by Christopher Imex of Humber College in Toronto. Good morning, Christopher.
Good morning, Jay. Shaw.
Good morning, Christopher.
We hear Christopher well, we see him well, so that's wonderful. So the IT Infrastructure Bridging Program at Humber College is going to be your pathway to success in the IT industry. We know some of you might be landed in Canada already, or many of you are overseas. We have a mixture of friends this morning, which is great. You know, and some of you that are tenured professionals overseas, there's nuances to the IT sector in Canada, and Christopher is an expert and has a resource and has a program that has led to the success you know, for people that are starting their IT career in Canada, but, you know, already have a track record and have, you know, an employment record from their country of origin. So these types of programs, such as the Humber College IT Infrastructure, you know, Bridging Program, are a great resource for you. And Christopher is going to convey exactly what that program entails, you know, talk about Humber College. You know, perhaps feel free to ask questions of Christopher about the IT industry in Toronto or in Ontario or in Canada. This is, you know, a diverse sector. And expectations for the next hour is that Christopher will be going through a presentation, and certainly when it's time for the question and answer period, Christopher will let us know, and you can send questions to Christopher through the chat function, and I'll go through them orally. Shaw, is there anything you wanted to say to Christopher while my colleague brings up the PPT for Christopher to control. Go ahead, Shaw.
Okay, no, Christopher, it will be the same procedure.
Well, he just froze, Christopher, but
Yeah.
he said it'll.
And
the
we
same
will pass the
procedure.
control to you.
Yeah. Okay. So let's let Christopher click on the
Go ahead.
screen and sort of get control of the PowerPoint. And then you could maybe with your keyboard move a key up or
Let's
down
see.
to make sure that you actually have
Yeah,
control.
it's working. It's working, so that's great. How is the view for the audience?
They can see it. They can see it well, and they can hear you well, and you have control. So Christopher, myself, and Shaw, we're going to turn off our cameras and turn off our microphones because we really look forward to the newcomer program and services information session that you're going to give us. And everyone, start sending in your questions. It's not question and answer time, but we really welcome you to engage in dialogue with Christopher. Thank you so much, Christopher.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna go right ahead. The presentation will take about 30 minutes, give or take. There will be plenty of time about questions. No right or wrong question. We are here to provide information to help you in your career decision making of what course or what service you should follow. It is up to you to take this information, do your research to aid your career choices or education choices in Canada. We will be covering here bridging, generally about Humber, bridging programs, and also occupation-specific language training for newcomers. So about Humber a little bit, some of you might be familiar. You might know that Humber is the #1 research college in Ontario and #2 in Canada. It's a very well-established, large college. And you would see here that it can be a very good option between college and university, focusing on polytechnic education, experiential learning, hands-on learning. Of course, there are many full-time, part-time, and continuing education courses available. But I would like to highlight the experiential learning. Humber established 5 centers of innovation. These centers of innovation will help you to problem solve industry issues, to prepare for the labor market, to prepare for a requirement that technical trends and requirements the current employer have. So the innovation centers are in technology, in business, health and wellness, entrepreneurship, and social innovation. I would like to highlight here the cpl.humber.ca. These are short courses. You might be working already in your field and you would like to be upskilled, upgrade your knowledge. CPL would be a good option for that. You can take short-term courses, and also you might be able to take a cluster of courses, maybe 2-3 courses, which leads to a credential, a micro-credential that you can call yourself an expert in a certain area. There is a lot for Humber, at Humber, especially for newcomers. And if you look at our website, there is guidance for newcomers, separate special guidance, being able to have a face-to-face meeting with an advisor or just have a live chat. And here is the newcomer advising a link. And the advisors in this area are very experienced. They see newcomers and advise newcomers daily. They have a very good knowledge of the options, the courses, and career paths for newcomers. So please make note of this humber.ca/advising newcomers / link. During the presentation, there will be slides where I will pause for a few minutes because the information is important. There is a contact information that you might need. But jumping right into a bridging program, it is in the name, and they are called Ontario Bridge Training Programs. These are shorter, focused training programs for regulated professions and unregulated professions. Regulated could be engineering, unregulated could be software development or IT generally. So the main purpose of a bridging program is to help you get employed in a field of your training or a related field without duplicating your education. Because if you have a 4 or 5 years degree from your home country or even more years of education, there is no need for you to duplicate that in Canada. There are these short-term bridging programs that can prepare you for that, for employment, but also for a regulated profession, for licensing and registration. And they are provincial programs. And for most programs, you need to reside in Ontario. But you can see here that what I would like to highlight here is the quickest route to the Canadian, to bridge that gap, to be connected with employers, to understand the workplace culture. And since 2021, November, the bridging programs have been revised in Ontario, streamlined, occupation specific, and probably because there are so many of them, you might be thinking there is so many of them, how do I choose a bridging program? What do I look for? But before we get to that, a little bit about the eligibility. So the eligibility is generic, meaning that could apply to all bridging programs, but we also know that certain bridging programs have their own specific requirements. So it will be your responsibility to check for each bridging program. But in general, you need to be 18 years old and resident of Ontario. You must have a post-secondary education degree or diploma from outside of Canada and international experience in occupation, a high skill occupation. And sometimes it could be related. For example, if you look at IT infrastructure, maybe your education is in engineering or telecommunication or electronics, but your experience is related to IT infrastructure. You can apply for IT infrastructure, but advisors will be available to guide you with that process. Language proficiency, very important. The courses are intensive. They are complex, technical courses, and they are delivered at high pace in a short time. So the language is very important because we want you to have a positive experience of being able to absorb the material, use the knowledge in your job search process. And of course, you need to be a permanent resident, conventional refugee claimant, work permit, or natural citizen, and residing in Ontario. A little bit about, actually, this is a very important slide, and I will take some time on this because the multitude of bridging program, the lengths, the depth, the schedules, various occupation, how do I decide, what do I look for? And this is a general guideline, kind of a checklist for you, what to look for in a bridging program. Is it connected to your career goal and experience? Or is it related to it? What is the schedule? Is it during the day? Is it evenings? Is it weekends? How does that schedule fit with your personal commitments, maybe with your work? How long are they? How deep the knowledge? what topics are covered, the technical training, what will I learn. The instructors, very important. I can highlight that at Humber, the instructors are all professionals working in the field, meaning that they have day jobs and they teach in the evening and on weekends, which means that you get the latest trends in the industry, the latest technology, the latest skills, plus you have the networking opportunity with these professionals. Certifications. Do I get any certification for program completion? Or does this lead me to certification? Because that's important to have it on your resumes. Is there a co-op internship or mentoring? Very important. At Humber, we are focused on full-time paid jobs because you are coming with experience, you're coming with education. It's just for us to guide you for those opportunities. Job search support, all programs advertise job search support, connection with employers, positive outcomes, but it will be your responsibility to ask those questions. What does that mean, the job search? Will I meet with? More like how many times? How long is this job search support? In Humber's case, the job search support starts when the program starts and continues for 1 year after graduation. So we'll be working with you, referring you to companies, sending your resume, bringing you in front of employers until you find employment, or there may be a career a goal change. Connection to employers, what does that mean? Recruitment events, how does that work? How many times? Which are the companies? Which are the positions that graduates have been hired for? In the next few slides, I will have examples in each bridging program of companies and positions that students have been hired for. So this is your checklist. This is your homework. This is a guidance how to select a bridging program, what to look for, what questions to ask. And you are here today. This is a more generic information session about Humber's programs and bridging programs and language training, but the individual information sessions are more in depth, more in detail for each bridging program. This is a very important slide. The bridging programs are on this link, different lengths, the eligibility is described, the cost, and the list. So if you see something on this list, at this point, I'm not going to go on this list. This is something that you can do on your own. But what's important to see, the bridging program, does it have that connection to what you studied or your work experience? And then find out more in the description, but then maybe attend an information session and ask those questions about the bridging program. If you're not sure, with each bridging program, there are trained advisors who can advise you of the best options. And what's important here is that to look at, is this connected to my career goal? Will this work? And sure that I find employment with this bridging program. So those are the questions that you ask. From this link, you can review a list of bridging programs in Ontario. So these are the 3 bridging programs at Humber: full-stack.NET Cloud Developer, IT Infrastructure, and Supply Chain Awareness Program and Employment. I also would like to add that we are very pleased that to announce that from September of this year, we are going to restart the engineering and architecture bridging program for newcomers. And more information will be available on our website, and probably recruitment and intake for that program. The engineering will start in early June, I anticipate. A full stack .NET cloud developer, our longest program, 21 week, advanced concept in software development. And you can see full stack, this means the whole concept of computer system application from front end and back end, to be familiar with that. And, how the curriculum is aligned, the faculty developed a project, live, real world project that you can complete and can demonstrate to employers your knowledge in programming. So you see here the technical courses, 6 technical courses, and the career connections. Career connection is common to bridging programs, and it's very important. That's your communication, business communication, workplace communication, ethics, employment law, focusing your presentation, your developing your communication skills and your confidence. And at this point, we are not able to go into details of each course. They are available on our website, but I can just say briefly that it is a staggered schedule with this one, meaning that you start with the first 2 SQL Server and programming with C#, first 7 weeks, and then the next 7 weeks, 2 more, and then 2 more, the last 7 weeks. But all the courses are bridging program. You need to take all these courses. So at this point is just for you to see that, do you have some experience with SQL? Do you know anything about advanced programming in C#? Have you done web development, software development? Is any relationship to these courses? If there is, you contact the project coordinator new2canada.humber.ca on the website, or register for an information session to find out more. And very important that the curriculum for all the bridging program is revised annually. For each bridging program, we have a project steering committee. These are professionals from the field who are advising us on the curriculum adjustments, the latest trends, the latest skills. So you get advice from professionals, updated curriculum and technical training, and very detailed job search support. I will move on to, and I will have the start dates for all the programs later on. We'll move to IT. This is an example of, I was saying earlier that you would want to know what are some of the positions of graduates. From the .NET, you can see, these are the companies actually who hired graduates, and this list it's a long list. And this happens all the time. The program has been running for at least 10 years, and these companies keep coming back, asking for students' resumes, asking to meet with students. So we are very strongly connected with the industry to help students to find employment. And some of the sample jobs, you can see the variety here. And you might find some relationship to what you've done in your home country. If there is something that catches your attention, oh, that's interesting, I've done that, or I've done something similar, I want to know more about that. What's a system architect? A QA tester. I had somebody, I spoke the other day, very experienced in testing. I recommended for them to look into this program. I'm going to move to the IT infrastructure. IT program. This is I'm coordinating. This one is a shorter, 15 weeks. Part-time, evenings and weekends, just like the other bridging program. Here is a little bit wider because it's IT, but could be computer science or could be engineering, could be electronics, electrical, could be even telecommunications. And I have those questions from students, and we have many students with experience in engineering, electrical engineering, or telecommunications, or electronics, that they take this bridging program and find employment. because it complements their related experience, especially in engineering. We see project management professionals, but they are familiar with IT or it's related. The courses are here. Again, we're not going to go into details, but you will see operating systems, the Red Hat, which is the Linux, virtualization, very important, networking, the CCNA and the cybersecurity is delivered to the Cisco Network Academy. You will see here Windows optional, which means that we may or may not offer it depending on enrollments. And IT service management is the same. Cloud, many newcomers come with very little knowledge of cloud, or maybe they know Amazon, the AWS cloud, but not familiar with Microsoft Azure. This program is on Azure. And career planning, like with every other course, it's included. About the same, about 10 years, connected with employers. And these are some of the companies who hired from us. And you will see here that different people, they are attending our recruitment event meeting with students tomorrow. We also have an event today. Companies are coming to hire. You will see banks, huge demand in IT infrastructure for banks, IBM, BlackBerry, Blue Cat Networks, multiple hirings at Jolera, SOTI, and teleperformance, also a constant, I can say, client of the program hiring students. I'm also looking at the time. Job titles, variety. You can see networking, consultancy, help desk analyst, VMware, Linux. And the courses, because all the courses are mandatory, it prepares you for more than one job. You don't have that challenge of, should I take just cybersecurity? Should I just cloud? I'm not sure about that. Because some newcomers, that's the first option. I just take a cloud course and then I'll go from there. In these bridging programs at Humber, all comes together, all in one. There is no mystery. We know that you need all those courses, even if it's an upgrade or a refresher, because they are in the job postings and we know for employers. Our third companies, I think I went a little bit too fast. Yeah, this is the supply chain, shorter shorter program, 12-week, but equally competitive. And with it's a global occupation. And as long as you have some experience in logistics, in supply chain, forecasting, inventory, process management, then this is something that you may need to look at. High employed outcomes, very good earning potential. Supply and demand, the supply demand course is 45 hours course. And you also see the technical aspects, the SAP course and Excel, medium and advanced concept in Excel, procurement and purchasing practices. So it's a good combination of understanding the field, knowing more about what supply and demand is, how to use technology to combine with that, and the career planning courses included. And I will have the contact information for the supply chain program too. In demand, all programs, the IT, the two IT and supply chain, we have many inquiries. We have many students are registering. They are competitive. And we noticed this year, since January, that we're getting more inquiry enrollments, which means that there is a chance to have wait list for these programs, meaning that the program fills up all the seats are allocated, and then we need to develop a waiting list. Program graduates, Home Depot, all the time, Polaris Transportation, multiple hirings, Sobeys, Amico. You can make a number. Yes, we do have some supply chain, at least 2 who graduated from our program, and they got hired at Humber. And job titles. A little bit about employment support. This is very structured. This is the anchor of the program. Planning. So these are 3 different people. And the career planning class is anything between 35 to 45 hours. So it's in depth. Your preparation, more the theoretical aspects. Then you meet with the employment advisor who will work with you on your job search preparation, your career goals, your resume. Also meeting with networking event. And then the third person, the job developer, this person connects with employers, send your resume to employers, brings employers to events. And they are very experienced. Staff in this position are very experienced. They've done it so many times, how to develop an IT or a supply chain resume, what companies in IT are hiring, how do they want resumes customized. So very good understanding, so structured support here. Occupation-specific language training. It's another program which is occupation-specific. Different colleges in Ontario, Humber offers it, but you may want to look at which one is the closest college to you that you can find occupation-specific, and depending on your occupation, it could be in healthcare, could be in business, could be in science, could be medical field, could be technology, entrepreneurship, so different options. But what's important is that these are free language courses. Project management, technology, entrepreneurship, sales and marketing. These are offered at Humber. Benefits, workplace communication skills. We have many students who come from, they take the OSLT language training first and then move into the bridging program. They tend to do better. Which one should you take? Language, OSLT, or a bridging program? If your language level is good enough, minimum 7-8 CLB, and you're confident enough, you can start with a bridging program. But if you feel that you need more language training, you can go opt for the OSLT. Can you do both at the same time? Probably not a good idea because it is intensive and it's a lot in both programs. But I've seen it done successfully, but I also seen when students attempted to take both and there was a challenge. Best option, speak with the coordinator of the program. They can assess your background and your level of knowledge, and they can advise you, yes, you are ready for the bridging program. No, maybe. Start with the language training. It also depends on your personal circumstances and personal options, maybe family, what you can do or should do or can afford to do in your path. For this, you need to be permanent resident or conventional refugee. You can see that is not open to Canadian citizens. Language benchmark 6 or less, and diploma or education in the field is important. And this is a very important slide. This is all the contact information for the bridging programs. SLT, you also see the start dates, which means that the program starts on that day, May 16th for 2 programs. 1 week later for the supply chain, and the OSLT, April 17th, not far away. And I know that technology, meaning project management, entrepreneurship, sales, and marketing. This is what is offered at Humber in April. Contact information is there. Please get in touch. She can advise you about the next steps, whether what you need to do if you are interested to start in April. If not, there will be another session, I believe, in June. And we are coming to the end. Information sessions. So these are the detailed program by program, where we go into the details of the program structure, expectation, courses, benefits, financial aspects. There is one today, no, tomorrow actually, the 6th, for the supply chain. And you had the contact information before for the supply chain. If you want to contact her, you can still, if you wanted to attend tomorrow, you can do that. And then full stack and item structure is both April 11th. I know for sure, but I see that we missed to update the full stack. So it's April 11th, supply chain April 6th. And the occupation specific probably in May. Yeah, to find out details and exactly what's happening, probably the best thing is to contact us. And we are coming to the end. Social media, we are very active. You will see lots of bridging program on newcomer services, related postings on Humber New to Canada, LinkedIn, but also on the other social media channels. And with that, I say thank you for everybody who's attended, to Jay and Shah for inviting me. And I hope this was useful. And I'm ready for questions and answers.
Well, thank you, Christopher. Great presentation. And we'll have you remain control of the PPT so that you can go back to specific slides, perhaps relevant to the questions that are going to be asked by our friends this morning. So therefore, please start sending in your questions through the chat function or through the Q&A function. There is a lot of information to absorb. So if you want to dig in deeper as to something that we've seen this morning from Christopher, now is the time to do so, because you have the opportunity to ask him directly. So start sending in questions through the chat function. We have Christopher here. I wanted to mention the cpl.humber.ca web domain, Christopher. That's one of, because there's a lot of domains shared. So is that the main domain we want to share through the chat function, Christopher or Shaw?
You can probably the best would be to share the new to Canada. Just gonna this one, new to Canada.humber.ca. That would be a gateway to all the programs. This is newcomer specific, new to Canada, bridging and language. The cpl.humber.ca, yes, it is very useful because those are short courses and the bridging programs are run from that. I think both cpl.humber.ca and new to Canada would be a good idea to share.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering that question. Yeah, I think both would be good to share, and we will. I mean, it's at the bottom of the screen, and Shaw can put it in the chat function. So let's get to some of the questions. So start sending in your questions. This is a simple question, but I'm going to ask it. Boomi asks, well, is it open to international applicants? Some of the programs we've been looking at, Christopher.
If you mean international applicant, meaning that you are outside of Canada and you're coming to Canada and planning to enroll in a bridging program, I would say yes, as long as you come as a permanent resident, as a refugee, well, a refugee claimant. But if you're coming on an international study permit or visitor visa, you need to be a permanent resident of Canada and Ontario. or a refugee claimant, refugee, or Canadian citizen.
Okay, let's get into some sector-specific questions. There was a lot of IT bridging programs. So Abed asks, what are the best software programs for the supply channels? So I think this question references, you mentioned the supply chain awareness program, and you mentioned how it was modern and touches upon software within the supply chain. I've even had this conversation myself, Christopher. I've actually been involved in a supply chain project. I'm not going to talk about myself though. What I'm trying to talk about is, yeah, it seemed, the tech stack of software and supply chain, or the talents, ability to use and have familiarity with certain softwares within a supply chain and logistics role or job is becoming increasingly important, Christopher. Right? So that's the question. The question touches upon, he says, what are the best programs for the supply chain? Sorry, best software programs. So can you please elaborate on the changing nature of software within the supply chain profession and sector?
This is something that we are looking at, the connection between software, application, and supply chain. The specific program for software applications is the full stack dot. The current, so what we are looking is now to update our curriculum, to revise, to start including software related technology in the supply chain to connect it. At this point, you will only have access to SAP, which is system applications and product data processing, some intermediate and high-end Excel concepts, technology, and some ISO principles and knowledge, but there is no in-depth supply chain and software or software supply chain currently in the bridging program. It's a short program. It's a 12-week, and the main focus is the supply and demand, inventory, awareness, understanding the field, and some technological concepts such as SAP and Excel.
Yeah, you mentioned SAP. I remember that specifically. Because SAP has a supply chain and logistics software suite, does it not?
I'm not aware of the details of the exact course. Probably the best thing is to address that question to Karen. I would like to avoid misspeaking, or because what's happening, she's the coordinator of the program, and I know that we are looking for upgrading. But as to the exact contents of what SAP contains, you will need to speak with the project coordinator.
Fair enough. So perhaps, Christopher, you can move to your slide in the deck where you had the different program managers' contact information, because yeah, we have some, I know we've had a few people ask about supply chain and logistics. Well, so let's continue on with some other questions. Christopher, I believe, the IT infrastructure and these bridging programs, you've talked about cohorts and a waiting list, but someone here is in Alberta. Are there online cohorts, or are these all landed in person in Toronto programs?
The programs are virtual, except the occupation-specific language training, which has an in-person component for 3 days, but the bridging programs are all virtual online. If you are in Alberta and you are planning to relocate to Ontario, it is a good idea to apply, but can you take it when you are outside of Ontario? No, you need to be a resident of Ontario. These programs are funded by the provincial government, and the employment opportunities are mostly in Ontario. And I'm getting inquiries from New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Alberta, because my question is, why do you need to move a province to get a bridging program, IT related, for bridging program, and I'm being told that there is nothing as structured as the bridging programs in Ontario, in other provinces. They might be shorter ones, or prepare you for certification or licensing, but not as comprehensive as these. So the short answer is that you can only take a bridging program if you live in Ontario.
Okay, you can only take a bridging program if you live in Ontario, because someone asked, they said they're coming to Canada in 4 months as a PR. Can they enroll and take the programs from their countries online? I think you said no, they have to be in Ontario, but they're a PR though. Anyways, you know, maybe they can start to engage and enroll, but I'll let you answer that question.
Yeah, apply for the program for sure, because all the assessment and the skills test, because for the 2 IT programs, you need to take a skills test, review of your documents, admission interview, skills test. It can be done while you're outside of Canada. And if you land in Canada before the start of the program, then you can start. But to start the program, you need to be in Canada, need to be in Ontario. We also have situations when you start the program in May and a personal emergency comes up in June and you need to leave for 2-3 weeks. You don't need to drop out. You go back to your home country, you can still take the program online, then you come back and continue. That's one of the big advantage of having the virtual delivery. And we had these situations happening, that they had to leave for a month, they continued and they came back. At start, you need to be in Ontario.
Well, that's great to know. So we know these bridging programs, there is the assessment and they're designed for persons who have industry experience in their country, and then they're coming to Ontario. But we have a question from Amel, and Amel asks, do some of the bridging programs fit people looking for a career transition? Maybe they want to pivot into something different. So I'm going to use the term career transition, which is the word that Amel used. Once again, does the bridging program fit people looking for a career transition?
It will depend. It's on case-to-case basis. For example, you worked in telecommunications in your home country. You tried here to get into telecommunications and you have difficulty. But you have taken during university courses related to IT, maybe development, maybe IT. Then we can make a case for you that you can transition into IT infrastructure or software development. You can assess individually. Maybe you had some experience, you had some volunteering experience, and we can assess that maybe you have very good communication skills, maybe you know about project management. We can assess that individually. Pivoting or career change, yes, unless it's a completely opposite. For example, I don't know, you've been in healthcare and you have certifications in healthcare as a lab technician, and suddenly you want to do software development. Without any experience, without any knowledge, without any connected education to that, will that work? Probably would be very difficult to find a job. So ultimately, what drives this decision? What is your potential to get employment if you take this transferring? But will this work for you? Does it make sense? From experience, we kind of know that this has a good potential for employment. So the answer is yes, but on case-to-case basis, unless it's a completely opposite. Okay, I've had enough of software development. Now I want to be a medical lab technician. That's completely different, one extreme to the other maybe. That might be a straight no answer. But if it's related, we have many engineers in the IT infrastructure program because they have PMP, because they worked in an engineering company, but maybe IT related, or they volunteered, or I have students who are telling me that I always like to figure out problem with computers. I know how to solve an operating system problem. I know if there is no access, I know how to figure that out. I volunteered from my friend's company. If we see that, then we can assess further. Of course, and the key here is the skills test. You're transitioning to IT. But when you take the skills test, will you be able to pass the skills test comfortably? Do you have the basic knowledge? That's another factor. If I'm not sure, I said, okay, let's take the skills test. Let's see how you do. If you do well on the skills test, it's telling me, yes, you are transitioning, you're moving into a different career, but you know the basic concepts. Let's move forward. So the course is going to be a good experience for you as opposed to struggling to understand and to job search and to find a job. So I went around a little bit. I hope it makes sense.
No, it makes sense. I think you've also reminded us of the skills assessment component to the application, because someone else also asked, do we need a certain background to participate? So, you know, your answer is it depends, but it's also going to be refined upon the skills assessment process in the application to the program.
Yeah, and you look at it, this is not just a course. Sometimes students, I want to take a course in this and that. This is a program designed for newcomers to help you for employment. We need to see that potential for employment. It's not something that you just look it up, you like it. Oh, I like the courses, I have the money, I sign up, I pay the fee, I go to class, and then I'm out. And then what happens? Because from our end, if this doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for us. We will not be able to run it for 10 years successfully. We will not have companies coming to us. So for us, is not filling the program to say, okay, I have 30 students, my work is done. But out of 30 students, if half of them don't find a job, my job is not done. I did not help you. I did not do you a favor. So we go to extreme to do that assessment, to see that potential, and then we say yes.
Good point about employment support, success of students obtaining employment. If you could go back to your slide, you had a slide where you showed the employer partners of the IT infrastructure bridging program, if I remember correctly, and you had a lot of great companies that some of the program graduates are now working with. So since you just touched upon success rate and getting, you know, let's review that. If you could get into that a little bit. We have about 5 or 6 minutes to go.
What was the question related to this?
Well, the question, let's have a question about success rates in employment as a result of taking the program.
Okay, I have up-to-date statistics. A program that started in September, January, current cohort, and ends at the end of April. So January to April. Students who are in class right now, 7 are employed in their field. So you can figure out the percentage, about 30%. At 6 months, we see 50% employed in their field, because we continue with you after graduation, the job search. 1 year, the employed outcomes at 82% employed in their field.
Wow, that's a really high success rate after 1 year.
Yeah, and with the students who found employment during the program, you don't need to drop the program, the courses, because it's evenings and weekends. You can still continue, get the maximum knowledge, get that, because the course and the programs are for today, for employment, but also foundational for the future, for further career development. So you don't need to drop out if you got a job. That's the beauty of it being evenings and weekends, the flexibility of being able to complete it, even if you found a job.
Well said, good point. Someone has a question. Is there any financial aid for people with lower income, or maybe they're working part-time, or
great question.
You know,
Yeah, great question. Yeah, great question. I'm glad you asked that. Yes, so there are immigrant loans through different companies. They're very convenient. students who took loans have good experience. There is also a microloan company, Windmill Microlending, that we are working with. For those Ontario works and receiving government assistance, in many cases, Ontario covers the tuition fees.
Wow.
And there is a bursary called OBPAP, Ontario Bridge Program, Ontario Bridge Participants Assistance Program. It's a bursary. It's a reimbursement. It is available after the start of the program. You are in the program, you apply for the reimbursement. It's an income-based application, and all your tuition fees will be returned to you. So there is loan programs and there is a bursary. And most questions I get, Christopher, how do I get the bursary before I apply for the program? Well, you need to apply, you need to qualify, you need to pass the test, you need to be accepted, you need to start, and then apply for the reimbursement.
There's a process. Now, are the courses and bridging programs available only in English? We have a question from Joseph, who he wrote in English. He's Cameroonian, but French is his first language. Merci, Joseph, pour votre question. It's a simple question. Do you have programs in English only, or?
Yeah, and for me, this is so hard. You know why? Because the moment we have a bilingual student, companies, we have 5 or 6 companies lined up to grab that person, to give them a job. But we don't have enough of them. The course is in English, but I had students whose English level was below 7, but the French was excellent. You accepted them in the program and they're all working. So if you have enough English level to understand us today, apply. And we go from there. If you have enough understanding to understand the courses and go through the course and pass the courses, almost guaranteed you will get a job. Because every company, bilingual. And I only have 1 or 2 students bilingual, and they are taken at the beginning of the program by companies. Every bilingual student has a job before the end of the program if they wanted to. So it's hard for me. That I hope you speak English enough to be able that we can make a case for you.
Yeah, so apply if you're officially bilingual. So that's a great question, Joseph. Merci. We can't keep asking questions, unfortunately. Like Fusaini asked, do we need to have an English test before they apply, like a CLB, IELTS? I think you mentioned that.
Apply first. Yes, the answer is yes, but apply first because I need to see other things first. Are you eligible? And even if you don't have a language test, I still gonna give you the skills test. Do you pass the skills test? Oh, you passed the skills test with 80%. Okay, now let's do something about the language assessment. Eventually, I will need something. But as a backup strategy, plan B, we can also have a 15 minutes interview where we can assess your language skills. So you don't have a language assessment right now. Apply, we'll deal with that later.
Okay. So Christopher, I suggest you go to your slide in which you had the links for people to continue the conversation, connect with Humber College, connect with, of course, we know that you have a booth at the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo, and you'll probably be at the booth for the next hour or 2. But it's getting to the time that I'm going to welcome you to have final words on behalf of yourself. It's been such a pleasure to have you here. Such a great diversity of resources and bridging programs available to newcomers to Ontario, and also the financing, the subsidies, the bursaries, the loans that are available to you. All of these questions can be asked by Christopher, and he will say how. He will convey to you what are the next steps to get in touch. So Christopher, once again, thank you so much for your time, and we welcome final words on behalf of yourself before we pass it off to CPA BC.
Well, it was a pleasure for being here. Thank you for inviting me. I've been in this field for a long time. I'm very familiar with your challenges, but also the opportunities. For us who are working in this field with supporting newcomers, it's not just a 9 to 5 job. We are very vested in your goal, and we are united, I can say, in your goal for you to find employment and for us to provide you the right information to aid your career path. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. It's a pleasure having you. We'll take a quick commercial break and we'll see everyone in 3 minutes.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is I'm taking over. Jay's taking a little bit of break, and I will be hosting for the next 2 seminar. The first one right now is presented by CPABC. So I'm waiting for Sheila to come online, and I will just give you a little bit of a brief bio about Sheila. Sheila Chang is BA RISIA. Is a student recruitment officer at Chartered Professional Accountants of PC. Sheila plays a key role in recruitment and advising workforce professionals, newcomers, and international students on how to pursue the CPA program and confer the Canadian Professional Accounting Designation CPA in BC, Canada. Sheila's career in education allows her to align her passion for recruitment and advising to helping persons imagine and attain their career goal here. Okay, and her presentation title is CPA BC Accounting Certification and Employment here in Canada. In her presentation today, she will be covering about how to expand your employment opportunities in accounting and become a chartered professional accountant in Canada, CPA in Canada. By the way, CPA in Canada is defined as Chartered Professional Accountant, whereas in the US is Certified Public Accountant. Okay, they're a bit different, even though it's all CPA, they're all CPA. And so basically the presentation also talk about get the job, career advancement, and stability by getting the Canadian accounting designation that employers prefer. In today's webinar, you will learn how to transfer your international education and work experience to into the admission requirements of becoming a CPA in Canada. You will also welcome you're also welcome to visit CPA's booth after the presentation to get your question answered. Sheila and Jing will be look forward to meeting you there, and all attendees of today's webinar will be so we're just waiting for Sheila to come online shortly, and then we will get started as soon as she come online. So there's the Sheila. Okay. You have me worried there, Sheila.
No, I was online 10 minutes before. I just turned my camera off so the previous speaker can have their moment.
Okay. Anyway, Sheila. So did you hear all my introduction, my lovely introduction?
I did. It was
Perfect.
beautiful. Thank you, Shaw.
Okay, no problem. Sheila, it's always a pleasure to have you here. And I know, listen, I have to tell you, so far, every presenter today, they're so passionate, like, whether it's nursing, whether it's bridging program, and I'm sure we're going to hear a very, very passionate presentation about how to become a CPA here in Canada. So, G-TAC, can you please share CPA BC slide in the main screen and pass the control to Sheila? So Sheila, you've done this before, so either you use your mouse or you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard. Oh,
Yep.
it works. Perfect.
Testing it looks good.
So Sheila, the mic is yours. I'll come back after your presentation.
Thank you, Shaw. And thank you to G-TAC for hosting these fantastic webinars for all the online delegates making their way over to Canada. Without further ado, welcome to the Accounting, Certification and Employment in Canada webinar, hosted today, April 5th, 2023. My name is Sheila Chung. I'm a Student Recruitment Officer at the Chartered Professional Accountants of British Columbia. Now, the information I'm sharing with you today is applicable for all regions in Canada. Now, because I work at CPA BC, I reside in British Columbia, I will also be sharing some information that is BC specific, but again, I will also be sharing information that is applicable to all regions in Canada. So in our time together, I will touch upon what is the difference between CPA Canada and the CPA provincial offices. We'll take a look at Canada's job demand for accountants, how to become a CPA. So this addresses what are the admission requirements for us to accept you into our CPA program, and then what does our CPA program actually look like? I will then share some free resources so that you can prepare from your home country as you make your transition here to Canada. Lastly, to tie it all together will be, okay, how to apply to the CPA program. And then who are your contacts, depending on which region, province, or territory that you decide to move to in Canada. About us. So as Sean mentioned, yes, in Canada, our professional accounting designation is called Chartered Professional Accountant, CPA. Now, the country of Canada is very large. This is why you will see that we have CPA provincial offices and CPA regional offices. Now, what's the responsibility? Why do we have these provincial and regional offices? This is all part of our client care, our customer care to the persons that are students or candidates enrolled in the CPA program who live in our province. Now, the same thing. These CPA provincial offices are also responsible to take care of those designated CPA members who live and work in our province. Now, an easy way to understand this relationship between CPA Canada and then all the CPA provincial offices, you can think of all the CPA provincial offices and all the regional offices where the children reporting to the mothership, which is CPA Canada. And again, the reason why we have these provincial and regional offices is all part of that client care to those people enrolled in the CPA program who live in our province, as well as to take care of those designated CPA members who live and work in our province. Demand, growth, and compensation. So the CPA designation, yes, is a prestigious designation, but it is a credible designation. When you pursue your job search for accounting and finance jobs or roles, you'll notice in your job search that those senior level positions under requirements often will list requires the person to be CPA designated. What that tells us is that the skill set, the competency, the knowledge of that CPA designation that you will be learning in our CPA program is applicable, applies to be used towards those senior level positions. There are job opportunities domestically and abroad, and of course, job security. Every company and organization has their own accounting and finance department. So you can choose which accounting jobs you want to apply with the companies of your choice. So CPA will never tell our students or our candidates, you must apply to this job with this specific company. No. That control and flexibility stays in your hands from your first point in the CPA program. So this allows individuals to really guide their careers in accounting and finance. Perhaps you are someone who is interested in working in the accounting and finance department in government, or the accounting and finance department in a public practice firm, which is an accounting firm. Or maybe you're someone who wants to work in the accounting and finance department within health companies, or within food and sector, or within tech companies. Is that possible? Yes, absolutely. Something to remind ourselves is, as long as you are applying for accounting and finance roles, you choose what type of organization you want to apply for those accounting jobs. Now, the average compensation or salary for someone who is CPA designated working in Canada, all working sectors, all age ranges and regions and areas, the average salary for someone who is a designated CPA earns at around $141,000 per year mark. Now, let's take a look at some specific BC, British Columbia information. So in the province of British Columbia, the demand to fill accounting jobs remains high. Up until estimated around the year 2028, so for the next 5 years, yes, we will need to fill 40,000 accounting job openings in British Columbia. Now, these 40,000 accounting job openings range from entry-level, intermediate to senior level positions. Now, this job demand is largely due to retirement. A lot of individuals in BC and Canada are entering retirement age. So there's a big pool of jobs from all different levels of career paths that will become available when these individuals retire. Now, in Canada, we have a very low birth rate. There's not a lot of individuals or families having many children, having lots of children and having large families. So this is part of the contributing factor as to why is there such a big influx, a large job demand, is due to retirement, that aging workforce. Now, as a job seeker, this is actually very good news for us. What this means is perhaps in the past, if you were perhaps offered one job offer, you now might be offered 3 or 4 job offers, which gives you a lot more weight, a lot more pull, and a lot more negotiation in between these jobs for you to choose which one is most suitable to you to align with your career path. Now, to assist with your additional information gathering process, regardless of which province, territory, or region you decide to immigrate to Canada, a great resource you might want to refer to is the Conference Board of Canada website. There are key focus areas based on which province, territory, or region in Canada you decide to move to. So this will give you a really lensed focus to read about Canadian economics in that province in Canada you're deciding to move to, or about immigration, or about education and skills, or about health, so on and so forth. Now, our next section, let's take a look. How do we actually become a CPA? So this section, we will take a look at what are the admission requirements that I have to meet before you give me the yes, you accept me into your CPA program. Let's take a look now. So there are 3 admission requirements we need to show CPA before we get that yes. 1, we need to show CPA that we've already graduated with a degree. We accept and recognize Canadian and international degrees. Now, the degree itself can be any major, any concentration, any discipline. It can be an arts degree, it can be a science degree, it can be a tech degree. Yes, of course, it can be a Bachelor of Commerce degree. Now, for international degree holders, we just need to see that your degree or degrees total is equivalent to 120 course credits. Now, most bachelor's degrees in Canada and around the world are usually equivalent to about 120 course credits. So for many individuals, many are able to satisfy this degree requirement. In addition, there's no age limit as to how old your degree was for it to be recognized and accepted by us. The second admission requirement are prerequisite courses. There are a total of 14 prerequisite courses that must be completed before we can give you that yes. Now, those 14 prerequisite courses, sometimes we call preparatory courses, sometimes we call them prerequisite courses, but specifically, what are they? Simply said, they're just accounting and finance related courses. Now, we are allowed to grant a person course exemption if we see you have completed a similar or an equivalent course from your degrees or levels higher of education. We're allowed to grant you that course exemption. Now, if you're missing any of those 14 prerequisite courses, you also have the opportunity to enroll in those courses and complete them directly with that CPA body. So everything is done step by step. Last but not least, we must be a person of good character and reputation to apply and be accepted into the CPA program. The CPA program, the CPA designation, this is a regulated profession. What does that mean? You are servicing the public. This is a regulated profession. So similar to doctors, dentists, and lawyers that are regulated and they are checked by the professional body, it's exactly the same for CPAs. This is a professional designation. So we certainly keep checks on individuals enrolled in our programs to ensure that they are servicing the public with their job, with good ethics and certain levels and standards. Now, this is a listing of those 14 prerequisite courses that we may be allowed to grant you a course exemption if we see from your previous education, so for example, your degrees and any additional education on top of that, that we are allowed to grant you a course exemption. If we grant you a course exemption, you don't need to take that course. Now, if based on the results of your CPA assessment, we tell you, oh, you're missing 2 of these courses, or 5 of these courses, or 10 of these courses, again, you can enroll in any of these courses directly with CPA. Once you're done, then that means you have satisfied all our admission requirements. You get the yes. Yes, we accept you into our CPA professional education program. And this is what it looks like. The CPA professional education program is an earn while you learn program. It consists of full-time accounting work experience and part-time academics. The work experience and the academics are delivered concurrently at the same time. So as a candidate enrolled in the CPA program, you will be going to your full-time job, earning full-time salary. Your part-time responsibility at the same time is to slowly complete the academic components in the program, slowly, one by one. Grand total, how long would it take to complete the CPA professional education program? 2.5 years. Now, the reason why it's 2.5 years is because the work experience component is 30 months long, full-time. So for the academics on that top row, we stretch out our academics only over 2 years part-time studies. The academic components are offered to you, provided to you, or delivered as blended learning. They are predominantly offered with online recorded lectures, assignments and workshops, and final module exams. Lectures are recorded. Workshops must be attended in person, which is simply one weekend in 1 month, while you are viewing your online lectures, doing your assignments online, submitting them online, doing your quizzes online, submitting them online. At the end of the module, all candidates are required to come in person to the CPA Provincial Testing Center, where they are enrolled in the program to write their final exams. So everything is done step by step. So you really do get the practical work experience, which is landing your accounting job, earning that full-time salary, and taking the academics slowly one by one. What you're doing in your accounting job, you are building your skill set. You're building your level of competencies and knowledge. What you're learning in the academics will be reinforcing what you're doing in your everyday job. So it really does combine that learning to make it very robust, very concentrated, because everyone learns using different skills, different capacities. So we really want that concentrated, full color learning for individuals. Now, for the work experience, all work experience that our candidates do is assessed by the CPA profession. What are we looking for? We will assess everyone's work experience based on technical competencies and enabling competencies. Now, what that means is technical competencies are what are the subject matter areas that you're doing in your everyday job. That's listed in the blue pie chart at the bottom of that slide. Enabling competencies in the green is you. What makes you you? How you do your job. So enabling competencies you can think of as these are the soft skills. How do you work in a team? How do you manage self? How do you manage yourself when it gets really busy or the pressure's on or there's a little bit more stressful times of the year when you're working? Do you show mentorship or leadership within your team or within your department? How do you use your communication skills verbally in meetings, written in emails? How do you communicate with internal colleagues of all different levels, higher than you, lower than you? How do you communicate to external clients? So it's that level of professionalism that we also want to see, which is reflected in the enabling competencies. Now, let's take a look at some of the free resources that you can use to assist with your information gathering process as you move forward. For those individuals who are making their move to British Columbia, stay connected with CPA BC and CPA Western School of Business. These two organizations work together like brother and sister to help deliver the CPA program to people that live in British Columbia. You can create your My CPA profile. You can sign up for our free Career Connect e-newsletter to receive invitations to our upcoming events that are hosted online, and also some are being hosted in person. We have a past events webpage where you can play on demand some of the past events we were able to record. You can view them in the comfort of your own home. For persons who are enrolled in the CPA program with us here in BC, have free and complete access to our CPA BC Careers website to start applying for jobs with employers specifically seeking to hire students and candidates enrolled in the CPA program as well as designated CPAs. Now, if you are an individual and you're planning your move to a different province or territory in Canada, I encourage you, please look at that CPA provincial website to see what connections they have and what events they are hosting for their province, what type of job finding resources they have for their province as well, because they will also have their own to share. This is a view of some of the past events that CPA BC has hosted. Again, you can play these in the comfort of your own home. It is play on demand. Most of them are about 30 minutes to 60 minutes long. This is extremely valuable. This is where you can get all the knowledge and all the learning, even though I wasn't able to attend that event online. You didn't miss out. Just play the recording. Financial aid. So how can individuals get some sort of financial assistance to help put themselves through the CPA program? But the question is, how much does the CPA program cost? The CPA Professional Education Program costs 14,000 Canadian dollars. You do not pay this grand total as a lump sum upfront. No. It's pay as you go. You pay your CPA assessment fee if you decide to enroll in any courses with us. Beautiful. Then you pay your annual tuition fee, and then you simply pay for the course you wish to enroll in. When you're done, enroll in the next course and you pay for that course. So it's done step by step. Now, because our CPA Professional Education Program has a work experience component in there, where our candidates have to start applying and going on interviews for accounting and finance related positions with employers. Many of these employers that hire our students, that hire our candidates enrolled in our CPA program, they offer financial assistance to you. So what that means is many of these employers will actually pay you to put you through the CPA program. Now, the wonderful thing about this is if you think about it, you're actually getting paid twice. If you land a job with an employer that offers this financial assistance, it might be 20% of the total CPA program. It might be 50%. It might be 75%. Yes, there are employers that pay 100%. The employer is paying your CPA program fees, but because you're an employee, you're new staff, they're also paying you for being staff, for you doing that job there. So it's like being paid twice. And this is a fantastic resource for our students and candidates that are going through that CPA program. Now, how to find who are the employers that will support putting me through the CPA program? It's in your job interview. So in your job interview with certain employers, they will share that information with you voluntarily. Employers get a huge benefit, a huge advantage from hiring our students and candidates because they know, oh, you're going through the CPA program. By the time you graduate, I know you're CPA designated. So the employer's hope is, while I'm supporting you throughout the program and you're learning, you're building your accounting work experience to get the CPA designation, I hope you'll stay with us, because we want to continue to use the knowledge that you've learned in the professional program. Now you're a designated CPA, so they can grow you through that accounting and finance department. That is their hope. Now, of course, there's an understanding that we have free will. We might see other job opportunities with other employers. So we might move from different employer to different employer when we're enrolled in the CPA program, and that's okay. So employers that offer this financial assistance, this is part of their benefits package, to show that they're an employer that supports new hires and current staff. This is part of their educational learning because they support career development within their organization. Now, there are many other resources to tap into financial assistance. Check with your CPA provincial body for the list of scholarships and bursaries offered through them. For individuals who are specifically permanent residents, usually around 5 years or less, naturalized Canadian citizens or refugees, you have specific access to low interest loan programs available through your local Canadian provincial settlement agency. These loans, you can apply for a loan for $1,000 to be used towards your Canadian studies to get you back into your chosen career path, all the way up to $30,000. Now, your local provincial settlement agency. So if you are moving to BC, we have BC settlement agencies. If you're moving to Quebec, there are Quebec settlement agencies. So you can definitely contact the settlement agencies located in the Canadian province you plan to move and inquire with them, what type of low interest loan programs do you have for me? I am PR, or I am a naturalized Canadian citizen, or I am a refugee. Another great resource for funding is Windmill Microlending. They are available all across Canada, and you can apply for loans up to $15,000 to use towards your Canadian education to get you back into your chosen career path here in Canada. Some additional resources available on the CPA Canada website. There's a section on their website. It's called Certification Resource Center. Here you will find free study materials that the public has free access to. You don't even have to be enrolled in the CPA program to have access to this. So you can take a look and use some of these free study materials from your home country now if you want to prepare or if you're curious. You can see marking rubrics, past quizzes, past exams. The large common final exam in our CPA program is even posted on the CPA Canada website. It's the past ones, of course, but it'll give you a sense, an idea, a feeling of what does the common final exam look like. For the work experience component, when you're in the CPA program, you might be curious, well, how will CPA evaluate my accounting work experience? I've worked in different organizations around the world in accounting and finance sectors, or I've worked entry level and intermediate level in different subject matter areas. How will you evaluate me? Do you evaluate me as entry level or intermediate? I've done a blend of both. Now, good news for everyone on the line here. When you are enrolled in the CPA professional education program, we're actually allowed to transfer up to 12 months maximum of your previous accounting work experience from overseas into this 30-month work experience component in the CPA program. So maximum work experience we can transfer in is 12 months into this 30-month work experience component, which we also call practical experience component. So why do we offer all these resources? We hope to play a really small part in helping individuals reach their goals and conferring the CPA designation here in Canada. Now I'm going to pause here for a moment. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, every country around the world has their own professional accounting designation or designations. If you are someone who is a professional designated accountant in your home country and you decide to make your move to Canada, depending on what your professional accounting designation is, there might be a reciprocity agreement with CPA Canada. So if you're already a professional designated accountant in your country and you see the name of your country and your professional designation listed in the blue text on this slide, that means we have a reciprocity agreement with you. What does that mean? That means you apply to get the CPA Canada designation as a member. This is based on your professional designation membership. Basically, it's membership for membership. Sometimes, depending on the agreement, it might mean you might need to take our final exam, or it might mean you need to work in that specific area in accounting and finance in that Canadian province. So it depends on the criteria, the eligibility, and the terms. Now, if you don't see your professional body listed in the blue text here, there is still an opportunity to get that CPA assessment if you are a professional designate as an IFAC member listed in the dotted box there. What does that mean? We're allowed to give you advanced standing directly into the CPA professional education program. So we're allowed to give you exemptions towards the professional academics and, yes, some of the work experience in our CPA program. So how do we apply? So how you apply is based on where in Canada you're deciding to move to immigrate to live in. If you are someone and you're planning your move to a province in the western region of Canada, the western region covers Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, the website you need to go to is cpawsb.ca. That stands for CPA Western School of Business. Now, I work at CPA BC. So what happens here? People that live in British Columbia, people that are moving to British Columbia, you apply for CPA assessment through the CPA WSB website. CPA BC staff and CPA Western School of Business staff work together like brother and sister to deliver the CPA program to people that live in British Columbia. So for the western region of Canada, if you're planning your move to Saskatchewan, it's CPA Saskatchewan staff and CPA Western School of Business staff that work together like brother and sister to deliver that CPA program to people who live in Saskatchewan. Now, if you're planning your move to Ontario or Quebec, they do everything themselves. So you would contact and be in communication with that provincial body directly. If we take our move all the way to the Maritimes, the eastern provinces in Canada, which represent New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI, Newfoundland, and Labrador, where do you apply? You go to the cpaatlantic.ca website to apply. Same thing. They work like brother and sister to help deliver that CPA program in those maritime or Atlantic provinces for people that live in those maritime provinces. Now, as you continue and make your journey through after this G-TAC fair, you will want to stay connected. Another great resource is to always check the resources available through the Government of Canada website. They break down everything provincially. So as I mentioned, if you're looking for that provincial settlement agencies, you can find a listing of them based on the Canadian province by doing your search. There are many newcomer services that you can find near you and based on what town or city that you know, oh, I'm going to be immigrating to in that Canadian province. There are job boards available through the Government of Canada website. You can read about healthcare. You can find information about how to file taxes. There's also information on how to improve English and French. So all this good information is found on the Government of Canada website. Some resources, some additional resources, some tips I want to share with you. Windmill Microlending has a really fantastic report. It's called Canada-wide Trending Jobs Report. You can select it and narrow down by province. Now, don't worry, guests. The G-TAC organizers will definitely share a PDF of many of the slides that I have shared with you today. So all you need to do is wait for that communication from G-TAC. You will receive a PDF of my slides. Simply click on the links there. This windmill microlending job report is so good. It's so valuable. You know, as mentioned, the country of Canada is very large. If you know which province you're planning to move to, look at the information for everything in that province on that job report. Another great resource, Robert Half. Robert Half is an employment agency that caters to place individuals in various accounting roles, entry level, intermediate, all the way up to senior level. Robert Half is an international employment agency, and yes, they also work in Canada as well. They have their own blog. You can read tips and advice and insights about employment in Canada. Robert Half also every year, they post for free, downloadable PDF. It's a salary guide for Canadian jobs in accounting and finance. So when you are doing your job search, I highly recommend please reference the Robert Half salary guide, because when it comes time to negotiating salary, you might be curious, is this industry standards for Canada? Robert Half posts this salary guide. This lists Canadian salaries. It gives examples of what sector in accounting and finance. It will also list job titles. It will list entry level, intermediate, senior. So when you start your job search and you're searching online, if there's no salary posted, when you go to your interview, you will know, oh, this is the salary range that reflects the industry standards in Canada that should be allotted to this position. So when it comes time to approach that question about negotiating salary, negotiating package, what is this employer offering you? You've done your research. You know that the compensation package, is it fair and reflective of Canadian industry standards? And if it's not, next. Go to the next one. CPA Canada, they also have a YouTube page. They play some helpful videos that talk about the profession as a whole all across Canada. So if you are planning your move to British Columbia, please do connect with me. You can sign up for our Career Connect e-newsletter. Please only sign up if you're planning your move to BC, because this is BC specific information. Again, if you're planning your move to another region in Canada, please look at that CPA provincial website to check and take advantage of all their resources and get connected with them. My name is Sheila Chung, Student Recruitment Officer at CPA BC. Thank you so much for joining me in this webinar. Feel free to reach out to me regardless of where you decide to move to in Canada. I'll do my best to answer your questions and also to connect you with that CPA provincial office if you're moving elsewhere. Thank you.
Perfect. Now, I have to apologize. There was a little bit of, we are having a huge, can you hear me, Sheila?
I can.
Okay, good. We have a huge storm here in Eastern Canada here, and the power just went out in my house. Anyways, I'm back. Unfortunately, I have lost all the questions in the chat box. So I would like to ask every one of you, please resend your questions in the chat box. There was one person I remember saying that, like, is there any affiliation with the Accounting Association in Ghana?
So that question might be, are there any reciprocity agreements? So
Yes.
There's no reciprocity agreement with Ghana currently. So that means no MRA, no MOU, but I want this person to please look at the IFAC website, that's International Federation of Accountants. Check for Ghana and check for the name of your professional accounting body. If it's listed as a member under this IFAC website, you're eligible to apply for a CPA assessment as an IFAC member, which means we're allowed to give you advanced standing.
Okay, perfect. There's a one thing I just noticed is there, and I asked this question now because obviously because there's a little bit of a personal connection. Is there any age limit
Absolutely no age limit. There is no age limit to apply and enroll into the CPA program.
Okay. And then there was a person saying, can I enroll in the CPA program out from outside? But when it comes time to write the exam, I will come to in person to BC to write the exam. And after I finish the exam, I go back to my country. Is that even possible?
Unfortunately, that's not possible. The CPA program is delivered inside of Canada because scattered throughout the academics, there's mandatory in-person classrooms that we call workshops that you must participate in. They're actually courses, like they're classes in person. All our testing is done in person. Our work experience component, even though we are allowed to transfer that maximum 12 months previous accounting work experience from all over around the world into the 30-month work experience component, if we're able to do that, you're required to do 18 months work experience in that Canadian province. So there is a residency requirement. Persons must be residing in that Canadian province in order to be eligible to actually do the CPA program.
Okay. There's a question that says, can I apply for CPA program in Ottawa? So I assume if somebody's living in Ontario, they have to apply through CPA Ontario, correct?
Yes,
If
that's correct.
If the principal residence is in Ontario.
Yes, that's correct. Now, sometimes people will move province to province. So let's say someone is living in Ontario, but they know, oh, in 6 months, I'm actually moving to British Columbia. So can I apply to CPA BC and CPA Western School of Business, even though I'm in Ontario now? Yes, you can. So only if you know, oh, I'm going to be moving to another province, then you apply to that province. But wherever you live, that is where you're going to do that CPA program because we're regulated. We're regulated by CPA Canada. And remember all the children, CPA BC, CPA Alberta, we take care of the people who live and work in our province who are enrolled in our program. So this is all part of that regulation.
Okay. Yeah, I also thank you because by the way, our tech people is doing their best they can. They're trying to retrieve all the questions and put it in the chat box for me so I can see it. So there's another question. Something you just said very and if this has happened, what if I'm a refugee claimant or I'm a convention refugee and I really have no money? But I was a trained accountant back home, and I would like to pursue a CPA designation here. How can that happen?
Absolutely. So for people that are on refugee status that are in Canada, so in your province, very first thing you will want to do, connect with your provincial settlement agency. Okay. So all across Canada, we have provincial settlement agency offices. What do? They get a lot of their funding for their programs from the larger federal government, IRCC government of Canada. Okay.
Yes.
Their job, these provincial settlement agencies offices, their job is to create programs to assist newcomers, refugees in their resettlement in their new home in that province. They offer career training, language, just how to do the everyday living. Oh, how do I interview? How do I do a resume in Canada, for example? They also offer low interest loans that they can provide to you as long as you apply. So you get that money up front to apply to the fees on the CPA program. So you would definitely have to contact your settlement agency that is close to you in whichever Canadian province you decide to live in. They have all those resources, right? They can help get you settled and set up. You stay with your connections there. They provide really great resources, mentorship, guidance, career counseling. You know, they really do. They do practice interviews with you. A lot of these programs, they have work programs. They have relationship with employers to help get their clients that are enrolled in one of their programs into their chosen career path. So you definitely get a lot of guidance, a lot of mentorship through these settlement agency offices. So please, whichever Canadian province, find who is my settlement agency offices there. You can go to the Government of Canada website as well. You could probably do a Google search, but maybe go to the Government of Canada website first. It's much more accurate.
Yes. Okay, good. J and G-TAC support. I just want to give you a forewarning. My light is flickering again. So if you guys lose me, please by all means jump in and ask all the questions. So and okay, here's a question: Is what if I came from I'm a refugee and I came from a country that's say war torn. Okay, let's not name names here. And it's almost impossible. It is impossible to accredit. You say you allow transfer of 12 months, and I say I've been working for 15 years as a professional accountant in my country. That's and then there's no way that you guys can get proof on that. How would what would that happen? What happened if that is the case?
Absolutely. We definitely work with individuals. So depending on the person's how much work experience they have, if they do have a degree. West Canada is a Canadian third-party degree assessment organization, and they have something called a Gateway program. They will work with individuals who are in conflict situations in their home country to help evaluate what education documents you might have on hand with you. So they will work with you. If sometimes people aren't able to get official documents. Sometimes they have originals. Sometimes they have like a copy of their certificate on the wall and they took it with them. So through the West Canada Gateway program, contact West Canada, inquire about their Gateway program, and they work with individuals from countries that are in conflict, war-torn, for example, to be able to give you some sort of a Canadian degree equivalency assessment so that you can use this to apply for additional types of career education programs here in Canada. So they will definitely work with you. For the work experience side for CPA, basically all we need is a copy of your resume, right? So you can create that. You can create that yourself. So, we definitely want to advise the individual as per their specific situation. And then we look at the options available to them. And there's always, a way to get something assessed either through West Canada and through that CPA organization. Absolutely.
Yeah. So basically you guys will do everything you can to try to accommodate each individual applicant.
Absolutely. Because everyone's different, right? Everyone's different. And, sometimes we're placed in situations that we did not choose, right? So we certainly don't want to fault that individual, because that wasn't my choice that happened, right?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we just released the poll for CPABC's webinar. Please take a few seconds to complete that poll. Your feedback is extremely, extremely important to us and to Sheila as well. So, we'll know what to do next time. So I do have a question for you. Is that every module you take an exam, right? You take a test after the end of the module. And obviously, if you fail, you can do it again, correct?
Yes. So persons have total 3 attempts to pass their exams in the CPA program. So it's not a one and done and that's it. It's 3 attempts. Now, we also have counselors. We have program advising teams. So when individuals do happen to not pass an exam, our program team, they'll contact you. And they'll ask, are there any resources we can provide? Where did you feel like what was happening in your life? Sometimes it's time management. Sometimes it's not even the content. It's sometimes, I'm working so much overtime right now. I didn't have time to study,
Yes.
So again, everyone's life situation is different. So our advisors, they want to get to know you to see where can we help? Is it extra study material you need? Sometimes it's, I don't need extra study material. I just need to take a break in one of my semesters. You can
Yeah.
take a break. You don't have to take your courses back to back to back, right? So it's just letting people know what the options are so that it fits with what's going on in their life in that moment.
So on that question, so when you say earlier, I remember I wrote this down. This is a big thing I wrote down right at the beginning. It would take about 2.5 years to complete. Correct?
Mhm. Yes.
Is that means it's back to back to back to back?
Yes. Yes. Now, I always remind people 2.5 years, it sounds like a really long time.
Yeah.
Not. The work experience is 30 months. If you think about it, when we're pursuing additional education, usually it's because we want to get a job or that's the career path. Well, when you're done, you're going to be working full time anyways. So the way we structure the program, we want people to start working in their chosen career path right away, right? In the 30 months work experience, at the same time, you're going to be doing the academics, which we stretch out over 2 years part-time studies. It's only 6 modules and 1 large common final exam, but we stretch it out so it's slow and steady. We do that on purpose because it's an earn while we learn program. We want people to earn full-time salary, to be able to sustain themselves, living in their life. And also we want people to succeed on the first time. Usually people also want to succeed on the first time. They don't want to keep redoing a course or exams because maybe the course load's too heavy. We really want people to have a life, get settled, slowly do the courses one by one. Our courses aren't going anywhere. So we really want to give people that space and time to really focus on building their resume, building their toolkit and their skills so that if they're starting at entry-level accounting jobs, they can work their way up to intermediate, preparing themselves for senior level positions by the time they graduate that CPA program. So we really want to build that up. Okay.
The question from Ghana is back. My accounting body, ACCA in Ghana, is a member of IFAC. So can I apply from Ghana?
Yes, absolutely. So from your home country, yes, you can absolutely apply for CPA assessment and we're allowed to give you the results. But you have to make sure that you are in that Canadian province before you're allowed to do any of the academics, any of the examinations or work experience if required in the CPA program. Now, depending on which province in Canada you decide to move to, you want to check what are the immigration requirements. So some provinces require that they only allow people that are Canadian citizens or permanent residents eligible to apply. Now, specifically for British Columbia, where I work, we host internationals. We accept persons that have Canadian citizenship status, permanent resident status, and internationals who must hold a study permit and a work permit together at the same time in order to do our program, and they have to be physically in British Columbia. So CPA BC, we do see a lot of internationals and they're able to maintain their status in BC, have a work permit, get the study permit, and they can continue their career path and stay in Canada. So that's really encouraging to see for our students.
Thank you. Now there's still more questions. So I will encourage all of you because our time is up now for Sheila. So please go to CPA BC's booth and then chat with Sheila and Jin. They're both in their booth. So they'll be happy to answer all the questions that you have on in the chat box there. Just go to them and she'll give you even more detailed explanation. I just want to remind everyone that for those of you who attended Sheila's presentation today, we will be sending out a PDF version of the resource guide for the accounting. Give me 2 seconds here. Sorry, I don't remember everything now. Accounting certification and appointment in Canada. And you will be receiving that PDF copy in your email. So check your email box there. So Sheila, would you like to take next 30 seconds to close today's webinar?
Absolutely, absolutely. So wherever you are plan those steps, get connected with the Canadian province that oh, I'm going to move there, and connect with that CPA Ontario, CPA Quebec, CPA BC, CPA Manitoba, wherever you decide to live, and plan those steps slowly. And the program, like, we lay it out step by step, and we wish you all the success in your immigration and journey to Canada. And Canada is we're very robust in hiring and employment right now. So perfect time. And I wish you safe travels and journey. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sheila. And we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in 2 minutes and we'll get ready for the next presentation, which is about FAST program.
Getting 300 million tons of freight to market and powering the economic growth of a nation, that takes a lot. It takes fortitude and focus, a strong footprint, and a commitment to reducing it. It takes partnerships, communities, collaboration. It takes a vision and care for one another. It takes all of us together into the future.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to get started for the next webinar, which is about the FAST program. And to present today's program is we have Kim Tobin. She's a FAST project coordinator, and she worked with Immigrant Employment Council of British Columbia, or IECBC. But don't let the word British Columbia fool you. She worked with PR, permanent residents, or pre-arrival residents all across the country or all around the world that you're making your way to come to Canada. So I just give you a quick bio about Kim. Kim is the FAST program project coordinator with IECBC. She's got a master's degree in immigration and settlement studies from the Toronto Metropolitan University. So, okay, that's how you want to name your Emma Maida, that's fine. She's a primary liaison of all FAST organizational external partners for program development and referral processes. She's also assisted with the day-to-day operations of the FAST program, helping to ensure that skilled immigrant talent across the country are able to access the resources necessary to best prepare for work in your new home or in Canada, and utilize your skills and experience in the sector in Canada. For those of you who's not know, and this is what Kim will be talking about today, FAST program is a free online self-paced program for skilled immigrants in IT, biotech, accounting, skills trade, and culinary arts looking to learn more about their sector. So after Kim's presentation, we will have a Q&A session, but during her presentation, you're free to have leave your questions in chat box or Q&A box. And of course, you can talk to Kim afterwards at the IECBC booth, the FAST program booth in our VC13 platform. So Kim, whenever you're ready, we're gonna have your slides coming up shortly, and we're gonna pass the control to you. You can change the slides with your mouse or with the arrow key on your keyboard, whichever that works for you. So can you change slides?
Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. We are
Perfect,
all
then.
set.
Okay, then. So Kim, the mic is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Shaw, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today. Good morning and good afternoon to those across Canada as well as across the world right now. My name is Kim Tobin, and I am the project coordinator for the FAST program, which is run at the Immigrant Employment Council of BC, or IECBC. Today, I'm going to be talking a little bit about our FAST program and how you can accelerate employment in Canada for skilled immigrants through FAST. So first and foremost, as an agenda, I'll quickly talk about who we are as IECBC. What is the program FAST? What is the eligibility for the program? Some of our success stories of individuals who have gone through the program. How FAST can help you? How does the program work? And what are the benefits of FAST? And then we will open it up to Q&A, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that come through then. Now, firstly, at IECBC, we always like to do a land acknowledgement. IECBC is situated on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Musqueam First Nations. Now, the Immigrant Employment Council of BC, or IECBC, who I work for, is a not-for-profit organization that provides BC employers with solutions, tools, and resources they need to attract, hire, and retain immigrant talent. Now, we have many programs within our organization, and many of these programs, including FAST, are not exclusive to BC. So you can be in BC, you can be in Ontario, you can be pre-arrival and still in your home country, and we still have programs that are accessible to you. And the one that we are going to be talking about today is the FAST program. Now, FAST stands for Facilitating Access to Skilled Talent, and it is an online program that we have been running here for several years now, almost since 2017. Now, FAST is a free online and self-paced competency assessment program that helps immigrants understand how their skills and competencies compare with Canadian requirements. So FAST can support career launching by helping immigrants understand how their work experience and training meet Canadian standards in one of these 6 sectors. So those 6 sectors are skilled trades, biotech and life sciences, IT and data services, accounting and finance, culinary arts, and seniors care. Now, I will preface by saying our seniors care stream is only eligible for those in BC. However, all of our other streams, so skilled trades, biotech, culinary arts, IT, are all eligible for those outside of BC in different provinces, as well as pre-arrival. Now, what this means is FAST helps you understand how your skills, whether it be 8 years experience in IT, 5 years experience in accounting from your home country, compares with Canadian requirements in that sector. And it allows you to see, are you ready for employment right away? Or are there certain steps or certificates or extra designations that you need to get before you're ready to seek employment in that sector in Canada? FAST gives you that capability to better understand what you know, what Canadian employers want you to know, and what gaps there may be in the middle. So FAST can support you in finding employment in Canada in your sector faster. So through the FAST program, newcomers can overcome common employment challenges such as navigating the Canadian workplace, getting Canadian work experience, as well as finding a mentor and connecting with professionals through professional networks. Now, the program itself is, again, completely free. It is online and it is self-paced. So what that means is once you begin the program, there is no deadline in which you need to complete it. We often recommend that you finish the program within 3 to 4 weeks because upon completion, you get extra benefits. However, we understand that many of you have busy lives. Many of you have families, perhaps you're already working or you are in the process of immigration and there are many things on your plate, and we completely understand that. So this program is very flexible that you can log in and out at whatever time you would like to go through the program at your own pace. Now, once you register for the program, the first section that you would learn is our Prepare for Work in Canada module, which allows you to learn more about the Canadian workplace culture, not just within Canada in general, but also the sector that you chose. So if, for example, you have a background in accounting and finance, this particular module will give you information about what it is to work in Canada, what are things you should expect, but also what are things that you should expect working for an accounting firm or working for a financial organization. Once you finish that module, the second module is our largest module, which helps you better understand how your work experience and education fit Canadian requirements in your sector. So again, if your background is in accounting and finance, this will detail what are the requirements that you need to be able to successfully find employment as an accountant or as a financial advisor in Canada. Are there steps that you need to take? Are there additional certificates that you need? It's very similar for our other streams. If you are, for example, in IT and data services, what are tech employers looking for? Are there extra steps that you need to take so that you can succeed in finding employment in Canada? Or do you have all the skills and competencies that you need and you are ready to seek employment? Once you finish the assessments, you will then gain access to our additional free resources. That includes group e-mentoring opportunities online, connections to mentoring opportunities, as well as networking events, as well as access to our online job board, which has employers from across the country, not just in BC. Now, for eligibility, is FAST a fit for you? This is a question that we get most often. First and foremost, FAST is not a training program. If you are interested in becoming an accountant, but you do not have any experience, then this program will not train you. What this program is designed to do is to help those who already have 2, 3, 10 years of experience in their field, who are looking to transition from that sector in their home country to the same sector in Canada. So one of our eligibilities is that you must have 2 or more years of relevant work experience, training, and/or education in one of those 6 sectors. Another status that we require is immigration status. So the program is free and is eligible to those who are approved in principle to immigrate to Canada. So these are pre-arrival permanent residents. You can still be in your home country and have several months before you arrive in Canada. That is fine. Our program is online, so you can still access it while you wait. Permanent residents already in Canada, convention refugees, and this does include Ukrainian immigrants under the CUAET designation. Lastly, our program is in English, and so we do recommend that you have a higher level of English and English comprehension around CLB6. Now, we do not require proof of language capability. You do not need to submit a language test to us, but this is more of a recommendation so that you can really understand the material and you do not get too overwhelmed if English is perhaps not your first language or you are still learning. Now, we do have some success stories from individuals who have gone through our program and have not only found it beneficial to better understand their own skills, but have also used it to connect with employers and to show employers that they are ready to work. For example, we had Jeremiah who said, because of the FAST program, it is as if I have been here for years, even though I just got into Canada. So Jeremiah actually did our program before he arrived in Canada. He was a pre-arrival permanent resident, and he used this program to help show employers before he got to Canada that he understood what was required of him, that he had the skills and competencies in biotechnology, and that he was ready for work. Similarly, we had Dana, who said that the FAST program is a fantastic way for skilled immigrants to gain a sense of validation in the skills that they already have. It is also a great platform to learn about the overall nuances in a Canadian job, from cultural understanding to professional conduct. I learned a lot from this program, and I would recommend it to anyone restarting their careers here in Canada. So she was already in Canada when she did our FAST program, and this allowed her the capability to better understand what are Canadian employers looking for from candidates. Are there certain skills that they value? Is it technical skills, soft skills? What are things that Canadian employers, when they see it on a resume, they think that is someone that I want to hire? So how can FAST help you? So FAST can help you in a wide range of ways. First and foremost, it provides valuable insight and learning into the Canadian workplace, helping immigrants overcome potential culture shocks. It gives newcomers a starting point in learning about occupational opportunities in the 6 sector streams. So not only does this program give you the ability to see what to expect in the sector, so for example, in the IT and data services sector, but also what opportunities and occupational opportunities are available to you. So what are different pathways? What are different jobs that perhaps you have not considered, but will use your skills? It allows you that ability to understand perhaps different ways that you can utilize your skills and find employment in Canada. It also helps immigrants assess how their skills and competencies compare with Canadian requirements. And this is the key of the FAST program, is it allows you to better understand if there are certain requirements that Canadian employers are expecting before you start applying for jobs. So if there are certain certifications, designations, or values and certain skills, you know before you start applying for jobs, and you can highlight them in your resume or your LinkedIn profile. Additionally, once you complete the FAST program, we have those additional benefits. And some of those additional benefits include free access to designations, such as the BioSkills recognition for biotech professionals with BioTalent Canada, the ITP designation, and we also offer Microsoft certifications. However, at this time, we're currently just working through the contract. So that one will be postponed for a few months. We also offer access to groupie mentoring sessions, our online job board, which is called BC Job Connect. Now, don't let the BC fool you. This job board is for across Canada. So we have employers who are located in Ontario, in Nova Scotia, in Saskatchewan, as well as BC. We also have the Be Confident tool, which is an online interview simulation that allows you to practice your interviewing skills before you actually get those interviews. We also have networking events and other ways that you can build your network, both professionally and personally, so that you can start making those connections that can lead to greater opportunities. So how does the FAST program work? So the FAST program is very, very simple. Once you register and you go through the registration process, you will gain access to our modules. Now, for example, this individual is in our IT and data services assessment, and they will begin going through the modules and understanding not only how to prepare for work in Canada, but learning more about the IT and data services sector in Canada, what occupations are available, and what skills are valued by tech employers. We have it so that you go piece by piece through each module, and once you complete a module, it unlocks the next one. If, for example, you perhaps don't understand something, the modules will actually generate additional gap learning so that you can recognize perhaps there's an area in IT and data services that you're not familiar with, and perhaps you need to do additional learning or speak to an employment advisor and say, this is an area that I didn't quite understand, and I want to make sure I do before I start speaking to employers. Some of the modules, for example, go into different types of information. So for example, this one goes into pre-arrival steps to help you gain employment in the biotechnology and life sciences occupation in Canada. There are many different modules that really get into the different information that you may find valuable and give you those extra tools that you can use when seeking employment. So as a sort of overview, the way that the FAST program would work then is you would go onto our website, that's www.fastbc.org, or you can visit our booth, all of the links are there, and you would register for free. We have a registration survey that takes about 2 to 3 minutes that you will provide your sector, all your information, and send it to us. We would then approve your information and give you access to the stream and sector that you chose. This would grant you access to the modules so that you can begin going through the modules at your own pace and learning more about your sector in Canada and how you can best prepare for work. Once you complete your modules, you will then gain access to those additional benefits. So you can choose to get designated by those free designations that we offer. We have groupie mentoring and networking events about once a month that you can join virtually. And we also have that virtual job board and additional networking opportunities that you can use to help build out your network. Now, throughout this process, we often recommend that if you are already working with a settlement advisor or an employment advisor, you have them work along with you. So you show them, this is what I did with FAST. These are areas that I want to improve on, so that you can continually build not only your own skills, but also show employers that you're willing to put in that extra work if there are areas that perhaps you are unfamiliar with. Now, what are the benefits of FAST? Now, the benefits of FAST are really whatever you choose them to be. We often recommend that FAST is not the be-all, end-all of programs as much as we would love it to be, but what it is an extra resource that you can use when you are seeking employment. There are many, many amazing programs across Canada that you can utilize, and you can use FAST as an additional resource alongside those programs and those extra courses. The best benefits of FAST are the fact that it's free for both participants and partners. So if you are eligible, you do not need to pay to access this program. Once you gain access, it is self-paced, it is virtual. You can do it at your own pace, and it is flexible so that you can best utilize FAST that best suits you. It provides industry developed assessment that better understand or better allow individuals to compare their skills and competencies against Canadian standards, and contains content on how to prepare for the Canadian workplace. So we developed this content in direct partnership with industry representatives in accounting, in IT and data services, in culinary arts, so that it is as up to date as possible. We also include information, for example, if you are interested in becoming an accountant in Canada because you have financial background in your home country, on how do you access the certificates? What is the process to get certified as an accountant in Canada? So we give you that background information to help you along in your employment journey. Participants can gain access to those additional free resources, such as a job board, networking, and groupie mentoring sessions. These are always valuable, not only to learn a little bit more about additional topics, but also to build your network. Networking is huge in Canada and is a great way to start making those connections that can lead to employment. Like I said before, this program is self-paced, and it can be completed before, after, or during other programming or training from outside organizations. So if you are already doing a university course, or perhaps you're doing a certification, you can still do FAST at the same time, just to boost your learning and to give you that capability so that you can make sure that you are getting as many resources as possible. It's also a complementary tool for those looking to boost their employment in Canada. So finding employment in Canada can be tricky sometimes, it can be a bit difficult, but FAST can give you a little bit of an edge in not only seeking employment, but being able to show employers that you have been assessed and that you understand what is required. Now, we also have partnerships with employers. So for those who are interested as a Canadian employer or as a service delivery partner, you can also partner with FAST. You gain access not only to our job board, where you can post your own job postings, but you can refer your clients or even have us speak with your clients if you feel that they're interested in accessing FAST. There are no contracts, no referral quotas, and it is still free for partners, clients, and employers. Now, if you're interested in learning more, please visit our website or go onto our booth, which has all the information you need. You can go onto our website at www.fastbc.org, or you can send myself and my colleagues an email at fastbc@iecbc.ca. If you have any questions or clarifications that you want to make about the program, about eligibility, or even if this is a good fit for you, do not hesitate to send us an email. We would be happy to answer your questions. If you're interested in registering for FAST right away, then please go onto our website at www.fastbc.org, and you can register directly on the site. Again, if you have any questions or concerns during this process, you can always send us an email, or there is the support button on our website that you can use as well. Thank you all so much. It was, lovely to speak to you all, and I know we'll open it up now to a Q&A.
Thank you, Kim. There's a great presentation. Listen, I have no problem admitting to the public, to everyone across the country and around the world, that I actually learned something also more about this FAST program. It's quite fascinating, I say. Yeah, I love the one you say, be confident, capital B and capital C there. That's cool. But I just want to remind everyone, yes, I know we earlier we talked about CPA BC, and now we talk about the IECBC and whatnot, things like that. And the next one is BC Construction Association. Please do not let the BC misguide you or mislead you. You actually serve the entire country, correct, right? So here's a question: is what documents does the applicant need when they register for the? Because obviously this is like, for example, there's a question that says, can open work permit holders be eligible for your service?
So that's a really great question. So when you are applying through our registration survey, there are two pieces of documentation that you'll have to submit. The first being a resume. This can be your most current resume. It does not need to be fancy. And that just allows us to better understand what sector that you were in and where your experience is, so we can make sure we put you into the right stream. The second piece of document is proof of immigration status. So this can be proof of permanent residency, proof of being a refugee who's immigrated to Canada. And this is just for our own eligibility criteria. Unfortunately, work permits at this time are not eligible. However, they can always feel free to send us an email and we can help direct them to additional programs that may benefit them better.
Okay, that's that. And well, I think you mentioned it already, but the question is, are engineers included in your program?
So we get this question a lot. Now, I know there are many different types of engineers: chemical engineers, civil engineers, biomedical engineers. Our streams are made in such a way that they are sector specific. And so if you are, for example, a biomedical engineer, then yes, you can apply for our biotech and life sciences stream. If you are a civil engineer, then our skilled trade stream. So I would really recommend that based on what type of engineer you are, you look at the sector specifically and see which one best fits your past experience in education.
Okay, good. I have an accounting degree and I'm a PR. How to apply for the program in Ontario?
Yeah, so if you are a PR and you have background in accounting, then you are eligible. You can just go onto our website at www.fastbc.org or go to the booth and you can sign up right away. Whether you're in Ontario, Saskatchewan, Nunavut, it does not matter.
Yeah, so while I ask you the next question, maybe you can type that website in the chat box to everyone. Okay, yeah. The next question is, can people from outside of Canada apply for this assessment? I guess it's pre-arrival, right?
Yes. So if you are outside of Canada right now, but you have your, you've been approved in principle to immigrate to Canada, so you are, you have your documentation, you are just waiting to arrive, you can still do this program. It is virtual, so you can access it as long as you have a tablet, a computer, or a phone.
Okay, yeah. Even though I'm a provincial nominee to New Brunswick, I can still apply for the service, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Or somebody want to know about CPA. Well, anyone with any question for CPA, please go to CPA BC booth, okay? So please ask the expert over there. Okay, people asking about jobs. So then I do have another question here. Oh yeah, so here it says Group E mentoring, right? That's great. Is it possible to have one-on-one E mentoring?
So great question. We're a very small team, unfortunately, so we just don't have those capabilities to do one-on-one mentoring. However, when I say group E mentoring, sometimes it can be very large groups of 50 or more. Sometimes it's a lot smaller and it's only 10. So it really, some opportunities may arise where you have that capability to speak with either our team or the mentor that we bring in more one-on-one than perhaps you might have originally thought.
Okay. A lot of people congratulate you. Très bonne présentation. Congratulations, amazing presentation. So basically it's all good about you, Kim. Okay, here's another question. Maintenance engineer. I'm not sure what that means by maintenance engineer, but I'm not sure if you can answer that question, Kim.
So I'm trying to think, maintenance engineer. My best recommendation is if you go onto our website, we have all our streams available and it will detail what that sector includes. So what sort of background an individual in that sector must have. So if you have an occupation that perhaps you're a little unsure, you can either check our website or send us an email at the end of this presentation, and we can help determine if we have a stream that best fits you.
Okay. Here's a question: is I received the pre-arrival letter regarding the from New Brunswick. So I guess people already received the approval process for PR, but they haven't got any other documents. Can they register with FAST program?
So if you have your confirmation of permanent residency, it does not have to be the actual permanent resident card, but your confirmation that you will be receiving it at such and such a date, then you are eligible. As long as you submit that document to us, we can just know that you're going to be a permanent resident at some point, but you are still eligible for the program.
Okay, I got this question, and will our profile be shared with anybody else?
So no. So your information, once you send it to us, and that includes your resume and your immigration status, we only use it to check eligibility, and then we delete it from our system. Once you join our job board, if that's something that you're interested in, you can re-upload your resume or additional information that you feel employers may be interested in. But otherwise, all your information stays confidential, and you do not need to share it unless you feel like that's something that you would like to do.
Okay. And you guys would not like if anybody that send an email says, oh, they want you to buy something from FAST program, chances are it's probably a scam, right?
Exactly. If we have, sometimes we'll have employers reach out to us who say, you know, I'm looking for someone who has a background in this. We'll send out an email directly from us to individuals, but we will not provide the employer with those contact information, because we want to make sure that if that's something you're interested in, you can reach out directly, but the employers cannot reach out to you without your consent.
Yeah, and because your service is absolutely free. So anybody that sends you an email says that you need to pay a certain fee to please.
That's not us.
A scam.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I mean, these days I tell you, it's amazing how even the most careful people sometimes they still get press that link by mistake, you know? Yeah. Okay. Construction professionals, like a construction estimator, would that be included in your program?
Yes. So if you are in construction, then that would be included in our skilled trade streams. So we do have that open to you if you are eligible.
Okay, good. So maintenance engineer. I think you answered that question, right? Already, right? Maintenance engineer, or
yes, I would recommend. There are some occupations that even I'm unfamiliar with. So we often recommend you either send us an email directly or you check our website, because there's a lot of information on there that can help clear up specifics.
Okay, yeah. I just want to, sorry, I know this is a FAST programs hour, but there was a question about the recording. For the CPA session, we will be, if you register, we will be sending you a PDF copy of the material that the CPA BC was covered. Yeah, so excellent. Kudos for educative and informative session. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kim. Yes, please go to CPA BC booth. Yeah, thank you, Kim. So there's a lot of thank you here. You did a great job. Okay, I do have another question here. Now, say I'm currently enrolled in a culinary school right now. You said that even though I'm enrolling in the school in some other program, I can register with the FAST program, right?
Yes, so the FAST program is flexible. We wanted to make it as open as possible so that if you are in school or you're taking additional employment trainings or certificates, you can still use FAST as a sort of complementary or supplementary tool that you can have in your back pocket. So if you are currently going to culinary school, but you feel that FAST may be beneficial to you, then I would definitely recommend registering, because it can help provide you that additional information about the sector that perhaps you haven't yet learned in your school just yet.
Okay, good. I do have a question. I remember now. G-TAC Tech, can you upload Kim's presentation again, please? And once you upload this, there's a particular slide I want you to get to. Oh, by the way, there's the email again, and the fast BC. Or can you go back? Back. Go back again. Go back. Success story. Go back again. Getting the go back. No, actually, did I miss it? Actually, hey, G-TAC Tech, let me can you give me the control of the slides so I can find the slide faster? There was one particular one I had some question, and I want to do I have the slide? Oh yes, I do. Perfect. Okay, so just bear with me. Sorry, Kim, just bear with me. The part that you talk about, the you can actually study another program while you do this.
I think it's in here, yes. Where you
here, right here, yeah. It is a self-paced and can be completed before, after, or during other programming. But if it's a self, like, just say, give us a sense, like this self-paced, like if we just concentrate on doing this, how long would it take?
Yeah, no, so great question. So the program was designed to be flexible because we know people have lives, they have families, immigration process can be tricky. Some of you may already be working and are looking to transition to a different job. So we made this program so that there's no deadline for which you have to complete it. However, if you complete the program, you get those additional benefits. If you don't complete the program, then you don't get those additional benefits. So we often recommend that you finish the program within 3 to 4 weeks so that you can get access to those additional benefits. So there is a real incentive to finish the program, because not only do you get to finish the program and you get to learn more about the sector, but you also get access to those free industry designations, those groupie mentoring opportunities, as well as our job board.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and then there's a question, just can you just repeat again in terms of the eligibility? Is there a slide on that, just out of curiosity?
Yes, there is, near the beginning. So while you move to the slide, so for FAST, we have some eligibility that is required. The first being that you have to have at least 2 or more years of experience, and that can be work experience, training, or education in one of the 6 sectors. So IT, biotech and life sciences, accounting and finance, culinary arts, skilled trades, or seniors care. Oh, I think we missed it. We need to go back the other way. I apologize.
This one?
No, one more. Keep going. One more. One more. There it is. Perfect.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So you do require some experience, and that is just because this program is not a training program. So if you are interested in learning on how to become a chef or how to become a research scientist, this won't be the best program, because we can't train you on those skills. We can only assess what you already know. For immigration status, we do require that you're either an individual approved in principle to immigrate to Canada, so that is those pre-arrival permanent residents, permanent residents already in Canada, and again, anywhere in Canada, that is fine, and convention refugees, including those who have recently immigrated from the Ukraine.
Okay. Okay, good. And then, okay, that's the eligibility. There's a question about a CLB6. Now, for people who's not familiar with CLB6, do you know approximately equivalent to IELTS? What level in IELTS?
I believe it's
Is it 5 or
it's 5? It's 5 to 6, I believe.
okay?
Now, for those that, may be concerned about, well, I don't have CLB6 or I don't have my certificate, that is fine. We do not require proof of language ability. This is a recommendation just because our program is online and it's a lot of you and the computer. So there's less of that assistance if you are a little uncomfortable with English or you haven't quite mastered the language just yet. So if you feel confident in your reading and reading comprehension skills in English, then you will be fine. You do not need to prove to us that you are CLB6, but it does help if you have a higher level of English for this program.
Okay. What about French speaker?
So we are hoping to expand this program into French very, very soon. At the moment, it's only offered in English. However, that is something that we are hoping to get started very soon. So for those who are French speakers or are located in Quebec, this is a feature that will be hopefully up and running sometime this year or next year.
Okay, perfect. Now, just educate people a bit. Just talk a little bit about it, because we always, in Canada, we always talk about workplace culture, right? For those of you for the people that's like new to Canada or people who's not familiar with that workplace, like here, we talk about diversity, inclusion, and the workplace culture. Can you just explain a little bit more about that for the people that's not familiar with that term?
So workplace culture is something that is sometimes very hard to explain, but what it is in a nutshell is sometimes the way that a environment or work environment may be from what you're used to in your home country may be very different in a different country. So for example, an example that I love to give is in the IT and data services sector or the tech sector. In many countries across the world, it is expected, regardless of position, to come to work wearing a suit and tie every single day. In Canada, the tech sector is a lot more flexible. Some organizations, you will see people wearing a hoodie and jeans, and that is seen as completely acceptable. And that can be shocking for some individuals who have arrived. They have 10 years of experience in IT, and they join a company where everyone is wearing very casual clothing. And so that can be sometimes very difficult to understand if that means, is this a good company? Am I choosing the right role for myself? And so that is sort of what workplace culture really gets into, are those small nuances that perhaps you're not even aware of that may be different in a different, not even a different job, but a different country or a different sector. So our workplace culture and our Prepare for Work in Canada module will go over some of those little nuances, including the fact that if you move to Canada, Canadians love to talk small talk. They love to talk about the weather. They love to talk about their sports teams and things like that before they get into discussing matters of the day. And this can sometimes be a bit jarring for those who this is not a common thing in their home country. So we cover that sort of material so that you can feel more comfortable when you are entering the Canadian workforce, that you're not surprised by any of these small little nuances that may differ quite a lot from what you are comfortable with and used to.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, we have to talk about diversity as well, because for example, say you come from just for example, you come from China, for example, where it's, you know, relatively, I mean, their diversity, their definition of diversity is a little bit different than our definition of diversity, obviously, right? Whereas when you come over here, there's gender equality, there's a political correctness, and then the things that you don't say or you don't comment and things like that. So those are all part of the workplace culture that we are certainly unique in Canada as well. I mean, in the world, in terms of how diversified, how inclusive we are here in Canada. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we just released the poll for today's presentation by Kim about FAST program. Please take the few seconds to complete this survey, and then we will continue with this conversation shortly. I do have another question, except now I cannot change this. Oh, I can change. Okay, there's a question is, oh, I'm an express entry applicant, but I haven't obtained the pre-arrival notice yet, the letter. Can I still register for the FAST program?
So you do require your proof of immigration status, whether that's, pre-arrival permanent resident or permanent resident in Canada, before you can apply for the FAST program. So for those that are kind of in that in between, they're waiting to get their certificate or their proof of confirmation, then I would wait until you receive that document before you apply for FAST.
Okay, so Cesar, yes, you will have to wait until you receive the letter, then you can. Okay, she got it. Thank you. But any of you have any other questions? By all means, if you think about any other questions, by all means, either send an email or go see Kim and her colleague in the FAST booth in our VCE 13 main hall there. Now, there's another question I want to ask you. I know that you guys have a small team, and you guys, it's sometimes, you are able to give a little bit more attention. It depends on the situation, depending on the group and whatnot, things like that. But do you host do you actually host, like, for example, to have employers coming to your sessions and then have the employer talk to your register users about some of the open jobs? Do you guys actually do that?
So yes and no. So within the FAST program, what we do is we often have employers from different industries come in and discuss what are things that they're looking for from candidates as a biotech employer or as a financial employer. But through IECBC, so sort of the larger organization that I'm a part of, we do hold events, connections events, networking events, where employers will come and are actively looking for individuals to fill positions. And so those who are registered with FAST or registered with other programs at IECBC can access these events and can actively interview for those positions or apply and speak directly to the employer themselves.
Okay, perfect. So we are fast approaching the end of the webinar. So Kim, would you like to take the next 30 seconds to wrap up today's webinar?
Yes, so thank you so much, Shaw. Again, thank you all so much for being here today, for listening to me. FAST is a really great tool to use, not only to show employers that you're ready for employment, but also for yourself, so that you can best know what skills and competencies you should highlight in interviews, in your resume, or even on your LinkedIn profile. So for those who are eligible, or for those who are interested in learning a little bit more, I would highly recommend you visit our booth later today, or you send us an email. Our email is located directly at our booth, or I've included it in the chat as well. We'd be happy to help you, but I hope that many of you valued this webinar and that I see some of you registering.
By the way, so ladies and gentlemen, please go to a FAST booth in the VC 13's main hall and chat with Kim and her colleague, Hannah, I believe. And then they will give you more information. That there's another question is, what about my wife? What about my wife? So if I guess if you do have the PR, it's the wife. I guess the wife eligible too, right?
So if you want to apply for FAST, and that includes if you have family members who want to apply for FAST, they must also meet the same eligibility. So they have to be either permanent residents, refugees, or pre-arrival permanent residents. So if your wife is currently under a different visa, then unfortunately at this time, she won't be eligible. But if she does get her permanent residency, or she has come as a refugee or a Ukrainian immigrant, or pre-arrival PR, then she is eligible for the program.
Okay, perfect then. Thank you, Kim. I will go to your booth and say hi to you a bit later. And thank you, every one of you, for your attention. So we are now going to take a short break, and then the next presentation will be done by the folks at BCCA, British Columbia Construction Association, to talk about the construction industry in Canada. Okay, so I will see you guys shortly. Bye, Kim.
Bye. Thank you all so much.
Getting 300 million tons of freight to market and powering the economic growth of a nation, that takes a lot. It takes fortitude and focus, a strong footprint, and a commitment to reducing it. It takes partnerships, communities, collaboration. It takes a vision and care for one another. It takes all of us together into the future.
Technical professionals should give consideration to Cognizant because ultimately we're about business solutions and technology serves as the enabler for that business solution. Cognizant associates can very quickly move from individual contributor to team lead to manager, all the way up to strategist. We have various team outings to reward individuals who have contributed to the growth of the company. Cognizant has an employee referral program that incentivizes our associates to refer friends and family members to the company as we grow. At Cognizant, the core product that we go to market with is the knowledge base of our associates.
Cognizant Career Architecture offers amazing opportunities to our employees to choose from a career path of their liking. Cognizant Academy, which is our virtual university, works with associates to design training programs that best suit them and their needs. Cognizant is an excellent example of being a melting pot of diverse cultures, ethnicities, and backgrounds. We continue to integrate diversity and inclusion into the very fabric of our culture. Inclusive workplace is what makes diverse workforce feel empowered and part of the organization. Our diverse teams are spread across geographies and time zones, and that'll give you an instant feel that you're working for a global giant.
What makes somebody successful at Cognizant? This is a question oftentimes people do ask, and having been in Cognizant for 13 plus years, I would definitely say that we call that a Cognizant DNA. For instance, somebody who goes above and beyond, somebody who's honest, loyal, who's got integrity, accountability, works collaboratively, works with people, shares, helps people. These are definitely some of the traits that make somebody successful in Cognizant. Cognizant offers great benefits in terms of not only compensation, but also work-life balance. We have great flexibility in our work schedule, and Cognizant believes in keeping skills sharpened and marketable. We also believe in giving back to the community. We have community outreach, Cognizant Outreach, which has done some fantastic work. We have Veterans Network, and we also have the Women Empowered, which hosts a lot of different meetings. We also believe in a lot of merit recognition, job satisfaction. So anyone that goes above and beyond, there are individual rewards, there are team rewards. So Cognizant absolutely recognizes somebody's hard work and definitely believes in awarding them. Cognizant has wonderful leaders who have great vision and who continuously inspire us and believe in us. For me, to wake up every single day and to look forward to going into work with the same passion that I had 13 years ago speaks volumes.
In terms of career development, making the right choice is more important than working hard. Join CPABC at BC 13 to learn why accounting, CPA, may be a right choice for you.
Ensuring there are enough human resources to provide care to New Brunswickers now and in the future requires both transformation and investment.
It's been well documented that there is a significant shortage of nurses across the province.
It must be a priority to attract, support, and retain these valuable healthcare professionals.
Fredericton offers a high quality of life, affordable cost of living, strong job market, excellent education system, and a growing tech industry. These make a compelling case for considering a move to Fredericton. Come and find more at the live channel of VCE 13. Think twice, move once. Reliable information is your best defense.
Okay, nice to have a commercial break. And nice to see Alice and Louise. Alice, you're muted. Hi, Louise.
Hello.
Good to see you. Are you, where in British Columbia are you, Louise?
I'm in Coquitlam.
Oh, nice. I'll have to visit you one day. I've never been there.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
Well, and Alice, long time no see. Pleasure to see you.
Yes, it's been a while. I was thinking I haven't talked to you in, I don't know, 2 years, something like this.
Few years, and I remember at the time, and now you have a nice addition to your family. So congratulations.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah,
it's been a pleasure to always continue to work with the BCCA. which leads me into an introduction. So it's 1 p.m. here. I'm in Ottawa. I'm in the nation's capital, and Louise is in Coquitlam, BC. And Alice, are you still out of Victoria these days?
Yes. Still out of Victoria.
Wonderful. And for those of you that don't know, the British Columbia Construction Association has a lot to offer. And sometimes Alice and I used to say the BCCA name can be deceiving because the opportunities for employment in terms of areas of expertise as to talent are diverse. But Alice and Louise will get into the resources and programs, particularly the BCCA Integrating Newcomers program, which Alice Kalmetz is the program manager, and Louise will introduce herself as well. There's a diversity of programs and resources to support you in your career development, not only in British Columbia, but in terms of the BCCA IN program across Canada for those of you that are looking to get into the sector. And if, we have a group of friends from around the world this morning and this afternoon, and we have some people that are landed in Canada. So Louise and Alice will be able to convey how the British Columbia Construction Association can support you in your career development in the sector. Before I pass it off to Alice, I want to remind my colleague who's off camera to bring up the BCCA presentation. And we'll make sure that Alice has control. And I will continue to set expectations. So this is a 1-hour session. It's live and interactive, as you guys all know. And we'll hear what Louise and Alice have to convey. And we thank them for their expertise and their time today. And Alice will let me know when it's time for Q&A, and we can have a continued in-depth discussion. You guys can send your questions through the chat function. So Alice, if you just perhaps, use your mouse to click on the center of the PPT, and then maybe your keyboard to make sure you can switch to the next slide. Are you good to go?
Yeah, I'm good to go. And then Louise will we do part of it, so she will also need some of the control afterwards. I'll start, then she goes, and then me.
Okay, got it. So if you can help my colleague who's off camera, when it's time for Louise to take over, if you can sort of give my colleague an oral nudge. And once again, Louise, it seems like the trick is to take your mouse and sort of click it on your own computer. And then with a lot of partners, it seems to be that it's almost easier to then switch slides with your keyboard rather than your mouse, but you'll decide. It's not your first Zoom, not your first rodeo. So thank you so much, Louise and Alice. We really look forward to continuing the conversation, and see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay, for the introduction. And thank you, everybody, for logging today and coming to listen to our conversation today. My name is Alice. I'm the program manager for the Integrating Newcomers program. And together with me is Louise Nicole, who is the skill assessor for the program. So during this presentation, we'll go over quickly about what the program is about, what the industry, the construction industry in general, what opportunities are there, and then a bit more about how to access them and who is eligible for the program, etc. We'll do about a 25-30 minutes presentation, and then we'll leave lots of time for question and answers at the end of it. So first of all, what kind of job opportunities are available in the industry in general? Construction is very much a multidisciplinary employer. So when we speak about construction, of course, the first thing that will come to your mind is skilled trades, any kind of skilled trades, from labor to very skilled. All the skilled trades are very much in demand right now in Canada. But we also talk about the licensed technical professions, so technologists, technician, architect, estimators, surveyors, engineers, of course, project managers. All of these professions are quite in demand. And we also work as a program with what we call the business strategic occupation that supports the construction industry. So anybody who is in the logistics chain, the supply chain, or general operation as well. So if you're not completely sure where you fit, this is where we come in. So when we chat with you, we'll help you identify really where you fit and what is the correct role to target based on your experience, your diploma, and what we know is currently in demand in the construction industry. So employers usually are looking for a few things. They're looking at what your career path is, what you've done in the past, and how it can fit in what they need. They will often require Canadian experience, and we'll go into a bit more details of how we see that and how we can help you go over that. Because of course, if you're coming from outside of Canada, you don't have the Canadian experience, but we can talk about that. Employers will also be interested in your credential, and part of that is getting your credential recognized. Part of the immigration process, you will do a recognition in a credential assessment, but once you come to Canada, you also need to be registered with the authority that is in the province where you'll be working. So that's a really big part of your employment journey. And employers will be interested in your technical skills. And then again, this is where we can help you, because we know what the technical skills are in demand right now in Canada, and we can help you identify them and highlight them on your resume just to make sure that employers see them. And of course, to get a job, most often it comes down to connection. So we'll help you understand how to build connection before you arrive in Canada, how to develop a peer network, people that are in similar position in Canada, so you can start asking questions and really develop that peer network and peer support. So within the program, we really ensure that you take action on each of these parts as soon as possible, because the earlier you start, the better it is for your employment. So you might ask yourself, why should I register for the BCCA Integrating Newcomers program? We're a free program. We're funded by IRCC, and despite the name being BC Construction Association, we are actually a Canada-wide program. So it doesn't matter which province you'll be going into, whether you go to BC or Ontario, New Brunswick, etc. It really doesn't matter. We have connection in every province. And we are very much focused on the employment part. So we are an employment support program. We really know the industry. We're a construction association, so we're an association of employers. And we understand your career potential because we ourselves are immigrants, career coaches, construction professionals. So we want to have all of that information available to you. In the program, we do an in-depth assessment. That's what my colleague Louise does to start with whenever somebody registers for the program, where we look at your skills, your education, your credentials, and based on that, then you're assigned a coach who will help you one-on-one to really help you job hunt, learn about the construction culture, how to network, and really build that relationship with employers and peers in Canada, because this is crucial to your employment. So we'll help you build a connection to the local industry, no matter where you're going. Again, we're not specifically for BC. We can work with clients going anywhere. We have construction association anywhere. And we'll help you connect with the credential authorities to make sure that you get the process started, because it is a long and costly process. So the quicker you start, the better it is. And also with the association that can support you once you land in Canada. So we really try and make your journey as smooth as possible. So again, we're the BC Construction Association, but we have construction association in every province, and so we are connected with every province. The program has been running since 2015, so 8 years by now, and so we have employers that we're connected with in every province and construction associations. So one of the first questions when you register with a program is we will ask you, which province are you going to? So just to make sure we have the right information. And we can connect you with construction employers really across the country. So here is how we can support you with key connection. Before landing and after landing, there are many free support you can access: employment, training, bridging programs, etc. We'll get you connected with the most relevant local pre- and post-arrival services, because in every province, in every city, you will have somebody that can support you when you land. And we help you build really strong local employer connections, and we'll show you how to build really your network of professionals. We'll help you really focus on what we call the right activities, the one that we know will make a difference. And you start pre-arrival so that once you actually get to Canada, which is, a bit overwhelming at first, you already have done a lot of the work, and so you know where to go and where to go. And in the program, most of us are immigrants, so we have done what you're about to do, and so we can also help with some practical questions that you may have. This is over to you, Louise. So for the technical support, please switch the control to Louise. Thank you.
Thanks, Alice.
Yes, let's make sure my colleague gives control to Louise. And Louise, as mentioned, perhaps click the screen with your mouse and then use your keyboard on the shift up, not shift, but just the up down keys. Seems to be the trick. We'll give you a moment.
Okay. Probably by the time I need to switch the slide, it will be ready. Hello, everybody. My name's Louise. I work with Alice, and she said we're mostly new immigrants, and they truly are. And I just want to take a second to say, when I started my career in Canada, because I was born in Canada, but my grandparents weren't. But when I started my career, I worked with everybody that was born in Canada. And now at the end of my career, my entire team is from another country, and I am loving it. So just want to say that. I'll introduce my role. I am the skills assessor, and I come from a place of a construction background. I am a former skilled trades worker. Then I was a technology instructor. I got interested in how people, get attached to their jobs. So I got into human resources, and I really focused on the labor market. And when you put all that experience together, I'm very well placed to look at your skills, your credentials, your education, and help you get started in the right career path. I want to say, oh, what happened?
Problem, we'll figure it out. So once again, my colleague who's off camera, you make sure you give Louise control, please, of the presentation. And we'll make sure, Louise, are you able to, pardon me?
Somebody can move it on, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can do it. I can do it from my side. It's fine. Louise and I do lots of presentation together, so I know what she will say. And Louise, you can, say next slide, please, once you're done, so I don't cut you off.
Okay, next slide, please. Back up. Oh, okay. Yep, there we go. So at the bottom of the slide, there's a little, in the middle, it says buildforce.ca. I want to start by saying that the statistics and the information from our presentation here come from a report, Canadian report, buildforce.ca. And their job is to look at the construction industry, the labor market needs, and develop these in-depth reports that you yourself can go and drill down into the province or region that you may be moving to in Canada and take a look at how the sector is getting on. So what we want to do, is that the right slide? That doesn't feel right. We want to introduce you to the construction industry, look at occupations, the size and diversity of the industry, the location of the construction work in Canada. We're going to look at the labor market outlook, and then I want to do a little bit of drilling down into architects and engineers and talk a little bit about that process. So this slide, it tells us about the size of the construction sector in Canada. So it's one of the largest sectors in Canada and very much near the top of growth industry. So, which is very good for anyone who wants to move here and maybe work in the construction industry. Right now, 1 in every 13 workers in Canada are working in construction. So that's very helpful. We want to say that there are a lot of very, very large construction companies, international, multinational construction companies that many people are familiar with, PCL, Ellis Don, Ledcor, Stantec, and we will connect you with all of those large companies. But we want you to know that 62% of the construction industry is actually led by small companies that have small employees, like maybe fewer than 5. We have the resources and the contacts to help you with this. So next slide, please, Alice. This one addresses the size of the construction workforce. And so this is a little bit of a mathematical equation. And it is correct. It is, however, outdated, because as quick as we predict how badly the skill shortage is, it gets worse. So this tells us that we have a relative shortage of about 16,000 workers, and that doesn't yet take into consideration the retirements. And the retirements are adding another 160,000 openings into the construction industry. On top of that, everything is worse than expected. So we know the baby boomers, we know the demographic issues. Canada's construction or labor force has been declining since the 70s. So we knew this was coming, but it's bad. And all I'm trying to make here is the point that there will be so much jobs available in the industry. It's really, really a good time for people to think about careers and movement into that sector. We're going to have a huge shortfall. And even there's one sort of anecdote that just in the Greater Toronto area, in the next 5 years, they're expecting, something like 147,000 skilled workers needs to build housing. So these are the things that are happening. So there's lots of work, and this just illustrates that. Next slide, please. Regulated professions. So in Canada, as in most countries around the world, we want to make sure that highly professional people are well qualified. So there's a percentage of our occupations that are highly regulated. And in construction, there are highly regulated jobs. As an engineer is a good example. There are jobs, however, there are no mandatory regulations whatsoever. You just have to have experience. And there are jobs where we say it was voluntary training, where, let me say, project manager. You may not have to have a degree in project management, but if you've got some training, the employers are going to value that. So while it's not mandatory, it's voluntary training that will help you get a job. So if 20% of jobs are highly regulated, we'll see where you fit in that, but we'll also offer you some options where there's voluntary credentialing and then job options where there is no credentialing. This is a very important step that you need to get started right away. And part of our job is to get you connected to the regulatory authorities. And we're going to touch on this at the end. So next slide, please. We want to look at who is working in the construction industry. And this one shows you, and again, 1.47, there's at least 200,000 more than that at this moment, but it shows you the difference between male and female. And the on-site 1.125 million workers, only 5% of those working on-site are female, whereas in off-site positions where we're talking about administration or project management, females are making up 41% of the workforce. And what we're trying to show here is that there is a place for women in construction. There is a place for women on site in construction. So this need to diversify recruitment has actually been good for women that want to work in construction or new immigrants or even Aboriginals, because fortunately they've had to diversify their recruitment processes. And what we're seeing right now is maybe more activity than we've ever seen in attracting people and other faces into the construction industry. I want to take a moment to tell you that, statistically, it's, 16% across the board of newcomers are in the construction industry, but there are pockets in Canada where the actual construction industry, the numbers of new immigrants is much, much higher. We get as high as 30% or above. And what I want to say to you is you will see yourself. If you're coming here to work in construction, you should be very comfortable. And I want to add that there are some very positive outcomes. Statistically, the newcomers that come into construction have better than average incomes, lower unemployment rates, and a decreased need for social support. So I'm pretty proud of the fact that the industry is learning how to do this and doing it in a good way. So with that, how is the industry doing? Next slide, please, Alice. The outlook. We've rebounded from the pandemic levels. And despite supply chain issues and economic issues and interest rate issues, everything is growing, residential and commercial, and residential is projected to continue growing for at least another decade. Where is the work? Well, the Ontario and Quebec, British Columbia and Nova Scotia are posting the highest levels of unemployment or seeking skills in the construction industry because of the work that's going on there. However, the outlook is good across the province. And what it means in Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, and Nova Scotia is actually the reason they're having a higher need is because it's a higher investment. So I looked at reports recently where there's infrastructure and hospital buildings happening almost in every province and territory across Canada. So the outlook is very healthy. The next slide, we'll look at where the work is, and we just kind of touched on this. And this will illustrate for you where the population density is in Canada. I mean, are we up to 36 million? So it's not a large country with a lot of population. And when you put Ontario and Quebec together, you're going to see that that's 62% or 55% or something like that of the actual population. So there is a lot of construction activity. It's relevant. So you get into New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, they're tiny, small provinces with lower populations. They're not going to have as much activity as the larger provinces. But when you start grouping them together, they are really holding their own, especially Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia. The Western provinces are really taking on their share, 40% alone just in those provinces. So I just want to say to you to think about the smaller provinces, think about potentially more rural or northern locations in Canada, because there's still an awful lot of activity going on, but there are less people there, therefore less job seekers and more potential for you. And the next one, we're just going to add a little depth to, we're going to talk a little bit more about credentialing, because we went over that a little bit fast, but we want to talk to you a little bit about the top 3 occupations or professions that we typically deal with. And I want to give you just a little bit more information about that credentialing process. So the next slide, Alice. Beginning with engineers, you have to register with the relevant provincial organization. And if you move, you might have to register with another provincial organization. So keep that in mind. It can take from 1 to 4 years. The basic 4 steps are the application, an academic assessment, a practical or professional practice or practical exam, and then at least a minimum of 1 year of Canadian experience. Now, that takes time, that takes a lot of documents and work. We will help you and get you started in that process. With architects, it's different. There's 3 basic ways of architects entering Canada: country to country reciprocal agreements. So United States, Mexico, Europe, New Zealand, and Australia are countries that we have reciprocal architect agreements with, so that might benefit you. And the second route would be alternative qualifications pathway, which is really suitable for people that have a lot of architectural experience, very broad-based. And then the third route would be an internship as an architect. Now, I didn't mention engineers in training, and any engineers here probably are well aware of that. But engineer in training is a really good way to start your career as an engineer or a technologist or technician, which that's kind of the direction we'll go in. But with architects, it's an internship. So that's another really good way to get yourself started as an architect. Skilled trades, they're very critical to the construction industry. They are there's a skilled people shortage and a skills shortage at the moment. So this is really another open and very viable way to get yourself a Canadian credential that could potentially, be recognized across the country. In Canada, we have what we call the Red Seal sort of stamp of approval, the Red Seal examination. And the wonderful thing about Red Seal and skilled trades is that you can use that credential in anywhere in Canada. So it's very valuable. And right now, a newcomer with skilled trades experience is going to get employed immediately, very quickly. Apprenticeship, which is a route to getting your Red Seal, is something that may also be available to you and something that we're really trying to support more people getting into. Now, that's a lot of information. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm going to pass it back to Alice to wrap it up for us.
Thank you, Louise. So for the next part, I'll just go over quickly on how do you register for the program and how do you get the support from us. So we are a pre-arrival program. So to be able to register in the program, you have to be still living outside of Canada and have been approved for permanent residency. Either you receive your confirmation of permanent residence, or you have received one of the documents inviting you to apply for pre-arrival services and arriving anywhere in Canada soon. So again, you don't need to be coming to BC. You can be going anywhere in Canada. That to us doesn't matter as long as you tell us where you're going. And in terms of timeline, we advise that you register 2 to 3 months before you land, if you know when you're landing. If you don't know yet because you're in the process, but you haven't figured out when you want to come, please still get in touch and let us know you don't have a final date. And as soon as you know your date, just let us know so we can put you in the list. So right now as a program, we have about 1 to 2 months wait list to get onboarded into the program, because we have a lot of people that want to register and not as many people that can help. So as soon as you know your landing date, please register with us. And even if you know it's going to be in 6 months, just register and tell us. We, probably be in September. So we could put you in the registration list and keep sort of a spot for you in the waiting list for registration for the next couple of months. If you're not totally sure, you can go to our website and check your eligibility and see if you qualify or not. So what does the process look like? You register online. We have a form on the website. It's pretty simple. Once you send all the documents, you'll need your resume and a document from IRCC with you, or UCI, and or anything that proves that you're coming to Canada as a permanent resident. With that, we will confirm that you're actually eligible, and we will register you in the program. Once we have that, my colleague Louise will start the skill assessment. So she will look at your skills, your education, your credentials, what kind of work experience you have, and she will provide her best recommendation. Typically, she will provide 3 top roles that she thinks you'd be a good fit for, and sort of an example of a job lead, something that she thinks would be a good fit for you. You also assign at the same time an employment liaison specialist, so ELS. And this is a person that will work one-on-one with you. They will take Louise's assessment and add their information and really build a long-term plan for your best career options and help you plan and begin your career journey. What we see very often with immigrants is that if you are in a regulated profession, because the process is long and costly, I cannot emphasize that enough, sometimes people will give up because they need a job. Everybody needs a job to survive when they come to Canada. And so it's tempting to take what we call a survival job, but typically that will set you back in the process of getting a job that actually is commensurate with your experience and skills. And it's a loss for you, of course, and it's a loss for Canada because you've been selected because of your skills. So if you end up not using them, then we as a country lose, and you as an immigrant also lose. So what we want to do is work with you and say, okay, where do you want to be in 5 years and how do you get there? And if you can't be an engineer when you start because you have to do the credential recognition, these are the other options. These are options that are still in the construction industry as a technologist, as a technician, engineer in training, etc., so that you are in the construction industry, you're using your skills, you're building your network. So when your credential finally comes through in Canada, you will have access, you already have sort of everything that you need. And you'll be working in a position that is relevant and interesting to you, because otherwise it is really a waste of your skills. And so that's what really we want to avoid. Your employment liaison specialist will also provide support, information, and guidance on any matter that helps you transition and settle into your new life in Canada. All of the employment liaison specialists are immigrants. And so we we all know what is it that you will be going through. You know, if you have questions about how to register your kids to school, where do you go for whatever, you know, you tell us, we'll find the information for you or help you and to find the right person. We will also connect you with post-arrival services because we are a pre-arrival service, which means that as soon as you land in Canada, we will have to exit you fairly quickly. We have a month after you arrive to work with you, but after that, somebody else will need to support you. So before you arrive, we'll put you in contact with somebody in the city where you'll be landing. So you also have a point of reference for when you land, and you can continue having supports for the first, whatever need, 6 months, 1 year that you need support for. So really, this is sort of how we work from before you arrive all the way to when you land, and try and make this transition as smooth as possible. I have been in Canada for 10 years, and when I landed, there was no pre-arrival services like this. And now that I manage a program of pre-arrival, I wish there was something like this, because it would have made the transition much smoother. So we have the experience and the skills and the resources to help you, and we really want to offer that to you. It's funded by RCC, so it's totally free, of course. There is no fee at any point in the program. We often ask, what are the top tips for an immigrant? What do you offer? Our first thing is ask for help. There is lots of help available, either pre-arrival or post-arrival. If you're not sure about something, ask about it. The more information you have, the better. Learn about the industry you want to join, learn about the city where you want to live in. If you're not totally sure, let us know, and we can also advise. As Louise has mentioned, most immigrants tend to go to what we call MTV, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, so main bigger cities, but there are lots and lots of opportunities in other parts of Canada and other parts of the province as well, if you're set on a province. So if you're open to other opportunities, let us know, and we can advise where else would be a good fit for you. And instead of competing with 3,000 other candidates for one job, you might be competing about 10 candidate for one job, so your chances of success are much higher. So that's also something to take into consideration. Of course, you need to be informed about the wages for your occupation, level of experience, what kind of roles you should be hunting. This will really help, because it's not easy when you come from outside of Canada to know what the same role would be called here. So we can look at the skills and advice, saying, okay, this is the type of position you should be looking for. And how to get a license. I cannot stress how important that is, because in our experience with immigrants, it is really the main obstacle to getting a job is the credential recognition process. So the earlier you start in the process, the better it is for yourself, and it will make the transition easier. And of course, you will sometimes see that Canadian experience is needed. So we'll help you sort of build that pre-arrival. And what that looks like usually is having a resume that speaks to employers, no matter where your experience is from, and also getting your credential recognized. So just starting the process so that the employer sees that you are ready to work in Canada. And so we can help with all of this pre-arrival. So thank you very much for listening. We'll go now to the question and answer part, and over to you, Jade, for question and answers.
Absolutely. As Alice said, now is the time for a question and answer period. Some of you have been sending in questions already. Thank you. And if you have not, let's continue to dig deeper into some aspects of the presentation, and really thank Louise and Alice for their time. So I'm going to send the first question to Louise, who seems to be very knowledgeable. I wrote some notes here to make things simple. Louise mentioned like a top 3 categories of roles in the industry: engineers, architects, and skilled trades being quite a broad brush, let's say. There's a lot of roles in there, but the specific question, the question, Louise, is about career pivoting. So Mohammed, he's an engineer, but he's a biomedical engineer, so that's a different skill set, right?
Yeah.
He's landing in New Brunswick in July in Moncton. And Louise, have you ever had any clients of the program that were, an engineer from a different sector that have, through education and training, pivoted into, engineering within the construction industry? So I'm talking about pivoting and transitioning. You've talked about the demand for engineers in the sector, and that particularly even in Toronto alone, you talked about X amount of roles being needed up until 2027, for example. So yeah, that it's sort of a transition pivoting type question from Mohammed, who is an engineer, but in a different space.
I believe in transferable skills, and the engineering, the discipline of engineering gives us a really broad palette of skills that are transferable among the disciplines within engineering. So there will always be a great deal of information that the potential candidate has already learned that would, of course, be very valuable. The first thing I would look at is matching the actual skills or training to what's required in a more, building-based engineering discipline. Because even in what we would consider construction engineering, we have these are the kinds of engineers we deal with on a daily basis. We have structural engineers, recently a lot of geotech, right? Geology type engineers. Then we've got civil engineers, we have mechanical engineers, we have electrical engineers, we have petroleum engineers. There's just a huge variety of engineers. So the first thing I would say is technician technologists. We should be able to slide you in there and look at what the gap is between what skills you bring with you and what they're looking for, and then look for that match. Maybe an assistant tech or a project coordinator kinds of roles to get the person going on that track, and then go from there. Skilled trades, when we're talking about things, I sort of skipped here a bit, Jay, but if we're talking about painters, welders, tile setters, carpenters, electricians, everything I said there is very hands-on, whereas engineers more design-based. So that's not to say, and years ago, we used to say that the best engineers is the technician that actually had the hands-on experience. And so I know some of the engineers who come with hands-on experience, and they would be very prime and very well suited for many of the other technician jobs or Red Seal or skilled trades kinds of opportunities. But that's what we're here for, is to look at that experience. And one of the things that I'm always looking for personally is your industry. If we can match industries, is really easy to slide, a potential job that this person has a lot more experience with.
Thank you, Louise. And it does make sense that some of the technical skills that Mohammed would have would be most transferable, more so perhaps than others. But after the assessment, you would know. So Mohammed, since you're landing in Moncton in July, it would be a good time to continue the conversation with the BCCIM team. So let's continue on with other questions, because then Louise started getting into skilled trades, and Nick had a very general question. What are the qualifications to enter the construction industry? Because earlier you talked about regulated roles and non-regulated roles or non-regulated professions, and perhaps the skilled trades, it's a mixed bag, but some are regulated and some are not. So Nick has asked a general question. He seems to be interested in what are the qualifications to enter the construction industry? So pretty broad question, but I'll allow one of you to answer the question.
You want me to take that, Alice?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Many of the apprenticeships are still available with simply a grade 10 education. Now, everybody in Canada is going to prefer that you have some sort of high school training, but often that is all that's going to be required. So because everything you need to know, you're going to be taught as an apprentice. So apprenticeship training is going to take many years, 4 to 5 or 3 to 5 years, and individuals will be gradually trained over that time frame by working with someone who's already fully qualified. So when they bring you in as a new apprentice, they like to think you have hand tools background. You can work with hand tools and equipment. They want to know that you understand the safety rules and regulations that are going to happen on a construction site, that you can take direction, that you can communicate in English at a level that's going to be safe. And that's really where they're starting. But but you can go into a higher technical level. If you want to become a Red Seal electrician, they're going to look for a minimum of some sort of electrical training in your background somewhere. And other than that, it's all the same things again. So it's really a great way, if you've got some of those skills, to get a leg up, so that you might even be able to come into skilled trades training at a level that's higher than level 1. So you could come in maybe a second or third year because of your experience from somewhere else. And the apprenticeship has the National Occupational Analysis that literally allows them to look at your skill sets at that level. So it's really broad. My personal suggestion is to go for what you like. And I used to teach introductory trades training. If you like electrical and you're really good with math, go in that direction. If you really like math, go into carpentry if you want to do roof layout, or if you're into framing or design. But do you like the smell of petrol or diesel? Maybe you'd be a great mechanic. Well, mechanic, how about a heavy equipment mechanic? You go up to the oil fields, or you go into mining, you're going to make really good money as a heavy equipment operator or a heavy equipment mechanic. So it's really, Red Seal Canada, check it out. The whole list of regulated skilled trades are there. And then there's many more that have no regulations: painter, decorator, tile setter, roofer. You can get those kinds of jobs just with good, strong back.
Thank you, Louise. Alice, on one of the earlier slides, did you list many of the common roles in the industry, or am I dreaming things? I thought that was your third slide.
Yes, we have that.
Because that would really complement what Louise just conveyed orally. And the oral conversation will continue. I want to get those roles up there so our friends can wrap their heads around what Louise is saying as well in a visual way. But let's continue. Alice, I have more an eligibility question. You have addressed this earlier, but we've addressed a lot of things already. So it's okay if people ask, if we touch upon some things that were touched upon before. So Gifty asks, can new students enrolling in the fall of 2023 be allowed to register? I don't know if Gifty is an international student, landing in Canada, or Gifty could be a long-term Canadian resident who's starting school, which makes it tough for you to know if they're a PR or not. Let's pretend that they're not. So can international student who's going to BC for the fall of 2023 engage your program or other resources that might be outside of BCCIN, but obviously Gifty is interested in the sector and has asked the question.
So we cannot work with international students. Because we're funded by RCC, our criteria to get into the program is very strict. But if you're going to BC, in particular, there are other programs within the BC Construction Association that might be able, maybe not to fully take you in and on board, etc., but to give some advice on where to look and what you can be accessing. So we cannot take you in the program. We can send you information on what else you could be looking at. And we have what we call the self-serve email, which is a list of resources that are available if you're not eligible for us and what else you could be eligible for. So we could unfortunately not onboard you, but we can certainly send you some information that hopefully will help you understand where else you could be getting some help from.
Well, that's very helpful, because as you know, we have a diverse group of friends with us at the moment in different stages of their journey. So unfortunately, international students can't register at the moment, but don't hesitate to reach out if you're passionate about the sector, and the BCCA team will be willing to point you in the right direction as an international student. So Nikhil has a question directed to Louise. Now we know this is a pre-Ravel program, so it might not be relevant to Nikhil because Nikhil Louise is in Canada and has been in Canada since 2017. Because you and I were talking about pivoting before. So he says, will I be able to use services to get back into the construction field? He was in the construction industry in India for 2 years and studied engineering in Canada. So, I mean, this might not be a BCCA IN potential client, but this is someone who is interested in getting back into the sector and has been in Canada for 2017. His question to you is like, would I be able to use, are there resources? And maybe you can elaborate, is it possible? Do you know of people who were in the sector overseas and after an educational hiatus in Canada, they got back into the sector that they were in India, for example, and want to be in Canada?
I think that's very valuable experience. And yes, the short answer here is yes, there are many, many programs available now to help sort of recruit and place that person into construction. So I would suggest going to the apprenticeship organization in the province where they're located. I would certainly contact the local, the Provincial Construction Association. These are places just to start with that would have connections for them to be able to go through the process. Right now, the government is offering $10,000 to any employer to help with that apprenticeship process. So that's just one of the examples of the multitude of localized Canadian programs that are being funded across the country to really get people interested in. So someone that wants to pivot and has some experience, that's exactly what we're looking for.
Thank you very much, Louise, and great question. Patrick, you can ask a question in French. So type in your French question and I will ask it of Alice. Tu parles en français, Alice?
Oui, oui, sans problème.
We'll continue on with other questions. So I'll send this back to Louise. It's from Abu. Abu says he's a qualified surveyor having chartered from the RICS-UK. I'm expecting to arrive within 3 months. What kind of license might I be able to obtain? I don't understand that aspect of the question, but perhaps you will, so I'll read it again. I'm qualified quantity surveyor, having chartered from RICS UK, and Abu's landing soon. I'm expecting to arrive within 3 months. What kind of license can I obtain? Or I guess he needs BCCA's help.
We're familiar with RICS. We're very familiar with UK training. That's highly valued. And a quantity surveyor, Jay, is basically a construction estimator. Okay, so that's exactly where we will still steer this person, is into quantity surveying. There are Canadian regulations for that. So you could maybe get started as a cost purchasing person or something as you're working your coordinators, you're working your way into a fully qualified quantity surveyor. But it's in demand. It's one of the jobs that we're recruiting for.
And the type of license that you can obtain will depend on the province that you're going to go to, because depending on the province, the regulation is different. So if you register with a program and let us know, if you say you're arriving within 3 months, you're right at the moment where you need to register for the program, so we can advise which license you need to obtain and how to go about it so you can get prepared. 3 months is exactly the timeline that we recommend. So
perfect.
Yes, you'd be a good fit. Abu, you'd be definitely a good fit for us.
Okay, well then let's move the slide back to the registration hyperlink. Also, Abu, the BCCA team will be at their booths perhaps the next hour or two today. We still have a few hours left in the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. So as Ella said, Abu, since you're landing in 3 months, now is the time to start the journey with the BCCA Integrating Newcomers team. Okay. A poll just popped up, so feel free to answer the poll.
I'll be in the booth this afternoon in about 3 hours. I'll be there for two hours.
And then there is somebody else at the booth right now.
Right
So
now.
as soon as the presentation is done, if you have further questions as you haven't been able to ask during the presentation, you can go to the booth and one of our team members is there. And you could say, you know, I've just listened to Alice and Louis' presentation and I have further questions. Can I get some clarification? And then we'll be happy to help you.
So yeah, as Alice is saying, some people, may have joined at different points in the last hour, and if the conversation will continue with the BCCA team, but in the BCCA booth. So, Louise, what about non-traditional? People have concepts of construction industry roles. Are there ever what about roles within accounting or bookkeeping or project management or even client customer service or sales? Is that a part of the increased need of professionals in the space?
Yes, we have seen instances, for example, where an administrator with construction background could fit nicely into one of those small construction companies where they're looking for someone that can do the invoicing, do the payroll, do the, all the work. So the administrators, certainly recruitment is important in the construction industry from a human resource perspective. Accounting, there's actually a construction financial management program that when we provide the link to people that look like they might be interested in this sort of financial side of construction. So, yes, the answer is yes for all of the supportive occupations. If you got the construction background, it's the right industry, we would still we would still work with you.
In the program, we tend to focus on the construction industry. So if you're, let's say, if you're an administrator with construction experience, then you might be a good fit. We do tend to refer out anybody who is in a sales and accounting general profile because we're not the best equipped. There are other rival services that are better equipped for this kind of professions. So unless you have a very strong background in construction and accounting, for example, then of course, but otherwise we'll probably refer you to another program just because we have a limited number of people that we can work with. As I mentioned, we have a 1 to 2 months wait list to people that have been registering for a while and just waiting to be onboarded into the program. So we tend to focus on the construction industry. But if you register with us and we think that you'd be a better fit for somewhere else, we will send you the information and say, hey, I think you'd be, better served by this organization. Can you please register with them? And so just to make sure that you have access to some support. And if we don't think we're the best one to do that, then we will refer you to somebody else.
Thank you, Alice. And that question was from Maha. I didn't address that. Thank you, Maha, for the question. So Alice, as we wind down here, I think we might struggle to address all the French questions. So I'm saying this because I really hope that Patrick and Abed, who've posed questions in French, can continue the conversation in your booth. Would you like to give some welcoming mentions or, to our Francophone friends, basically invite them how to continue the conversation, or if you want to, because Patrick, I think, joined recently, if you want to maybe give a 1 or 2 minute overview of whom you are so that he can message you, or just go to the booth later today. Can we address our friends from Patrick is from Cameroon. Our friends from Cameroon, or Abed, who perhaps is North African, I'm not sure. We're gonna have to wrap it up. Basically, it's 1:55. I don't know what time it is in Victoria, but we're getting close to the hour. S'il vous plaît, en français un peu, Alice.
Je peux faire aussi en français. Alors pour les francophones, le programme est uniquement en anglais. Dans le programme, moi je suis la seule francophone et donc je ne m'occupe pas directement des clients. Donc pour accéder au service dans le programme, il faut être capable de fonctionner en anglais parce que les specialists sont toutes en anglais. Pour tout ce qui est des questions d'immigration en français, nous ne sommes pas la meilleure personne pour répondre puisque nos services sont vraiment pour la partie de l'emploi. Donc Patrick par exemple, pour des questions sur l'entrée express, comment immigrer, etc. Ça, c'est une question qui doit être dirigée vers quelqu'un qui s'occupe de l'immigration. Nous, c'est pas des questions sur lesquelles on a une expertise parce que c'est vraiment pas notre domaine. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des possibilités d'immigrer sans passer par entrée express. C'est vraiment pas mon domaine, donc je préfère ne pas répondre. Le programme, nous, est vraiment destiné aux candidats qui ont commencé le processus d'immigration, qui sont presque à la fin du processus, qui sont encore en dehors du Canada et qui ont des compétences dans le domaine du bâtiment et de la construction et qui souhaitent avoir de l'aide pour transférer ces compétences-là dans le domaine de la construction. Mais de nouveau, les services sont offerts en anglais. Donc, s'il y a une question qui arrive en français, quand vous vous connectez à notre programme, bien sûr, je répondrai pour vous donner des informations, etc. Mais nous ne serons pas à mesure de vous intégrer dans le programme si vous ne parlez pas anglais parce que les services sont offerts en anglais. Par contre, il y a des services préarrivés complètement en français et donc, si vous souhaitez avoir cette information-là, vous pouvez nous envoyer un message et on vous connectera avec les services préarrivés en français pour avoir plus de support de ce côté-là. Merci. Thank you.
Merci, merci Alice et merci Patrick et Abed pour votre question aujourd'hui. So we'll give final words to Louise. She's been very informative and very passionate, and I'm sure the conversation could continue, and it will continue in the BCCA IN booth today. So Louise, thank you for your time. Hope to see you again, and final parting words on behalf of yourself and Alice and the British Columbia Construction Association.
The first thing I want to say is thank you for considering Canada. We are a country of new immigrants, and I'm very proud of that. So thank you for that consideration, and thank you for giving us some time. This is very confusing. It'll be the hardest thing you ever do in your life. We're here to support that, so let us know if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louise. Thank you, Alice. And everyone, stay tuned. We'll just take a quick coffee break. And we'll be joined by Gavin Simone of Practice PPE Exams. And as Louise said, you have a great future ahead of you, everyone. So stay tuned. Thank you, Alice. Good to see you, Alice.
Thank you. Bye.
And thank you, Louise. Bye-bye.
Dear job seekers, to broaden your career horizons, a national
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the final stretch of our 2 days of non-stop, very informative webinars. We have 2 more webinars to go. First one is right now. It's gonna be presented by Practice PPE Exams, and representative Practice PPE Exam is Gavin Simoni. He will talk about anything and everything you need to know. If you're a foreign trained engineer, you come to Canada, what are the steps that you can take to become a professional, to get a licensed engineer here. So we're gonna welcome Gavin right now.
I'd just like to welcome everyone to the presentation. My name is Gavin Simoni, and I'll be going over the presentation on getting licensed in Canada in 2023. So I'm going to share my screen and we'll go through that presentation. All right, so just want to welcome everyone. Good afternoon to all the G-TAC clients on the call. This presentation is to help you understand the best way, the quickest and the safest way to get through the different licensing steps in the engineering journey in Canada. So today I'm going to talk about the experience of our company very briefly, and then why might you want to become licensed? What are the benefits of becoming licensed in Canada? What are the requirements to become a professional engineer? If a professional engineering designation isn't right for you at this current moment, or you've taken a little bit of a different career path, what are some alternatives to pursue, either in the meantime or as a replacement to becoming a professional engineer? And what's a typical route for to get your license for internationally trained engineers? That will be our focus for today. How much will this cost you to go through the different licensing steps? We'll touch a little bit on the fees as well. Financial relief. So if you're having trouble paying for some or all the costs, there are some different options out there for getting loans or getting grants. So we'll touch on those very briefly as well. And then at the end, we'll take your questions, as many as we can in the amount of time. And then for anyone who submitted a question we can't get to, we'll figure out a way to address your questions after the call. So the experience of the team, my name is Gavin Simoni, and as I mentioned previously, I'm a licensed engineer in Alberta. I work in Ontario here, and I'm supported by a team of about 10 consultants from across the country, and we help with the different licensing steps in Canada. And we do this through our company, Practice PPE Exams, and we've been in business for over 11 years. And during that time, we've helped over 12,000 clients with individual licensing steps. So we've worked with a lot of people across Canada, people not even yet into Canada yet, who are still starting the process from their home country. And we help them navigate different licensing steps and getting started as well. So we've been through almost every different scenario that is possible in terms of the licensing process. We help with the 3 major licensing steps primarily, which we'll get into later, but just to give you a sense of what those are is, one is the experience reporting process. So submitting your 4 years or more of experience to your association. The other step is the National Professional Practice Exam, which you might have heard of the NPPE. That's simply a law, ethics, and professional practice exam. And the last one is a technical exams. So if you have a gap in your experience from your home country compared to a Canadian equivalent, you might have to write some exams, so we can help you there too. The process is a little bit different for an international engineering graduate versus a Canadian engineering graduate. In Canada, most, if not almost all of the universities that offer engineering programs are accredited, whereas the internationally international schools may or may not be equivalent to a Canadian standard. So that's why there's a couple of extra steps just to make sure, or sort of to compare your education and experience with Canadian equivalent. And as a result, if there's any gaps, there could be additional steps for your application. So the international engineering graduate can expect 6 common steps, which I've outlined here: submitting the application, having your transcripts reviewed, writing technical exams if there's any gaps, and then writing your law and ethics or your NPPE, and submitting your experience with perhaps some Canadian experience if you've gained some Canadian experience throughout that process, and then waiting for the board approval. So why would you want to become licensed? What are some of the benefits of becoming licensed? And it's something that you need to do if you want to practice engineering in Canada. So offering services to the public, you need to be licensed, and you may need additional certificates or permits beyond that. But the first step is becoming licensed so that you can actually provide engineering services. So there's just that statement again about the engineer needing to work for a firm, or they can work for themselves, but it's about protecting the public and providing services to the public. You need to be licensed. You need to be registered with an association, a provincial association in Canada, and you may need additional permits or certificates beyond that, depending on the circumstance, which we won't get into today. We're just trying to get trying to understand the PN's process, and then the additional permits or certificates beyond that we can save for another discussion. There's also a financial benefit. So there's been different reports throughout the course of time that have made it very clear that if you are licensed versus someone who is not licensed, you will receive a much sort of healthier compensation from your employer throughout your career. So in the long run, if you're looking at the long-term benefits, there is a financial incentive to becoming licensed, because you can add more value to your client, to your employer, and as a result, it's going to benefit you financially. So the requirements for a PN in Canada are different in Canada versus outside of Canada. So let's talk about the ones that are applied to us here in Canada. So there's some basic requirements. So you need a Canadian undergraduate degree or equivalent. So if you're educated outside of Canada, you'd be looking at that equivalent part and assessing if there's any gaps between your education and a Canadian equivalent. 4 years of engineering experience. So this can be a mixture of international experience and Canadian experience. Currently, most associations are requiring at least 1 year of Canadian experience. So you could have 3 years or more outside of Canada, and then 1 year of experience in Canada, and that would satisfy your 4 years of engineering experience. There's the NPPE, or the National Professional Practice Exam, which is a 2.5-hour exam with 110 questions that test your knowledge of law, ethics, and professional practice. So it's something you can study over, a 5 or 7 week period, and you should be able to do well on. You have to be 18 years or older, so that's usually not a problem for most people that have gone through elementary school, high school, university. Usually they're at least in their early 20s, and then after they gain 4 years of experience, they're probably in their late 20s or early 30s at least. So 18 years of age or older should not be a problem. Good character. So during the time of your application, your association will send out a questionnaire to the references that you have listed on your application. And they'll ask basic questions to judge your character and assess whether you're someone who is suitable for a license. And there's also additional requirements beyond the basic ones that may be applicable depending on your unique circumstances. Technical exams. So if your academics is different than a Canadian undergraduate degree, then you might have to write technical exams to satisfy the gaps. And that'll be assessed by your association when you send in your transcripts with your initial application. There's also the interviews. So in BC and Ontario, you may be able to attend a technical interview to present some of your work samples and have a panel ask you technical questions to waive some of those technical exams. So that's only available in a few different provinces, namely BC and Ontario. And it's something that may or may not be applicable to you depending on where you apply and your unique circumstances. And courses as well could be something that you might have to do depending on, again, gaps in your education. Let's look at alternatives to PEng, because there's a potential that PEng might not be right for you at this particular time. So we'll quickly touch on things you can do in the meantime, or ways you can look to other professions for a period of time, and then maybe you can come back to the PEng at a different stage in your life when it makes more sense for you. So there's a provisional license. So that is offered in certain regions, and it's basically to tell employers that you've met a lot of the requirements for the PEng, except the 1 year of Canadian experience. So you can, if that's an option in your provincial association, you can look at applying for that as a stepping stone to the PEng. The only thing with the provisional license is that it's not valid indefinitely. You are given it typically for 12 months, so that they encourage you to keep moving towards your PEng and get a local job and gain your experience, and so that you can get that PEng quickly. They do want you working under a PEng during this time so that you can qualify for the PEng and get that 12 months of Canadian experience under a licensed professional. The limitations with the provisional license are that you're unable to seal final work products. So it's still, you're able to help your supervisor with it, but you won't have a seal at this point. So the stamping or the sealing will be done by your supervisor who will have their license. So there are other options if this stepping stone license to the PEng isn't right for you. So sometimes people have worked their entire career in project management and they haven't really been exposed to too much application of engineering theory. And if that's the case, it might be tricky to get your PEng, because there is a component that does require technical knowledge and the application of scientific principles and so forth. So if you have spent a lot of time in project management or maybe sales, which hasn't been too technical, or teaching or quality or some sort of area that is not maybe as technical as design work, then a professional or a project management professional, PMP, might make more sense for your career. If you're working in construction, green construction, lead accredited professional or lead AP might also be another option. So you don't need to close the door on the PEng if you're not going down that path, but there are other opportunities to advance your career beside the PEng, and then you can come back to the PEng later in your career if it makes sense, and if you're doing more technical work at that time. So the typical route to the license is starting the application, and this should be done as soon as possible, even before you arrive in Canada, if that's an option. Because getting all your transcripts and getting all the initial documents in, it's going to take a while for your association to review and go through all those documents and analyze them in terms of a Canadian equivalent and doing that comparison. So you don't want to overthink starting your application and delay this part, because each step in the process requires sort of permission from your association. They tell you, okay, you can do this step next. And then once you complete that step, you can do the next step and then the next step. So starting the application is something you can do on your own. It doesn't really require the help of anyone else. And it's a great way to move the licensing process forward. And then once everything's in, then you'll be able to rest and wait until you're allowed to proceed with the next step. So getting started is very important and shouldn't be underestimated. So with the initial application, you'll be sending in your proof of age, your academic documents, your residence card or something similar, and a work experience summary just to tell them what you've been doing in your home country. After the application, then you want to gain 12 months of Canadian experience. So while the application's in, you're applying for jobs, maybe you already have a job and you're working for a company and you're gaining experience under a professional engineer. As you're gaining this experience, your association has reviewed your initial application, and they will let you know if you need to write technical exams or not. So if there's a gap between the international experience and a Canadian equivalent or a Canadian experience, then you'll have to write exams if there's a gap. But if there's no gap, great. Then you can just skip the technical exams and move to writing the professional practice exam, the National Professional Practice Exam, which we've talked about before. And currently that's available 5 times throughout the year. Every 2 months or so it's available, and you can apply through your association, pay the fees, study for the exam, and then write the exam. And after you write that, then after doing all these exams and law and ethics exam as well, then you might be at a time where you've gained the 12 months of Canadian experience, and you can update your experience summary to your association, which is a great thing. And you'll be nearing the end of the process. So the total duration can really vary between 1 and 4 years from what we've seen. If you don't have to write any technical exams, then you'll be closer to the 1 year. If you have to write a lot of technical exams, then you might be closer to the 4-year mark, depending on how quickly you can write those exams. So the technical exams are written just twice a year. So sometimes people just write only a couple of exams in each of the 2 sittings, and then if they have maybe 10 or so exams, it might take them a couple of years to get through that. So everyone's going to be different, but this is just a rough guideline to let you know that the route to the PNG license is it's not measured in weeks or months. It's more like months or years. So it's just something to keep in mind. Let's talk about the fees. How much will this cost you? Now, the prices are always changing, so these are just sort of an average across Canada, and it may be higher or lower with your local provincial association. So there's the initial application, which is about $350. Then writing the National Professional Practice Exam is $225. Technical exams, they can range. Usually they charge you a little bit more for the first exam, and then the subsequent exams might be a little bit less expensive. Some associations just charge you a higher amount, but a consistent amount for all the exams. So this one's going to depend on your association. There's a registration fee as well, and that covers things like your seal and different things that you're going to be receiving throughout the process. So this can be an expensive process. If you have to write a lot of technical exams, that's where the costs can get higher, because you might have to purchase more textbooks, pay for more sitting fees. If you're seeking help from an outside company, then there might be help with those with exam prep as well. So that's why the range can, be sort of close to 1,000 on the low end, up to maybe 15,000 on the higher end. So again, it's going to depend, and you'll probably fall somewhere in between those numbers. But that's just giving a rough estimate of what it might cost you to get through this process. And lastly, there's an annual license holder fee of about $265, and again, that's going to be different for each province. So the financial relief is available. It comes in different ways. There might be career like government-sponsored career services in your province that might offer you low-interest loans. So that's something you can look at. The other thing to look at is your association. They might have a financial credit program. So that's typically for people who are new to Canada within the first 6 months. They might offer a grant or some incentives to start the licensing process early on. So ask your association about that. If you're currently employed at a company, your company may have some sort of incentive or professional development that allows you to expense some of these courses and application fees through the company. So talk to your manager and see what's available there as well. And again, we did talk about the low interest loan, so that might be available through government-sponsored programs in your and agencies in your province. So just to recap what we've talked about over the last 15, 20 minutes, it's really, you really want to understand and look at your work experience to find out what, if a PEng is right for you and if you're able to pursue it. You want to make sure that you get started as soon as you can, because the licensing process can take a long time, and it will take time to get through all those different steps. So getting started today is the best thing that you can do. If your application is not successful, then your association is not saying you can never be licensed. They're just saying it's not an option right now. But work with your association and ask them questions about what you can do to resubmit or update your documents, or find out the missing piece that you need to work on. And then maybe in a year from now, you'll be in a position to write a stronger experience summary or provide additional documents so that your application will be stronger, and then their decision of a no will turn into a yes. So I hope that helps give you the big picture of the engineering licensing process in Canada. And I guess we can turn it back to the folks at G-TAC, and we can go over some questions.
Sure. Well, you know what? Why don't you keep the share screen on and just go to your website so that people can see your website. You can open up another page and just go to your website. Sure. And we'll leave it there, and we'll start asking, get to some of the questions. There you go. Yeah, perfect. So folks, any of you that's interested to learn more about how to become a licensed engineer here in Canada, I would encourage you to go to practicePPEexams.ca and learn all about it. Or you can see little Gavin's photos in the back there. Anyway, so and please put your questions in the chat box, and we will go to the questions. We already received several questions through other from our listeners already. So and I know we're running a bit tight on the time, so there's a lot of questions that's from the viewers here. So Gavin, thank you for the presentation. Now, sure. The first question is, how long does it take from start to finish to get a license, and how much of that waiting time is depending on the review of documents and exams?
Right. Yeah. So as I mentioned a couple of slides back, the process can take 1 to 4 years, but it can go even longer than that, depending on if an applicant, let's just say, gets busy or bogged down in their career, or maybe has some exciting family things that happen at home and they're off on maternity or paternity leave for a number of years. So 1 to 4 years is kind of typical if the applicant is working hard at it, but we've definitely seen people go a lot longer than that. There are a lot of different stages where you're waiting for the association to review your documents. So, and COVID, the pandemic, it hasn't helped. It's made all those kind of delays a little bit longer. So I wouldn't, worry too much about how much time your association is spending. Just realize that they're going to need, sometimes several months to review each individual step. So the best thing is just to proceed quickly and safely through the steps and the exams that you can control, and then just follow up with your contact sort of at a reasonable time frame, so that if you just follow up on a reasonable time frame, so that you're not being pushy, but at least you're just asking if your application is moving forward as well. So most nowadays everything is online, so all the associations, I believe, have a portal online where you can check the status and you can check which court the ball is in. Sometimes it might be in your court because your reference hasn't responded to a questionnaire, so you might think that you're waiting on the association, but if you dig into the online portal, you might realize that, okay, the action is actually on your side, and there's something that you can do to move things forward.
Okay, good. Okay, good. But by the way, just out of curiosity, because a lot of our listeners are from Francophone countries where French is their first language. Are these exams available in French?
They are, yeah. Some of them are. I guess it would depend on your association. So Quebec writes the French or English ones. I think New Brunswick as well is the bilingual province there, so they would offer French and English. And then the other provinces, I'd have to check to see if it's available in both languages. But for example, if you're submitting your transcripts to Professional Engineers of Ontario, which is an English-speaking association for the most part, then you'll have to translate everything into English. So some of the documents will have to be translated to English or to French, depending on your association. So just work with your contact there to see what language they need everything in, and what your options are for writing exams.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I just want to go back to, for all the listeners out there, is I just want to, I guess, supplement what Gavin is saying is, you really don't worry about how long it's going to take. Worry about your part. Because, for example, when you start taking these exams, you should study hard and make sure you pass it the first time. You don't want to rewrite it again, right? So anytime when you rewrite it, that costs more delay.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So this is actually in your hand in terms of how long it's going to take from start to finish. Here's a question: is somebody did that? Actually, they get their bachelor's from outside of Canada. However, they did complete a master's here in Canada with a Canadian university. Would that help to waive the technical exam requirements for overseas graduates?
So getting master's is a great thing to do, and if you have the opportunity to do it, then I think it's a great learning experience. What the master's or a PhD will help you is it'll reduce the 4 years of experience down to 3 years, because you can use that 1 year of master's or PhD towards your 4 years. So if it's a 2-year master's or 2-year PhD or whatever, you can get up to 1 year of credit for that. So that's really where it helps you. It doesn't help you waive any of the technical exams in most part, unless you can demonstrate that the courses you took in your master's program cover that gap that was in your undergraduate program. But in most cases, you're not doing a course-based master's or PhD, it's a thesis-based. So usually doesn't help you waive any technical exams.
Okay, perfect. Now, are there any tips? Like, for example, are there any sample exams to pass the MPPE? For those of you who doesn't remember what MPPE, I actually wrote it down because my memory is not that good. It stands for National Professional Practical Exam or Practice Exam. So, are there any suggestions on resources to better prepare for these exams?
Yeah, so there's different ones out there. I guess we're a bit biased towards our own products, and yeah, I think first start by considering if you want to buy the textbooks, because the textbooks are great because if you buy the right ones, the recommended ones, they'll align pretty well to the exam syllabus, and it'll make your studying a lot easier. And in the back of those, at the end of each chapter, there's practice questions kind of built in, so you get some study resources. Plus, you get some end of chapter questions, which is great to get you started. And then on our site, we have a free MPPE mini course, which is comes with 50 free questions, and all of our syllabus topic 1 lessons are for free, just to give you a sense to see if you're going to like the rest of the course that we offer. So that's where I would recommend start with our free resources and maybe with the textbooks as well. Something that you can get into without spending a lot of money.
Okay, good. I just want to remind everyone out there is we might not get to your questions, but please continue to fill the chat box with your questions. If we cannot get it to get to your questions during today's session, we will forward these questions to Gavin and then have Gavin answer those questions. Okay, so just continue to put your questions in the boxes in the chat box here. As you know, part of the license process is you need to have the experience, as you mentioned earlier, and anyone have challenges getting licensed due to lack of Canadian experience? Have you ever heard? I mean, did anyone that you know have challenges getting these license because of lack of Canadian experience? And was finding work hard without having Canadian? So it's a catch-22 situation, isn't it, Gavin?
Yeah, it can be a bit tricky because you need the experience, and some employers might overlook your application because you don't have the Canadian experience or local experience. Some associations, like Professional Engineers of Ontario, they've noted that they're removing the Canadian experience requirement in December of 2023. So that's something that's kind of coming up, and that should make it easier next year for applicants who won't need it. So if they have experience outside of Canada, that'll be just as good, and they're going to remove that 1 year of Canadian experience, which is great. But yeah, I think just being creative about your job hunting will also go a long way. So if you can volunteer for your association, you don't have to be licensed to do that, and you can meet members that way. You can network and find people that way, and also just using your LinkedIn network to find people at your desired company and reaching out to them to have coffee and learn about their engineering journey is great. So don't make your pitch as you want a job and you need a job and you're desperate for a job. Just make the pitches you want to take them out for coffee and you want to learn about, something that's maybe interesting to them, maybe their engineering journey, maybe a published paper that they did 20 years ago, something that you can find on LinkedIn very easily, and then just approach them that way, either as a cold message or as if you have someone in your network that can make an introduction.
Okay, perfect. We're going to try to get to as many questions as we can. We are certainly running out of time here. So, did anyone have did anyone have an interview with PEO? By the way, PEO stands for Professional Engineers of Ontario. And what advice would you give to them?
Yeah, so the interview process, that's a good question. With the interview, it's typically to waive technical exams. So they call you in and you present 2 of your work samples, and then they'll have a panel of 2 professional engineers in a similar engineering field. So if you're civil structural, then they'll have 2 civil structural engineers ask you questions about your work sample. So you present work sample number 1, they ask you technical questions about that for 10 or 15 minutes, and then you present your second work sample, and then they ask you questions again for that. So the best advice is to really pick your work samples wisely. So pick ones that are technical and you know inside and out. That's the first tip. And then the second one is to get someone from your office, maybe in the same field, maybe a supervisor or colleague, to ask you technical questions. So you're going to, maybe over a lunch period, you're going to present your work sample. They're going to ask you technical questions, present your second work sample. So you're just sort of simulating the real experience. So then when you get in there, you'll be a lot more comfortable to answer questions, and you'll know the material a lot better in terms of how you went about your design, what materials you selected, what alternatives did you consider, just those types of things.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a question that's quite relevant to what's happening in today's world today. Like, what happened when your reference cannot get in touch with your reference, either possibly got lost during, say, some of the conflict in the world. Most notable one, front and center in everyday's news, is like, say, what happened if you're from Ukraine and your reference is in Ukraine, but you cannot, it's out of touch, or someone that retired, or someone has, for whatever reason. So what happened if those references that you provide is not contactable, or someone that refused to give the reference? What happened then?
Yeah, so it actually happens quite a bit where people have a reference list, they submit it with their initial application, and then months later, they realize they're checking their online portal, as we talked about earlier, and that reference is not responding, or maybe something happened, they passed away during the whole licensing process or whatever. So the best thing is to reach out to your association and explain the situation honestly. So whether the person died or the person doesn't want to give you a reference because maybe you switched companies and they just didn't like you abandoning the company. In their mind, it was probably for a good reason, and you probably finished all your projects and you just wanted a change or something. But just be honest about the situation. And in all cases that I've ever experienced, they're fine just to let you submit a new reference, someone else. So that's not a problem. And it could be someone at your new company that is your reference, instead of the person at your old company. Or could just be a coworker who didn't mind that you left the old company. So yes, it shouldn't be a problem to switch like reference A for reference B.
Okay. Now, we know that these regulations, everything changes right constantly. And in Ontario, for 2023 license changes, can you explain a little bit about it, as specifically about PEAK? Now, for those of you, I also did some research. PEAK it stands for the Practice, Evaluation, and Knowledge. And for EIT, that's Engineer in Training. So can you just tell us a little bit more about the changes, license changes in Ontario in 2023?
Yeah, sure. So I should maybe put a disclaimer on the presentation as well, that the licensing process changes all the time. So what we've talked about here today on this presentation, might change in a few months from now. So always, if you have a question that is really important to you about the licensing process, follow up with us after the presentation, or ask your association if you need to know like the most up-to-date information. But in terms of changes happening in the future months, we already talked about the Canadian experience that is expected to be removed in December 2023. In terms of the PEAK program, so it's now mandatory in Ontario. So Ontario was the last province to make professional development mandatory. So you have to start collecting hours and doing professional development activities and log them online with PEO. And if you fail to do that, then it can lead to disciplinary actions in terms of such as your license could get revoked. You might it might be noted on your public profile that you're not keeping up with professional development. So it's something that you want to do, not just Ontario, but all the different provinces. And the last thing that's changing in Ontario is this year on July 1st, they're changing their experience record submission to a competency-based assessment, which is done in other provinces. So it's not new to the Canadian application process, but they're sort of catching up to the other provinces who have already adapted to this new type of experience reporting system.
Sorry, I'm still getting quite a bit of questions here. Okay, if there are no PN in my current company, can I get a limited license or PN to practice? I mean, can I just get any limited license or PN to practice with?
That's a great question. So a limited license is for like a technician or technologist who has been practicing in a very narrow scope for at least 8 years. So they've gone to school and they've got their diploma, and then they've been practicing in a very narrow scope. So it's not it should be kind of considered separate to the PN process, which gives the applicant the ability to work on whatever they choose within their area of expertise. They kind of leave it up to the professional to make that determination. Limited license saying you have to state, okay, I'm competent in, A, B, and C, and then you have to stick to that. So the two different application processes, and for this presentation, we just focus more on the PN process. But if you're a technician or a technologist who's gone through, who didn't do a degree but did a diploma, and a technical diploma, then the limited license might be more applicable to your application. But there are now bridging programs between to take a technologist and allow them to have a PN or some sort of blended designation. So it's a little bit beyond the scope of this presentation, but there are those opportunities out there. So if you need more information, just let me know and we can discuss that.
Okay. Now here, sorry, we're coming up a few minutes, so I'm going to get a couple more questions before I ask you to wrap up today's session there. So if someone carries an EIT designation, engineer in training designation, does that mean he or she already meets the academic qualification when applying for a PN certification?
That's a great question. So actually the EIT in Ontario stands for engineering intern. In other regions, there might be engineering training, or someone call it member in training. But yeah, that's the idea. So the EIT is typically only for Canadian grads. Typically, some associations might let international grads apply for EIT after their academics have been approved. So yeah, the EIT is essentially it doesn't allow you to. It allows you to demonstrate to employers that you've met the academic qualifications and you're pursuing your PN, but it doesn't allow you to stamp any work or take responsibility for any work.
Okay. Yeah.
But if I can add to that, sorry, Shaw, to cut you off. Just to add to that, the EIT in Ontario, the EIT applications are being shut down on May 15th of 2023. So after that, EO hasn't decided if they're going to bring the EIT program back. So if you are eligible for an EIT and you think it would be valuable in your career to communicate to employers that you're on your way to your PN, then you should apply before May 15th with CEO in Ontario.
Okay, folks, remember May 15th, okay? If you're in Ontario, May 15th. I have to, so do it before 5 p.m. on May 15th. So here's a question: Is suppose that I'm the one that's doing all the I'm a foreign trained engineer, and I've gone through the application got approved, and I passed all my MPPE exams, and now I have 2 years to get my Canadian experience under the supervision of a PN. However, no one at work have a PN, and time is almost over. What can I do?
So for that one, currently this is a mandatory requirement to be working under the supervision of a professional. So if you think of another profession like being a surgeon, if you're, if you're working under the supervision of a family physician, but you never set foot in an operating room and you never had a chance to help the surgeon out and perform, minor surgeries yourself, you wouldn't, it wouldn't be a great idea, if you became a surgeon without having that experience. So it's similar to being a professional engineer. You have to work under the supervision of a professional engineer. So if you don't have that opportunity, then you're not meeting one of those basic requirements. So there are a couple options. One is to work for another department in your company that might have a PEng in it. So sometimes you might have a project management team, you might have a design team. So maybe you got to move to that design team. If your company doesn't have a PEng, then you can talk to your manager and see if there's a sister company or a partner company where you can go and work for a year and then come back, and then that will give you your experience if they have a PEng and they're doing the right type of engineering work there. And then if the PEng is really important to you and it's more important than staying with your current company, it might make sense to switch companies so that you can work under a PEng and do the more technical work, qualify, and then you'll have more options at that point once you're licensed to maybe return to the company, turn to the other company, or stay with your new company.
Awesome. Thank you. Wow, we still have quite a bit of questions, but we're running out of time here. So for those of you that still have questions, by all means, put it in the chat box. We will get to it. We will send them to forward them to Gavin, or you can go to the Practice PPE website and then submit your questions over there, because there are people that can help you with questions. So by all means, you're welcome to do so. So Gavin, I want to give you 30 seconds to close out today's session.
Sure. Yeah. Well, thanks so much to the friendly folks at G-TAC for inviting me to do this. It was a lot of fun to talk about this topic, and it's exciting because this is an important milestone in your career and a goal that a lot of people have in their career, and it's an important one. So I hope the information helped, and if there's any nugget to remember, is just to get started if you haven't started the application process, because everything takes time. And then ask a lot of questions. Ask questions to your association, ask questions to us at Practice PPE exams, and ask your colleagues and stuff like that, and just be curious about the process and reach out when you get stuck, because we're here to help.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. And for those of you, we have another session today in Career Forum. Today is April 5th, 2023, Wednesday. We have another session that will start at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So please stay tuned. And on behalf of all our listeners, everyone at G-TAC, I want to thank you, Gavin, for your lovely presentation. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back at 3 in about 10 minutes. So go grab a coffee, take a break, and then we'll see you in 10 minutes. And please take a few seconds to complete the feedback for the PPE exam webinar so that we can share that with Gavin. And of course, if you have any other questions, by all means, just put it in the chat box and we'll be sure to forward it to Gavin.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Getting 300 million tons of freight to market and powering the economic growth of a nation? That takes a lot. It takes fortitude and focus, a strong footprint, and a commitment to reducing it. It takes partnerships, communities, collaboration. It takes a vision and care for one another. It takes all of us together into the future.
Technical professionals should give consideration to Cognizant because ultimately we're about business solutions and technology serves as the enabler for that business solution. Cognizant associates can very quickly move from individual contributor to team lead to manager all the way up to strategist. We have various team outings to reward individuals who have contributed to the growth of the company. Cognizant has an employee referral program that incentivizes our associates to refer friends and family members to the company as we grow. At Cognizant, the core product that we go to market with is the knowledge base of our associates.
Cognizant Career Architecture offers amazing opportunities to our employees to choose from a career path of their liking. Cognizant Academy, which is our virtual university, works with associates to design training programs that best suit them and their needs. Cognizant is an excellent example of being a melting pot of diverse cultures, ethnicities, and backgrounds. We continue to integrate diversity and inclusion into the very fabric of our culture. Inclusive workplace is what makes diverse workforce feel empowered and part of the organization. Our diverse teams are spread across geographies and time zones, and that'll give you an instant feel that you're working for a global giant.
What makes somebody successful at Cognizant? This is a question oftentimes people do ask, and having been in Cognizant for 13 plus years, I would definitely say that we call that a Cognizant DNA. For instance, somebody who goes above and beyond, somebody who's honest, loyal, who's got integrity, accountability, works collaboratively, works with people, shares, helps people. These are definitely some of the traits that make somebody successful in Cognizant. Cognizant offers great benefits in terms of not only compensation, but also work-life balance. We have great flexibility in our work schedule, and Cognizant believes in keeping skills sharpened and marketable. We also believe in giving back to the community. We have community outreach, Cognizant Outreach, which has done some fantastic work. We have Veterans Network, and we also have the Women Empowered, which hosts a lot of different meetings. We also believe in a lot of merit recognition, job satisfaction. So anyone that goes above and beyond, there are individual rewards, there are team rewards. So Cognizant absolutely recognizes somebody's hard work and definitely believes in awarding them. Cognizant has wonderful leaders who have great vision and who continuously inspire us and believe in us. For me, to wake up every single day and to look forward to going into work with the same passion that I had 13 years ago speaks volumes.
In terms of career development, making the right choice is more important than working hard. Join CPABC at BC 13 to learn why accounting, CPA, may be a right choice for you.
Ensuring there are enough human resources to provide care to New Brunswickers now and in the future requires both transformation and investment.
It's been well documented that there is a significant shortage of nurses across the province.
It must be a priority to attract, support, and retain these valuable healthcare professionals.
Fredericton offers a high quality of life, affordable cost of living, strong job market, excellent education system. In a growing tech industry, these make a compelling case for considering a move to Fredericton. Come and find more at the live channel of VCE 13. Think twice, move once. Reliable information is your best defense.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to start our last webinar of our 13th National Virtual Career Expo. I would like to thank every one of you that stayed with us for the past 2 days and listened to various webinars about various labor market information across the country, and also various other organizations that will provide you with information about how to become a CPA, how to get into the construction industry, how to get your professional engineering license exams, and various other how to start a career in continue your career as a nurse or healthcare worker here in Canada. But one of the most important topic that I think that people don't talk enough about it is the hospitality industry. In fact, it's probably one of the top industry in terms of labor force here in Canada. Just to give you one example, and how it has been impacted during the pandemic. And just give you one example, according to the stats here, average hotel occupancy rate before the pandemic is anywhere between 75 and 95% occupancy rate. During the height of the pandemic, it went down to single digit. Now, of course, with all the opening, all the restriction removal and everything, the entire country are expecting a huge rebound for the upcoming summer season. And with that, there obviously needs lots and lots and lots of workers. Specifically, we are very, very honored to have Michael Yip, who is director for Metro Vancouver Community College here, to talk about the hospitality industry in BC and the desperate, I repeat, the desperate need for hospitality worker in the BC alone. So, Michael, whenever you're ready, can G-TAC turn on the slides for Michael? Michael, we're gonna pass the control to you, and all you need to do is just click on your mouse, put your mouse cursor over the screen and click on your mouse. Or you can on the arrow button on your keyboard, whichever is more convenient for you. Good. Okay, so you can go back.
I'm just seeing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can move the slides.
You can go back to the first slide.
Yeah. Yeah. I can move it back and forth. Thank you so much.
Okay,
yeah. There's just a slight delay, but that's fine.
That's good. Yeah. There's a little bit of slight delay. Okay. So, without further ado, I just want to introduce you everyone to Michael Yip. He is a director of Metro Vancouver Community College. Also, someone that's very, very familiar with the hospitality industry that he is also heavily involved with. So, Michael, whenever you're ready, the mic is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Shaw, and thank you to G-TAC for having us today. And as Shaw had mentioned, yes, there is a rising need in the hospitality industry. We'll go over a bit of the statistics and numbers in a little bit here in the slides, just to show how much it was before the pandemic and how much it's changed since and where we are at today. But thank you for taking time to join me today. My name is Michael Yip, and I'm here to talk to you about pursuing a career in the Canadian hospitality industry on behalf of Metro Vancouver Community College. So, the hospitality industry has a very, very long history and an important role in the world. Since the year 2000, the hospitality industry has always occupied around 10% of the global GDP year after year. That is until the COVID-19 pandemic hit. As many of you know, there was a severe impact to travel and tourism during that time. But we'll get more on that a little bit later. We'll talk about some numbers there. The industry, however, provides millions of jobs globally, generates billions of dollars in revenue each year. It is characterized by a high level of competition, customer service, and attention to detail, and is a key component of the global economy. It's visible everywhere you go in the world. Any country you visit, there's going to be hospitality everywhere. To define the hospitality industry is that it is a large section of the service industry that focuses on providing comfortable, convenient, and enjoyable experiences for clients, customers, or guests. It is driven by the need to meet their expectations and exceed their desires. The main categories within the hospitality industry includes accommodation, food and beverage, tourism, and recreation. Now, accommodation includes hotels, motels, resorts, hostels, bed and breakfast, and other similar establishments. The lodging sector is focused on providing a comfortable and convenient place for your guests to stay. Think of when you guys travel, what do you look for in a hotel? You look for, the Google reviews, how many stars it has, what's the cost, what's the amenities. top hotels in the world can charge high costs because of the hospitality they provide. Now, food and beverage, this sector includes restaurants, cafes, bars, nightclubs, any establishment that serves food or beverages. The food and beverage sector is focused heavily on providing quality dining experiences for guests. Tourism. The sector includes travel agencies, tour operators, and any other businesses that facilitate travel and tourism. And the tourism sector is focused on providing information and advice and support for travelers. And lastly, recreation. This sector includes theme parks, casinos, theaters, and other entertainment venues. The entertainment sector is focused on providing a fun and engaging experience for guests. The hospitality industry is one of the largest employers globally, and it is also one of the fastest growing industries in Canada. So here's an overview of the spendings in Canada related to tourism and travel. This is taken from Statistics Canada over the last 3 years. Spending fluctuates seasonally, higher in the summer. Usually people like to travel a lot in the summer, and lower in the winter. But what you'll notice is that in 2019, before the pandemic, the highest number sat around $16 billion during the summer months and around $8 billion in the winter months, just in Canada. Of course, during the pandemic, you can see on the graph, it dips. With the closure of the border and decreased travel and tourism, we saw a significant impact in the industry, with high points of only $8 billion and low points of only $3 billion. With borders closed, the hospitality industry had to adapt. It had to evolve. Many hotels started providing quarantining services, for example. There was a strong push for local tourism, traveling province to province, or even just rather than traveling abroad, just local cities or places that you've never been, in your own province. What I mean to say is that even during the pandemic, there was still a need for hospitality. Now, through 2021 and 2022, as we began recovering from the pandemic, we can see that the numbers start to increase again. With borders opening up and travel restrictions being lifted, we saw a complete recovery in tourism and travel by the summer of 2022, the summer that just passed, showing how strong and important the hospitality industry is in Canada. And we only project that these numbers will continue to increase going into 2023. So during the pandemic that just passed, there was a severe decrease, but we'll call it a blip, right? Because we can see through the statistics that we are bouncing back to the way we were before. And like I said, I don't see how we don't continue to grow from here. Now, jobs generated by tourism in Canada. So in this graph, you see the numbers are very similar in terms of its growth and fluctuation. In 2019, there were around 750,000 employees in summer seasons, 750,000 people working in hospitality in the summer seasons, and 550,000 in the winter seasons. Again, during the pandemic, that number dramatically decreased. But again, we are steadily recovering into 2022. We can see employment rates are almost back to pre-COVID numbers. So what does that tell us is that there's still a demand. There will be more openings coming very soon. There's a demand now to recover back to where we were. We want to get back to pre-COVID numbers. And amongst all the categories of hospitality, the highest number of employees are in accommodation, hotels and the like, and food and beverage services, so restaurants. Now, specifically for us in British Columbia, where I am, we'll call it BC for short. BC is a popular tourist destination in Canada, known for its natural scenery, outdoor activities, and cultural attractions. In 2019, BC's tourism industry contributed $9.3 billion to the GDP and supported over 160,000 jobs. This is the third highest number of employees across all of Canada's provinces. We fall slightly lower than Ontario, and we are pretty much on par with Quebec. This number makes up 12% of BC's total labor force. So for every 9 people in BC, 1 will be in the hospitality industry. I see we have 91 participants in this call. At least 10 of you will be in the hospitality industry in BC. At the end of 2022, there were around 50,000 job vacancies in BC, and there will be another 50,000 going into the next 5 years. So we're talking 100,000 positions that needs to be filled in the next 5 years. To sum up hospitality, the hospitality industry in Canada is fast recovering from the impact of the pandemic for both revenue earned and employment numbers. With the end of border restrictions and the coming travel season, there will be a huge need for workers in this field. Again, an estimated 100,000 jobs just in BC from now until 2028. So, to pursue a career in hospitality, Metro Vancouver Community College has a program to help you out. MVCC is a government-recognized career training center, and we're located in Richmond, BC. It is part of the greater Metro Vancouver area. And our goal is to provide high-quality career training with great internship opportunities to students and turn students into professionals in the workplace. The instructors in our teaching team are industry experts and are professionals in preparing our students to enter the job market with the right skills. So we currently offer 4 programs. The Hospitality Management Program, which is designed for students who wish to pursue careers in hospitality. Hopefully all of you, that's why you're listening to me today. The course offers students a solid foundation in hospitality with a highlight on training in things like front desk reception, housekeeping, and catering departments. It also provides students with the comprehensive structure and course materials needed to manage industry operations to gain a better understanding of the hospitality and tourism industry. We also offer TESOL certificate programs. So our TESOL program, which is oh, there's a question in the chat. You know what? I guess we'll get to the questions in the end, and then just I'll acknowledge all the questions once we get to the end there. I guess when we get to the Q&A part, if that's all right, sir. So I'll just continue where I was. So the TESOL program, which is teaching English to speakers of other languages, is suitable for students who want to become an English teacher. The course trains the students to become professional ESL teachers with lesson planning and the ability to teach different aspects of English, including grammar, pronunciation, vocabulary, and more. We also have English training. Our English training includes IELTS and CELPIP. Both of these are the 2 English language proficiency tests that are important for non-native English speakers in Canada. And the English training program can help students who plan to obtain licenses or immigrants in the future to meet their English requirements. And lastly, we offer career planning. We also have professional counselors for people seeking a new job. Doesn't have to be hospitality. We'll do our best to guide you through the career planning process, help you identify your strengths, interests, and values. We also provide the tools and resources you need to create a customized career plan that fits your unique needs and goals. And our services include career assessment, personalized coaching sessions, resume and cover letter writing, job search strategies, and more. Now, for the purposes of the rest of this presentation, we're only going to focus on the hospitality management program. Yep. There we go. All right, so our hospitality management program runs 3 months, and with the 3-month intensive training, students can get a certificate which is recognized by the BC government. The program teaches students from the basic components of the hospitality industry to the bigger picture, helping the students understand the industry as an integrated structure and your role in it. Students will learn practical knowledge in the class lecture and apply them in person during the hotel practicum session. So there will be in-person training at a hotel as well. It is important to emphasize here that the program is designed to be in person locally. If anyone is interested in the program, but attending in person might be an issue, you can contact us. There's an email at the end of the slide here. You can send us any questions regarding if we can accommodate any sort of remote training. So every student will participate in an in-person practicum. which is taught and supervised by an experienced mentor from our partner hotels. For our program admission requirement, students only need their high school diploma. For those that are non-English native speakers, we also need your language proficiency to make sure that students can take the course without any barriers. With our hospitality program, you will be prepared and can adapt to the workplace smoothly. What's great about this is that the skills you learn here, while is more catered to the Canadian market, it's something you can take anywhere in the world. The hospitality, again, is something that's available globally. So the training we offer here is something that's directly applicable anywhere you go. Oh. Okay, sorry, it skipped a slide there, but we have developed a great working relationship with one of a luxury boutique hotels located near the Vancouver International Airport. And here you will get hands-on training and experience learning from industry experts. This would be the perfect place for you to start your career in hospitality. So the course that we offer is composed of the following sections. 1, hospitality management language training. Students will learn, practice, and apply hospitality industry terminology, language, and communication techniques. Students will practice and apply the interpersonal skills needed for success in the industry, including areas such as customer service, conflict resolution, and business etiquette. Number 2, hospitality today. This section provides a comprehensive introduction to the nuances and complexities of the hospitality industry, including but not limited to ethical challenges and management concerns, as well as hotel technology and the application of management techniques. 3, housekeeping operations. This section shows what it takes to direct day-to-day housekeeping operations, from big picture management to technical details on cleaning and disinfecting. And the course reflects the extensive changes in the hotel industry, such as energy management, sustainability, and green housekeeping. For example, using microfiber cloths, reusing linens, towels, chemical usage, using LED lighting, etc. Number 4, managing front office operations. This comprehensive section details the flow of business through a hotel, from reservations, check-in process to check-out, and account settlement. Particular attention is paid to planning, evaluating front office operations, and human resource management, all within the context of overall hotel operations. 5, management of food and beverage operations. This section provides a basic understanding of the management process in food and beverage operations, including production, service, and safety. And 6, hotel internship. This section will take place at our partner hotel under hotel staff supervision. Students will gain insights into the hospitality industry while putting their in-class knowledge and skills into practice in a real-life work environment. So with our course, with our program, you actually get to work in a hotel hands-on. Our program is your best chance to start your new career in hospitality. You can finish the course in 3 months to gain a strong foundational knowledge and accredited certificate, and start a new career with our perfectly matched career plans. The learning to career flow shown below is broken into 4 basic steps. Students who perform outstandingly in our practicum and in class will receive job offers from our partner hotel. Now, of course, that assumes that you are local here to the Vancouver area, and if you are planning to, move to BC and stay in Vancouver, and you do well in our course, our partner hotels are watching the students and will offer jobs to those that, again, stand out exceedingly. But otherwise, again, I did mention the skills learned in this program and experience gained is something you can still take anywhere into the world, into any of the many hospitality service industries. It doesn't have to be hotels. Again, it can be anything from recreation, tourism, to food and beverage. This about wraps up my presentation. It's a little short and sweet, but I want to thank everyone for joining me today. And for all participants of this forum, we are also offering a $500 discount on our program. For more details on the cost of the program and for breakdowns in terms of timelines and duration of each course, each section, you can visit our website. But the discount code is G-TAC-VCE13. Can write that down or take a screenshot. I'll just leave it on screen for a second there. And you can just provide this code when registering for our program to get the discount. Okay. I'll just leave it there for a second, but that about wraps it up for me. Again, it's a little short and sweet, so I'd love to see if there's any questions. I just wanted to acknowledge the one in the chat there. I just want to ask if I apply for food and beverage and my current experience as HR administrator, but I have 10 years experience in food and beverage, can I be accepted? Food and beverage position I apply in Canada. I don't see why not, Raphael. Not really related to our program here, but in terms of hospitality, I think that's a great background that you have with 10 years of experience. So I'd say go for it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Michael, you can actually go to the next slide and you can type in the promotional code in the chat box to everyone so people will know. Okay. So
okay.
I do have a few questions. So while you do that, I'll ask those questions. Now, number one, people say that you know, I'm a trained engineer back in my country. And now I come to Canada, I go into this hospitality industry. Isn't that kind of downgrade?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. Well, you're comparing apples and oranges there, right? Because it's two different industries, both serving very, very important purposes. So I'd say it's a move in a different direction more than a downgrade. It's a different path you're taking entirely. And if your background was in engineering, it's great to see where that foundation of building a structure has come into play. So yeah, I'd say it provides a different insight.
Yes. Well, actually, you know what? I want to take a few minutes, if I'm allowed, Michael. I want to share a story with everyone out there. And this is because I work with immigrants for 2 decades now, and I have seen people where when they first come. This is a true story. There's this lady from Pakistan. She came to Canada, actually settled in Vancouver, and she came as a visitor, and then decided that, you know what, Canada is a good place. No, she doesn't have any status, so she applied for a job, and then the employer actually sponsored her. The employer is Pizza Hut. They sponsor her, so she got her work permit. And then she worked, and now 10 years later, she is in charge of over 235 Pizza Hut restaurants across the country. She's a senior director of operation at Pizza Hut. She's based in Vancouver, and and she also like a mentor and everything else that help a lot of newcomers, you know. So yes, and then believe me, she's making more money than most people are making right now. So yes, you know, you might start off as an entry level, but some of the and as a professional career consultant, I can tell you, in the hospitality industry, one thing. Well, let's just say, I'm going to say 3 things, and just disagree. Just feel free to jump in, Michael.
Yeah.
Right now, the average salary, people think, oh my God, I'm going to make minimum wage, blah, 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 blah. Oh, no. You'll be stunned with and don't take my word for it. Google it. The average salary for people in the hospitality industry is $58,000 a year. I don't know, Michael, if you want to jump in, by all means, jump in, you know.
That actually seems low, to be honest. So yeah, the thing is, it's so competitive now, right?
No, this is average across Canada.
Yeah, no, that feels right.
Canada,
but
yes.
But I'm not surprised at that number either, because again, like the demand is there. The demand has never been more in need now. So if places aren't offering a reasonable wage, it's hard to get quality people. So yeah, there's definitely a lot to be made in hospitality.
Yes. Okay. Now people
Yeah.
are asking how do they get more information about your program? What's the best way to do it? Is it by email or should they? By the way, there will be rep at the Metro Vancouver Community College booth in the VC13 main hall. So by all means, please go and visit and talk to one of their rep there, and they'll be happy to give you all the information that you need. So this one, I think we want to. I understand you guys are worried about the costs and whatnot, but what there is a question I guess you can answer is the online, is the training online or in person, and how long does it take?
Yeah. So it is preferred to do it in person. It's not ideal to do it online because of the in-person practical session that you get at the hotel. Now, you can send us an email, the person asking about the online or in person, and we can see how we can make some arrangements for you if possible. So just send us an email at info@nvccollege.com. The program, again, is 3 months long. For costs, just again, take a look at our website, and it'll go into more details there.
And then just out of curiosity, is there, for example, if people, like a lot of people, they like to, they like to apply to various colleges and universities across Canada where they can get their student visa, then they can come to Canada. Obviously, some of them, the ultimate goal is once they finish studying here, they find a job through a work permit, and then through a provincial nomination or other means, they will get their permanent resident status. So does Metro Vancouver Community College provide acceptance letter that will qualify for student visa application?
So unfortunately, I believe it's because our program's only 3 months long. It's not long enough to qualify for anything specific. But if you need help reaching out to certain resources that can help you apply that, again, you can contact us, and we can at least try to connect you with resources that can help you apply, depending on where you are locally. But at the current state, again, because of the duration of the program, it doesn't qualify for any applications.
Okay, perfect. Now, but then again, I want to remind everyone is neither G-TAC nor Metro Vancouver Community College are registered immigration consultant. So a lot of these are immigration specific questions. So it is always nice to consult with a registered immigration consultant or RCIC here in Canada to learn more about it, because especially now we heard there's quite a bit of a story headline in Canada about some of the people that is facing possible deportation because of the documentations, the fraudulent documentation, but those are all allegedly. So we're not here to comment on anything because those are court proceeding right now. So now here's back to what I was just saying earlier is I remember Fatima, that's her name, Fatima. She says, by getting into this industry, she learned something that's very, very valuable. Number one, communication. How to communicate with people. Now, Michael, you're in this industry. I'm sure you can tell people the importance of communication, correct?
Yes, very much so. Just being able to be approachable, right? And the customer service experiences that you'll gain, it's value. Just as you said, communication is valuable in almost everywhere you go. It's such a transferable, applicable thing in everything you do. But yeah, communication, learning how to talk to people in certain demeanors and maturity is such a critical skill. And again, it's something that's also covered in our program in terms of the language and customer service parts of our courses.
Now, there's a question here on our other social media was asking, well, if I start in the entry level, what are the chances I'll be stuck there for forever?
That's not an easy one to answer, but you know, it really depends on you as an individual, right? There's always going to be opportunities elsewhere. I personally don't ever believe in getting stuck in one area so long as you're putting yourself there. So I can't give a direct answer to that one, but you know, if ever you, this is just a, you know, off the book advice, but if you ever feel that you're stuck, there's always you know, taking your experiences and moving to somewhere else in the same industry. That's fine, but you can always move to other hospitality fields or other hotels, and to try to improve your role or position with the experiences you've gained.
Yes, that's well said, Michael. That's a very, very responsible statement. I really like that. So I'm going to say something that's irresponsible, is the fact that based on the stories I heard from Fatima, and also I think I just mentioned earlier, I've been working with newcomers for over 2 decades now, and I have worked with thousands and thousands of newcomers. I can tell you right now, everyone that I know that actually got into this, but in the hospitality industry, they never stayed on, because this industry, the turnover is pretty fast. So in fact, I would say that hospitality industry is probably the industry that will give you the highest in terms of advancement. You know, if you're dedicated, if you are really a people person, you're a good communicator, you're dedicated to your job, your chance of moving up is very, very fast. It's very, very fast. It's probably one of the I guess well, correct me if I'm wrong though. It probably is. It's an industry. If you're dedicated to it, it's probably the industry with the best advancement into opportunities.
I'd say so, yeah, for sure. There's so many moving parts, right, in the industry. That there's always going to be advancement, always.
Yes, and some people, mom said, there's a comment here that says that oh, I don't want to be a housekeeper. Oh my God, please do not think that you're going to be there for the next 20 years. No, right?
Yeah.
Michael?
Well, yeah, no, not at all. But again, I'm gonna give the mature response here and say, you know, everyone has to start somewhere, and somebody has to fill that role at some point. It's a bit of a begging, choosing to not want to do a role, and I totally get that. I respect that you know, it's not something you want to do, but I'm not saying that you will be a housekeeper either. It is just part of the overall experience that we offer in our program, that you get to see what it's like to do housekeeping, right? It's never glamorous just to say it, but until you actually get to experience it, you might think differently once you get a chance to experience it, right?
Correct. Yeah. Does Metro, I mean, it's funny, right? Metro Vancouver Community College, do you have a campus in Toronto?
Not yet, not at this time. Maybe in the near future. But for now, we are just based in Vancouver. But you know, one day maybe we'll have a Metro Toronto Community College. One day.
One day, or just Metro Vancouver Community College in Toronto. You know,
yes,
that's fine. Yeah, I mean that actually that's pretty common. I just realized, believe it or not, Michael, I just realized this. The university I went to before, they actually have 5 campuses across Canada.
Ah, yeah. So it doesn't have to be just in Vancouver.
But
know, for now,
yeah, exactly. So what about risk in the hospitality, like say occupational risk in the hospitality industry?
Oh, that's a bit of a loaded question there. Mostly because there's a lot of angles depending on what role you're doing in terms of the risk that can come with it. Of course, you are always actively engaging with customers, clients, guests, right? So there's always the risk of any negative interaction that can happen there, right? Of course, working in any commercial business, there's just a general occupational risk that can occur from either hazardous chemicals or anything like that from cleaning, or anything of the like.
Slip or risking yourself, like say for example injuring your back, or while changing bed or cleaning, right?
I mean, yeah, that's definitely could be a possibility, but I think those are also generalized risks that can be, associated with any industry, right? Just good posture is always good to have.
Okay, but are those all covered in your training?
I don't know the specifics of that. I apologize. If there is any inquiries about that specifically, please send an email to get a much more thorough breakdown of what's covered in each section. I don't have the answer to that right now.
Well, there is. I'm looking at the modules. Yes, I know, Michael. You're very, very responsible, and I really appreciate it. Now, for all of you that's listening out there right now, I mean, you can tell that we're very. You actually know the quality of these institutions just by listening to their spokesperson talk about it. They're very, very responsible. I mean, of course, health and safety, this is a part of the curriculum that's going to be covered. This is a very, very fundamental things. I mean, yes, it is covered, but when you go out to the real world, it's also a lot of common sense. And also it's okay that you ask the employer what is your health and safety feature? Where's the manual? Who's in charge? In case of this, this is all something that you will learn during onboarding process, right, Michael?
Of course.
Yeah.
Again, especially when we do the in-person practicum, right? Like you will be hands-on with, the supervision from the hotel staff that already works there. So definitely, when we get to that point, that stage, it will be covered.
Yes. Now, for people, just out of curiosity, now we talk about, English. So is this program available in French, given that French is one of the official language in Canada?
Currently, we're only offering the program in English. Perhaps down the road, we're going to look at that if we can offer it in French as well. But presently, we're only going to offer it in English, hence why we also require a certain English language proficiency to take the test, again, so that there's no barriers when you're taking the course.
Okay. By the way, just out of curiosity, what would be your minimum English language requirement in terms of the CLB or the IELTS?
Well, for domestic students, as long as you've finished grade 10 English or passed college English assessment with an intermediate level. But for international, IELTS 5.0 overall, or TOEFL score 40, or CELPIP overall level 5.
Okay, perfect. Now, I do have other questions here. Just bear with me, okay, Michael? So what's the schedule of your new class? When is your next class?
So our immediate one next is starting in May, and we run new classes every 2 months. However, whenever anyone's interested in applying, you can again just contact us, and we'll let you know what the current schedule is. If we have to put you into the next class, that's fine. But every 2 months there'll be another class starting up. So next one in May.
Okay. And do I really need to have a background in hospitality to apply for this training?
No, there's no hospitality background required. Only requirement is high school diploma and English proficiency. So if you've never done hospitality before and you would love to get into it, again, great opportunity here.
Okay, now maybe while we're doing this, because the question is, how do we apply? How do we get information? So maybe you can type in the website in terms of where the application is, so that people will.
Sorry, can you ask that again?
Can you type in the
yeah.
The
you want me to provide a link for the registration?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll put that right here. It's in the. Oh, sorry. Let me try that again. There we go. So it's just in the chat. That's our immediate registration form. But also on our website, you can see more information about the courses, any FAQs and policies there.
Yes. Okay. So I just want to remind everyone, this is provincially licensed college. So they have to follow all the provincial regulation in terms of set for colleges, private colleges. So do not worry about it. They have license, and obviously you're welcome to check with the province of the Ministry of Education in BC to verify. Okay. Here's another question. Here is you said that during the course there's the practicum, right? Was working with some hotels. Correct? One of your hotel partners. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
What are the chances that the graduates will get a position from your partner hotels?
So I mean, I'm not going to give a number for the percentage chance, but again, as long as you pass our course, you make the effort to do the classwork and the in-person practicum exceedingly well. Our partner hotel, we do have an arrangement to provide job opportunities to all of our students. Again, so long as you perform well and meet all the expectations.
But of course, right? If I take this course and I decide to work, say, decide to work, one of the hotels in, just say Rockies, like a Banff or whatever, that's absolutely applicable, right? Everything that we learn, everything that they learn is absolutely 100% applicable to any hotels, right?
100%. You can take it anywhere in the world, whether within Canada or not. Right, the industry standards and the quality that we'll be teaching will be transferable everywhere.
Okay. Now, as you mentioned earlier, there's like front desk, customer service, room service, catering, F&B, food and beverage, and etc. etc. How do I select what job, what position I like? Or you guys, do they do rotations in the practicum?
In the practicum, there will be an opportunity to do every role. Like you said, in a rotation basis, it will be covered where you get a chance to job shadow at the workplace. And I guess your initial question there was like can you choose a preference? Of course you can have a preference, right? But ultimately it will come up to the hotel itself and the supervisors who's going to be there to determine whether you're a good fit for a role. But you're more than welcome to still have a preference. You can tell them your preference. And at that point, in terms of being offered a job, that's outside of my hands. I'd love to give everyone a job. Absolutely would love to give everyone a job, but that is outside of my hands. But I can guarantee again that as long as you perform well, and you perform exceedingly well in the area that you would like to work, I don't have any doubts that you would get an offer in that position.
Okay. Here's a good question. Any age restriction?
Well, at least 19 years or above. We want to make sure that you've at least graduated high school or have some college experience. Yeah.
Okay. So you must have a legal age limit to the minimum, right? Age.
Yeah. I mean, the legal age in BC is 19. It might be different in other places, provinces, or countries. But again, as long as you can provide a high school diploma from wherever you're from, or some college proficiency and English language proficiency, then that's fine. Okay. I see a couple of questions regarding cost. I'm just going to refer that to just visit our website to find more information. Tuition and any other fees will be listed on our website.
So here's a question though: is there a different fee? Because a lot of public colleges and universities, they have two fee structure: one for domestic student, one for international students. But for your course, is it the same cost?
It should be just one cost, if I'm not mistaken. I don't recall. I don't recall my team making any mentions to me about any changes to that. So as far as outside of any applying for visa fees, which is unrelated to us. The tuition cost should just be one and the same.
And of course, the students will have to. You guys do not have any residents available, right? The students will have to be responsible for their own lodging and everything else, right? Living expenses.
That's right. That's right. So that is something you'll have to make an arrangement for.
Okay, perfect. Now, let's go back to the general idea. Let's go back to the hospitality industry again right now, right? Because we know that is gonna, everyone, unless, hold on. Unless there's another dramatic outbreak or whatever, hopefully that's not gonna happen.
Heaven forbid, yes.
Yeah. If all indication points towards a full rebound this summer. Correct?
Yes.
But what happened after the summer peak season? Do they lay off hospitality industry staff?
Well, it's very normal again, when we talk hospitality, it depends on which category we're talking about, right? Obviously, things like recreation, entertainment services may only be available during certain seasons. If you're going to go and work up, in Whistler for the snowing season resorts, of course, during the summer, that might be a different story. But when it comes to like hotels and accommodations, those tend to be more year-round, where there's going to be employment opportunities, right? So again, I have this graph on screen here that yes, while it does fluctuate when it comes to the accommodation industry and food and beverage, it tends to hold its consistency all the way through. So it depends which category of hospitality you are in.
Okay, this is in Canada, correct?
This is the statistics for Canada. I can't really speak to outside of Canada, though.
Okay, yeah. But I guess the trend in the BC will be more or less the same, correct?
It would be more or less the same.
Yeah. Okay, so that's pretty good. I mean, honestly, it's there's so many work shortages. I don't know if you know, here in certain part of the city. Certain cities and certain part of the city where the Starbucks and Tim Hortons are closing down, is because they just simply don't have enough people to work.
Yeah. No, there is a huge demand in the labor workforce, not just hospitality, right? Everywhere, but there is a rising demand.
Yes. Well, no, I know that. I mean, BC, the forest industry, the mining industry, the construction industry, the transportation industry. I mean, I don't know. I can go on and on and on, because one phenomena, according to the expert, I was reading this article. According to an expert, one phenomenon that occurred during the past 3 years during the pandemic, it's called decoupling.
Okay.
What does it mean? Decoupling means there's a lot of people are disengaged from the real work world. Yeah. And they maybe because some people, they still like prefer work remotely, and they don't want to go back to the office ever. So there's a decoupling between the labor force and the industry.
Yes. I'm a little bit biased, obviously, in my field, but I miss the in-person interaction with people. Even the seminar we're having today, if we could have been in person having the seminar, that would have been a much greater experience, right? So I'm in favor of people coming back together in the workforce more so than the whole work from home culture. Just like staying away. I'm not for that, but the whole decoupling phenomenon is wild and something we haven't really seen before until now, right?
Yes, exactly. And God knows what's going to happen. I mean, even the experts cannot tell you what's going to happen in a year or two. Again, let's hope there's not other major outbreak of I don't know, maybe other viruses that we don't even know about, things like that. Who knows? But the thing is, we're living in a very, I guess, unpredictable world these days. Well, to a certain extent, it's unpredictable, but
Yeah.
what's another word for that? It's not so much unpredictable, is volatile. We live
Volatile
in a
is a
very
great word.
volatile market right now.
Yeah.
We're bouncing between high interest rate, high inflation. Actually, what happened in Canada, it's something that's very interesting. I don't know if you saw the stats in February. In February, Canada gained 22,000 jobs, while the interest rate went up, the high inflation went up. So this is totally against the traditional economic theory.
Well, it's volatile, like you said. It really is unpredictable. But yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to touch on the last question in the chat there from Raphael again. And again, regarding student visas, as Shaw has mentioned, both G-TAC and Metro Vancouver, we're not immigration consultant experts. We're not licensed by that, so I can't provide you direct details. Our college, again, because the program's only 3 months, does not qualify for applying for a student visa. However, you can either send us an email or you can speak to your local immigration offices about what they can arrange for you for that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Michael. Raphael, I hope that answers your question. Yes, I saw that question. And as you know, there's a lot of people that want to come to Canada and they're looking for sponsorship, right, for work visa to come to Canada, and many industry do that. So and I guess my suggestion to everyone out there is there are many employers out there that's willing to sponsor you, and once you come to Canada, while you're working on your work permit, you can think about enrolling in this 3-month hospitality management, because this is not every day, right? The class time is not every day. Is that correct?
No, it's 3 times per week, 3 classes per week. Yeah, so it is fairly part-time. You can work it into your schedules.
Okay. It's very, very it's very, very friendly. I guess like you guys did your best trying not to interfere with people that's working while attending this training, correct, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you can. Well, I mean, I'm always in favor of putting all your attention to this, but if you need to work while you're doing this program, I mean, we can definitely accommodate for that. Yes, we tried to make it as flexible as possible. Again, if you go on our site and you look up the course, there's a breakdown of the exact durations of each section and how long it'll take to get through the program.
Good. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we just released the poll. Please take a few seconds to complete the poll. Tell us what you like, what you don't like about today's webinar. But I also want to have a disclaimer. Is number one is G-TAC is never in favor of any college, university, any specific college, university. We have Humber College earlier. We have CPABC. We have various other institutions that came online, and we want to. So this is merely an option that we're providing to all our listeners out there. We do not endorse any particular organizations. If you're really thinking about hospitality industry, I can tell you right now, every single city, major city, and every single province, they have some institution, whether it's private or public, do offer. It could be hospitality management, it could be hotel management, it could be culinary class, diploma, and etc. Full preparation. So you can do your own research, do a Google search or any search, and then find if you're going to say, if you are planning to go to New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, by all means, do a Google search on some of the institution there that offers these programs. Metro Vancouver Community College is just one options, and also to give you a general idea in terms of the hospitality industry's needs and the number. That number is staggering. It's amazing. I mean, I'm shocked. I mean, obviously, I'm not in that industry, right? But I'm shocked. All I know is in the IT sector right now in the IT sector, there are over 65,000 job vacancies across Canada. That is something that I can definitively tell you, and it's growing because the aging population, people are retiring, and etc. So, and then the changing of technology. So all this to say is there's so many jobs that's open right now in Canada. It's just it's a great time if you're thinking about making Canada your home. Okay, so do not think one way or the other that you must enroll in this, you must enroll. No. Canada is a free country, and G-TAC is here to provide a platform to provide you with all the information that you need to make a very, very informative decision, right? So, Michael, with that, I would like to give you 30 seconds to close today's webinar.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, G-TAC, for having us today. Thank you, Shaw, for being such a great host, and everyone for just participating, asking some great questions. Again, the hospitality industry is something that's been growing since forever, really. There's always going to be a need today, tomorrow, 10 years, 30 years. Tourism is something that's never going to go away. Hospitality is something that's never going to go away. And there's no greater opportunity than now, with the recovery of global economy, to get into hospitality. So whether it's through us at MVCC or anywhere else, I encourage everyone to just do a little research and take an interest in hospitality.
Okay, then. Well, I want to thank all of you for joining us today. We will be concluding the today's session with a few more videos, then we're going to shut it down. So all of you, hundreds and hundreds of you that has been watching various webinars since yesterday until today, we hope that you were educated, you were informed, and we hope we answer all your questions. If not, please go to the platform and look for a G-TAC representative there. We're still there until 8 p.m. today, 8 p.m. Eastern time today. And of course, if you have any more questions for Michael's team, please go to Metro Vancouver Community College's booth in VCE 13 main hall. And until then, remember our 14th National Virtual Career Expo is scheduled for September 26th and 27th this year. So until then, our weekly webinar will be back to regular schedule next week. And we look forward to see you next week for our weekly webinar. And our 14th National Virtual Career Expo will take place on September 26th and 27th this year, later in the fall. So thank you all for joining us on behalf of all the staff at G-TAC, on behalf of all our guest speakers. We want to wish you a pleasant evening, pleasant day, wherever you are. And hopefully you're able to expand your network, find jobs. The platform is still open. If you haven't applied to any jobs yet, please go to the platform. It will be open for another 4 hours and 2 minutes. Okay. So Michael, thank you very much, and have a pleasant day. And then thank you all, and good luck.
Thank you, everyone.